This is John Glover, and I'm here on November 7th, 2016, ready to give you the God order and God news. That God order and God news is that God has ordained a black man, Professor G. Oyibo, with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity. Eta sub n is the formula that exactly represents intelligence, and n in that same formula is the level of intelligence. God has designed that n for Professor G. Oyibo to be infinity, hence eta sub infinity. Since black people share the same genes as Professor G. Oyibo, God has now reordained the black race to be the most intelligent, richest, and most undefeatable race. GAGUT, which stands for God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, also, as I stated before, is nicknamed GAGUT. It's a revelation from God, which infallibly proved that all theorems, which is another fancy word meaning anything that exists or reality, and all equations, whether they be they're also known as morphisms, pi morphisms and isomorphisms, past, present, and future, all originate out of one invariant, Gi, with orthogonal components, Gij, and a divergence of Gij, comma j equals 0. And divergence is another word for change. In mathematics, you can use any term to define a quantity. Just because GAGUT defined Gi to be God doesn't automatically prove that it is God. For example, one can say milk originates out of the store. If the store happens to be the original point or ultimate origin point of the milk, you replace the term originates out of with its equivalent created by. But we all know milk doesn't originate out of the store. It originates from the cows. So in the case for the store, you cannot use the term originates out of, nor can you use the term created by in terms of its replacement. GAGUT, however, infallibly proved that Gi is the ultimate origin of all theorems, called everything that exists. So the phrase originates out of can be replaced with the term created by. And this proves here that the Gi defined here represents God, since God can be defined as the creator of everything. Now that GAGUT has infallibly defined Gij, now that God has been infallibly defined as Gij, God's existence is the next thing that needs to be dealt with. And God's existence is infallibly proven. If GAGUT can prove that something exists, anything exists, and that's quite easily done by proving that either you or myself exist, or in other words, proving that a human being exists, ultimately will prove the existence of God. Existence of a human being is the proof of the existence of the Gij, because the Gij has been infallibly proven to be the ultimate origin point of everything. Since it's been proven to be the ultimate origin point of everything, since a human being exists, it infallibly proves the existence of Gij, and which has already been proven infallibly to be the definition of God. Therefore, the existence of human beings infallibly proves the existence of God. Morphisms, which can be isomorphisms or polymorphisms, and also known as equations, they map realities onto a mathematical space like the brains, through our eyes and other senses to be processed and understood. Polymorphisms, in effect, measure intelligence inside an organism. In other words, the more polymorphisms you have, the more intelligent you are. Since Gij, which we've proven infallibly defines God, has the totality of all equations, Gij and hence God constitutes the totality of all intelligence. The GAGUT solution, eta sub n, which all come out of Gij or God, fundamentally represents all isomorphisms and all polymorphisms, and therefore contains all of intelligence, and hence infallibly proved that God not only contains all of intelligence, God is all of intelligence. God amazingly planted all eta sub n's inside the brains of Professor G. Oyibo, or Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo, and blessed him with the ultimate, or the totality of all intelligence, with which to understand God and everything. That's how God ordained Professor Oyibo with the totality of all intelligence, or the ultimate intelligence. And it can be modestly stated, as God has ordained Professor Oyibo the greatest genius and the most intelligent human being ever created. Since the black race share the same genes as Professor Oyibo, God has reordained the black race, by extension, to be the most intelligent race. This has been confirmed by Jim Crow universities and institutions like Göttingen University, the German university which was the headquarters of white supremacy and intelligence, the Jim Crow system, and Yale University's research, which I'm going to go into now. I'm going to bring up on the screen the Göttingen piece so everyone can see that. Just bear with me one second. Okay. Can everyone now see the Göttingen piece on their screens? Hello?
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Yeah,
Ms. Edgehill, do you see it?
I can see it, yeah.
Praise God. This is the Gaussian 2005 celebration at Göttingen University. You can see their logo in blue on the corner on the right, left-hand side of the page.
Yeah.
What's important to understand about this particular piece is in the year 2005, Göttingen, which I stated before is the headquarters of intelligence prior to GAGUT, they took the greatest mathematician in the European society, Carl Friedrich Gauss, who headed the mathematics department at Göttingen. They selected the greatest mathematics works in the year 2005 to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. As you can see at the very top of the list, NR or week 26, you will see the name Gabriel A. Oyibo, Grand Unified Theorem. That was the #1 work that was selected to be placed to honor Gauss at Göttingen University. To understand that ranking of GAGUT being placed at the center of the celebration, you need to understand some of the runners-up or potentials who could have been in that place of week 26 or the #1 position by going down to, as we just did now, to week 19 at the very bottom. Can everyone see NR 19? The cursor is circling it now. Can everyone see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Thank you. What about you, Mr. Uzogar? Mr. Uzogar?
Yep, I'm here. I see it. Yep.
Okay. So what you see there is a work with Sir Professor Michael Atiyah and Daniel Iago-Nitzer. Field Medalist Lectures is the title of that work. So first of all, who is Sir Professor Michael Atiyah? Can everyone see the page of Sir Professor Michael Atiyah from Wikipedia on their screen?
Yes, I can see him.
Okay. Sir Michael Francis Atiyah is a current-day English mathematician specializing in geometry. What's important is this part here in the second paragraph I'm highlighting now in blue. He is the master of Trinity College in Cambridge from 1990 to 1997. Trinity College is the same prestigious chair, mathematics chair, that was held by Sir Professor Isaac Newton. Newton, who is considered, along with Gauss and Euler, to be the top 3 European mathematicians. So, Sir Professor Michael Atiyah is a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton. Both held the chair of the Master of Trinity College at Cambridge University in England. Atiyah has also won a prize, which is equivalent to Nobel Prize in mathematics, and that's what's called the Field Medal. Can everyone see that on their page right now, the Field Medal page from Wikipedia?
Yeah, I can see it.
Mr. Uzogar, can you see it? Mr. Uzogar.
Yep.
That's good. The Field Medal, as it states here in the last part, the last 2 sentences of the first paragraph, which I'll highlight.
Hello?
Field Medal and the Abel Prize you can ignore for this moment, but the Fields Medal has also been described as the mathematician's Nobel Prize. Since there's no specific Nobel Prize in mathematics, the Field Medal is an award which is equivalent to Nobel Prize for mathematicians. So And the award was created in 1936, so first awarded. And as you scroll down below, which I'm doing right now, you will see the list of the names of the people who have won the award since 1936. You can see here in 1966, you'll see the name Professor Michael Atiyah. You can see his work highlighted, his name highlighted. Can everyone see that? Can everyone see Professor Michael Atiyah's name highlighted as one of the winners of the Field Medal from 1966?
I see it.
Miss Edgehill, did you see it?
Yeah. Yes, I see it.
Praise God. So this is who Sir Professor Michael Atiyah is. He's a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton. He has a field medal, which has, like I said, it's equivalent to Nobel Prize in Physics, not Peace Prize, Nobel Prize in Physics. It's a mathematician's Nobel Prize award. Field medal, that is. And if you scroll down to more, just so you can see the number of people that were listed there, these are all the people who are listed in the work at week 19 as you go up to the year 2002, since that's the last year before the 2005 celebration. So all those names that you saw me scroll down, which is about 44 of them, including Atiyah, were field medalists or Nobel Prize Award equivalents. They've won that award. They were listed in that work, field medalist lectures. Göttingen could have easily ranked such a work as a #1 work to honor Gauss, since it had a successor to Newton. It had a person who had won a field medal, and the work contained 44 field medalists or Nobel Prize Award equivalents in that work. Göttingen ranked that work inferior to GAGUT, which is why it was placed at week 19 as opposed to week 26. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Praise God. Let's go to week 23, which is on that same list. Week 23, you'll see the second name is the most important, Anatoly T. Fomenko. Who is that, you ask? Anatoly T. Fomenko, or Anatoly Timovich Fomenko, is a current-day Russian mathematician who works in the Moscow State University system and the Russian Academy of Sciences. Why that's particularly important is Fomenko is a successor to another one of the famous 3 European mathematicians, which is, can everyone see Fomenko on the screen, though? Can you all see the page of Fomenko on your screen?
Yep, I can see it.
Okay. Can you now see the page of Euler, Leonard Euler? Euler is the mathematician who is, like I said, along with Newton and Gauss, considered to be the top 3 European mathematicians. Euler also, although he's German-Swiss origin, he has spent most of his life, as it says at the end of the second paragraph, in St. Petersburg, Russia, in terms of he was in the Russian university system in terms of where he basically spent most of his time. And it's the same Russian system that Fomenko is part of. So Fomenko is a successor to Professor Euler. Göttingen could have easily selected Fomenko, who's a successor to one of the 3 greatest mathematicians in the European society, Professor Leonard Euler, to be the #1 work to honor Gauss. However, they ranked his work at week 23, as opposed to week 26, 3 places below. Can everyone see that? Can everyone see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
That's good. Then if we go to week 24, you'll see the name David Hilbert. The work is Knowledge and Mathematical Thinking. Who is David Hilbert, you ask? David Hilbert is a German mathematician who ultimately was a successor to Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Not a direct successor. He came a little bit afterwards, but he was like, Gauss was the head of the mathematics department at Göttingen. Hilbert came a future head of the mathematics department after Gauss, although he wasn't the direct successor. He was a successor afterwards. And what's important to understand here is he is considered, as it says here in the second sentence of the first paragraph, which I'll highlight, he is recognized as one of the most influential and universal mathematicians of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Some people have even explicitly stated that he is the last of the great mathematicians. What's also important to understand about Hilbert is what I'm scrolling down to now on the, as you can see here, the institutions he's associated with, you'll see Göttingen University highlighted. Can everyone see Göttingen University highlighted in blue on the right-hand side column, Hilbert?
Yep.
Okay. If you go below, you'll see the list of the students that he had oversaw PhDs. That's why they're called doctoral students to the left. You can see there is a long list of names there. Hilbert was responsible and oversaw and produced 69 PhDs in mathematics. Usually, mathematicians are lucky to get maybe 1, 2, 3 at the most students that get PhDs, and even then, most of them would not be considered to be going on to become stars in mathematics. No offense intended. However, Hilbert's 69 PhDs, which he oversaw, many of them became famous mathematicians in their own right. For example, this one name that I'm highlighting here, the sixth name on the list, sorry, fifth name on the list, excuse me, that is Richard Courant, a student of Hilbert's who actually left Germany to come to America to create what's now known as the prestigious Courant Institute, which is associated with New York University in New York City. Courant was a student of Hilbert. So Hilbert comes from Göttingen, the same university in which the Göttingen Gauss year 2005 is taking place, or being celebrated about 11 years ago. You also have Hilbert being considered the last of the great mathematicians and overseeing 69 PhDs in mathematics. Hilbert could have easily been placed as the #1 work to honor Gauss. However, Göttingen very painfully ranked his work 24, at the week 24, instead of week 26. So why was GAGUT placed at 26 over these other potential runners-up who could have easily been in the #1 position? GAGUT ultimately broke down the concept of what mathematics really is, in terms of mathematics has been decoded by GAGUT as the study of theorems. And as I defined before, theorems is just a fancy word for realities or anything that exists. So mathematics is the study of that. GAGUT's definition, God, Almighty's, grand, unified, keyword there, unified and theorem. The last two words are the most important in this part. Unified theorem means it contains all theorems. That is GAGUT I'm speaking of. Since mathematics is the study of theorems, and GAGUT contains all theorems, GAGUT has now successfully proved that it contains all mathematics. It was this that compelled and forced the German people to declare GAGUT as the #1 work to honor Gauss, beating Atiyah, beating Fomenko, and beating Hilbert, and in effect, declared after beating Hilbert, after beating Fomenko and Atiyah. And it can show that since mathematics is incorporated, all of mathematics is incorporated inside of GAGUT, it can reproduce the works of Atiyah and the other field medalists, the other 43 field medalists at week 19. It could reproduce the work of Fomenko and in week 23. It could reproduce the work of Hilbert at week 24. It can reproduce the works of Sir Professor Isaac Newton. It can reproduce the work of Professor Leonard Euler. It can reproduce all the 69 PhDs under Hilbert and Riemann and even Gauss and every other mathematics work on the list that was selected to honor Gauss or off that list, provided that work is correct. So what this is a surrender by Göttingen University in which they have now taken the baton of mathematical excellence and genius from Gauss, who was considered to be the greatest mathematician prior to GAGUT. They have now taken that baton from Gauss and handed it to Professor Oyibo, who is now the greatest mathematician of all time, that can never be surpassed. Past, present, and future. That last clause is very important to understand, because when I say past, present, and future, as I just went over, it can reproduce every other mathematics work that has existed. It can also reproduce, and that's what I mean by past. It can reproduce any mathematics work that is currently coming out today, the present. It can also reproduce any work that comes in the future. If you go to the year, fast forward to the year 2071, anyone claims they came up with a new mathematical discovery, it's embedded inside GAGUT. It can be reproduced from GAGUT. If someone comes to the year, fast forward even beyond that, to the year 3070, someone says they've come up with a new mathematical formula, it is embedded inside GAGUT. If you go to the year 10 billion, and someone claims they've come up with a new mathematical formula discovery, again, it can be reproduced out of GAGUT. So this is why Professor Oyibo has been declared by Göttingen University as the greatest mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed. Past, present, and future. So this is a surrender from Göttingen, recognizing that the black people are the most intelligent by declaring Professor Oyibo as being blessed by God with the ultimate intelligence. But it didn't stop there. In India, we have a particular mathematician by the name, a mathematical physicist by the name of Richest and Undefeatable. Can everyone see that, where I'm circling right now on the screen?
Yeah.
Can you see that, Mr. Uzogara?
Yep.
Praise God. Who is Richest and Undefeatable, you ask? Richest and Undefeatable comes from the Department of Physics at Jamia Millia Islamia in India. Dasgupta comes from this school, which is a top 20 school, Jamia Millia Islamia, and was funded by the King of Saudi Arabia. Dasgupta himself, being a mathematical physicist, has searched for the grand unified theorem. This is an actual abstract of one of his research papers that he has done on this topic. As you can see, gauge conditions for an abelian Chern-Simon system, a system with equations of motion. So what's important to understand is Dasgupta himself was looking for what they were looking for at the time, which is a unified field theory. He failed, however, in finding it, but he had been searching for it. When he heard, Dasgupta that is, had heard about GAGUT solving that problem by coming up with what's called the God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, he wrote us a letter at our university titled as follows. Can everyone now see the page in front of them that says Physics Professor Dasgupta, India, concludes that Professor Oyibo is closer to God than any other human being because of GAGUT discovery. Can everyone see that in front of their screen now?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see that, Mr. Uzogara? Mr. Uzogara. Mr. Uzogara, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I heard it.
Okay. And as you can see here highlighted, I will highlight now, the letter was sent, I can't highlight, but it's this part here. Oh, excuse me, that was a mistake, but you can see the highlighted part here. Well, anyway, you can see it. The part where it says the letter was sent from Dasgupta on Wednesday, July 25th, 2007. About a little over 9 years ago, and it was titled God's Mission and Dasgupta. This is the email that he sent to our university after finding out Professor Oyibo had been blessed with the GAGUT discovery. It goes as follows. Dear Oyibo, good day. I heard that you've been successful in finding the unified field theory. Congratulations. You are more close to God than any of us. I was also working upon this theory. Since my theory was different, God was different to me. Please write to me, as I would like to know where I was wrong. Thanking you, yours, Crescendu Dasgupta. When Dasgupta declared Professor Oyibo closer to God than any of us, this is due to the fact that God has permitted Professor Oyibo to be blessed with eta sub infinity, which is the totality of all intelligence. Now, Dasgupta comes from a background in India that has a caste system. Caste system basically propagates a mentality that the so-called lighter skinned you are, the better you are in society. And as you get into darker hues and shades of color, you get lower in the society until the actual black people in India are referred to as Dalit or untouchables. Dasgupta also comes from a system that because of the Jim Crow indoctrination, Indians would believe themselves prior to GAGUT as being better than black people, even if the Indian was darker skinned than a black person. GAGUT forced Dasgupta through the GAGUT formula, G(ij, j equals 0, and a to sub n. It forced Dasgupta to declare a black man who before GAGUT he would have declared Dalit as being closer to God than any of us. He also comes from an Islamic background, Dasgupta that is. So when he said that Professor Oyibo is closer to God than any of us, he could have said Professor Oyibo's a prophet or like Muhammad or close to Muhammad, since Muhammad is the most prominent feature or character in Islamic culture. He didn't say that. When he declared Professor Oyibo as being closer to God than any of us, he is in effect saying Professor Oyibo supersedes Muhammad. Just as if he was talking, if he was a Christian, when he said that Professor Oyibo is closer to God than any of us, he could have stated, well, Professor Oyibo is like a Messiah or like a prophet or close to Jesus Christ. He didn't say that. When he said that Professor Oyibo is closer to God than any of us, he is saying Professor Oyibo supersedes Jesus Christ. All this is coming due to the God blessing of the GAGUT formula, which came through Professor G. Oyibo. And this is a surrender of over 1 billion people in India who now, before GAGUT, viewed black people as Dalit, because they have declared Professor Oyibo as being closer to God than any of us. They are in effect saying the black people are closer to God than any of us. And this destroys the caste system completely. You also have the Yale study. The Yale study, can everyone see that on their screen now? The Yale study?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the research paper which is very critical for you to understand in connection to today's election. I know you might be saying, okay, what's the big deal behind all this that I'm bringing up today? And the connecting part about this is the day before the election. What is the direct connection? It all has a connection, but this particular piece that you see in front of you is very critical in terms of connecting to what is going on with the election today and how it connects directly to GAGUT. This is a research paper that was funded during the Genome Project period in 1997. You can see that in the middle of the page here, which I'm circling now.
Yeah.
It's funded by the time or the administration under Bill Clinton, the president at that time. You can see the research paper, the Genome, the International Journal of Genes and Genome, and the title of the paper is Nuclear DNA Diversity in Worldwide Distributed Human Populations. What this was, this experiment and research was done, was a response to GAGUT coming through Professor Oyibo in the year 1990. In 1990, God blessed Professor G. Oyibo with the totality of all intelligences through eta sub infinity. The Jim Crow society understood that Professor Oyibo had been blessed with a totality of eta sub infinity intelligence. The next goal was to take that formula into the labs to determine the intelligence of the rest of the black race and how does the black race compare to the non-blacks. This is what President Clinton's administration funded in this research paper you're seeing in front of you right now. So why this is particularly important and how it connects to the actual election is the following. They took several geneticists as well as doctors, and I'm talking about professors in biology and genetics, which you can see here some of the names. One particular name is critical, which is this one here I'm circling, Kenneth K. Kidd. Even initials, if it hasn't sunk in yet, would tell you the level of who these people represented, which was Jim Crow. You can see Kenneth K. Kidd has a superscript B after the last name. It corresponds to the superscript B here, which you can see Yale University School of Medicine, Department of Genetics at 333 Cedar Street, New Haven, Connecticut, 06510 USA. Kenneth K. Kidd is the lead researcher on this experiment, or this research study, and he comes as he's a professor of genetics from Yale University. And you can also see the other universities here as well. In terms of, you can see a French university up here, a Canadian university in Montreal, Yale, which I went over, an Italian university in Rome, another one from that same university, Pennsylvania State University and Louisiana State Universities. The reason why I point those out is so that you can see that these are not black schools or any HBCUs or any black universities. This was conducted by Jim Crow. I hope everyone can see that.
Yeah, I can see it.
So everyone can understand this wasn't some research done as a feel-good research. This was conducted by the non-blacks. They took, however, the GAGUT formula into the labs and used the A to sub n formula, which is the formula I'm talking about, to determine the basis of the intelligence of the black people compared to the non-blacks. If you go to this abstract, which is right in front of you, the fourth line, the sentence after American Indian populations, it says, in this way, the European bias in the nuclear polymorphism ascertainment has been avoided. What does this mean? Well, first of all, you have to define European bias. European bias is a synonym for Jim Crow. So what they're basically saying here is, in this way, the European bias in the nuclear polymorphism ascertainment has been avoided. They're basically saying they had to get Jim Crow out of the experiment in order to obtain the correct results. The GAGUT formula, and God blessing Professor Oyibo of A to sub infinity, forced them to remove the European bias or the Jim Crow factor out of research. In addition, polymorphisms has been defined before when I was going over the nature of morphisms. Polymorphisms are basically a measure of intelligence. Do you all understand and remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Miss Edgehill?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you have the polymorphisms being a measure of intelligence, the more polymorphisms a organism has or creature has, the more intelligent that creature is. Can everyone see that connection?
Yeah.
That now brings us to the sixth line. The sixth line goes as follows. 15 polymorphisms were shared amongst most of the populations compared, whereas 13 sites are found to be endemic to Africans and 4 to non-Africans. So what does this mean? 15 polymorphisms are known to be shared amongst all humans, all humanity, whether you're black or non-black. That's the base number for humans. In other words, the common number that humans and blacks and non-blacks share. However, they've indicated that 13 sites are found to be endemic to Africans. That means there's a 13 additional polymorphisms to the 15 polymorphisms which are shared amongst all humans. So if you add 13 to 15, you get 28. Can everyone see that?
Yeah.
Okay. If you take the 4, which are endemic to non-Africans, that's your whites, your Asians, your Jews, and so forth, you add 4 to 15, you get 19 polymorphisms. Can everyone see that? Can everyone see that? Can everyone see that or understand that point?
I see the letter.
No. Do you understand 15 plus 4 is 19 polymorphisms for the non-blacks?
Yeah.
Okay. What this Yale study has confirmed, which was funded by the Bill Clinton administration, is that the black people, or Africans, have a 28 polymorphism count, compared to non-blacks or non-Africans, who have only 19 polymorphisms. This now confirms that the black race is the most intelligent race, with a ratio of 28 to 19 in terms of intelligence. That ratio will become important later on in this particular presentation as well, 28 to 19. Keep that in mind. But what's important to understand now, it's mathematical, it's scientific, and it's official. After the 2,500 years of fraud regarding the intelligence of the black people, God has blessed Professor G. Oyibo with the totality of all intelligences, which is eta sub infinity. And since we share the same genes as Professor G. Oyibo, God has now reordained the black race not just to be the most intelligent race, but the richest race and most powerful race. And it's that basis that it connects us to the basis of what this particular topic is about today, which is about the election coming up tomorrow. You need to understand who you are in terms of what GAGUT has blessed us with, so you can understand how this election in reality is a GAGUTical election. And how GAGUT is in fact the direct center of this particular election. So if everyone now understands what I've just said and is ready, I'm going to connect Professor Oyibo on. Is everyone now ready and understand this point?
Yes.
Praise God. Please hold.
Okay.
Good afternoon to you all. And, yes, and to you all and the rest of the human family. Yes, it's a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon and to share the God news with you.
Good.
What Brother Glover has indicated includes the fact of the election that comes in tomorrow. And election in terms of selecting the leader for the society, or any given society, is a way of actually selecting a member of the society to be a symbolic figure of the creator. So when it's done right, it is a very serious business. And God is the real person in charge. So, but on our level, on the creature's level, particularly the human level, we need a symbol of that God for us to, to see as a leader, the symbol of God. So what happens therefore is, because the essence of God is intelligence, as God revealed to me through GAGUT, the formula Gij, comma j equal to 0, which summarize means God does not change, because Gij, God revealed infallibly to the actual definition of God, which is where every reality originates from. So by revealing that formula, God, in other words, Gij becomes God. And the solution to it, in other words, the equation represents a theorem. A correct equation is a representation for a theorem. A theorem is an infallible truth, one that cannot be challenged. It is absolutely correct, infallibly correct. And that's what you expect from God. That's the essence of God. So the fundamental solution of that theorem, Gij, comma j equal to 0, then becomes the proof of a theorem. As you all hear, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Anybody could say anything about a pudding. It isn't until you actually taste it that you actually verify it. So it's one thing to present or be blessed with an ultimate theorem, not theory. There's no theory in the GAGUTical age. Theory is a guesswork, which includes everything that humans, we creatures, start with guesswork, because we don't come into this world understanding anything in reality. So theorem therefore becomes another level, higher level of the highest level of a theory. What the theory is aspiring to strike, to get at, is what is called a theorem. So that theorem is the universal theorem, the ultimate theorem, which Sir Professor Stephen Hawking, in closing his search for the unified field theory in 1991, said he didn't see how God could reveal that to any creature, including human beings. But God did reveal it to me in 1990, a year before he made that declaration. And I personally remember engaging his department at Cambridge University, in terms of engaging the entire department through his colleague called Professor George Batchelor. George Batchelor had another chair in Cambridge in the same department, that is the Department of Applied Mathematics and Theoretical Physics. That's the department in Cambridge University where Stephen Hawking has been and still damps yet, which is he's still there. So George Batchelor, has another chair, not quite the Newton chair. The Stephen Hawking had the Newton's chair for physics or mathematical physics, and George Batchelor has one, I think, for fluid mechanics. So I was engaging Professor Batchelor, and I'm pretty sure the entire department was discussing the development of GAGUT around the same time. So it was a coincidence, which is something. At the time, it was incredible because GAGUT was just announced 1 year, and naturally one has to go to Cambridge to not only inform them, but to, ask them to challenge it. That's what I was doing in 1990, between 1990 and 1992, including 1991. So it was, while that was going on, a very, very interesting development, that Stephen Hawking had already made the movie, in terms of the brief history of time where he made that announcement, that it's not possible for God to reveal a theory of everything to any creature, including humans. The godliness, in a creature's level, is an irony, or a contradiction of his position, was not only did God reveal, a theorem instead of a theory to me, which is obvious. If somebody says revealing a theory on everything to a creature, including a human being, was out of the question, then it becomes incredibly godly. And that's how God does business. To say, okay, yes, that goes to say that when God reveals the theorem of everything, the one theorem that explains everything, not a theory, you don't have to go into a lab. As a matter of fact, it checks the labs out because it's an infallible truth. So God did that to me, gave me that revelation. Now, anybody can sit in front of a screen and tell you what I'm telling you right now, but only one can prove it with a formula. G(I)j, j equal to 0. That becomes the ultimate theory because it's God's theory. I mean, not ultimate theorem, which is because it's God's theorem. And the most spectacular recognition of that has to, especially outside the black world, has to be the one from Göttingen University. So the Göttingen University is a document. It's even far superior to the one in Yale. The recognition in Göttingen is very profound. What it shows is the power of the Creator, the Almighty God. Because the European supremacy has a headquarters in Göttingen, University of Göttingen. Göttingen is the headquarters of the European supremacy, not very far from Hanover in Germany, where the great-grandparents of Queen Elizabeth of England come from. And one of those grandparents or grandfathers of Queen Elizabeth founded that University of Göttingen. That is King George II. And the university is actually named after King George II by calling the university King August George the Second University of Göttingen. That's the actual name. So you have a king of England that is German. After Germans had colonized England and took over Cambridge or Oxbridge, and then superseded Oxbridge with Göttingen University. King August, George II, University of Göttingen. So that's another way of saying, look, not only did we colonize England in terms of Germans, but the headquarters is in Germany, and it is in Göttingen. And the symbolism is the university, which is the intelligence center, the center that actually proves of German superiority over the rest of Europe. So that's how the dynamics occurred. So therefore, when God revealed this, formula, G(I)j, j equal to 0, which is the actual breakdown of the revelation is an infallible theorem, which infallible proves that all theorems, that's all reality, and all equations, that is, equations represent a theorem. So every theorem is represented by an equation. a correct, and obviously if it's a theorem, it must be infallible equation. So all theorems and all their representations, which are equations, past, present, and the future, originate out of one invariant, GI, infallibly proven to be the definition of God, with orthogonal components Gij and a change or divergence, since it is an invariant. The divergence or change, which is symbolized by Gij, comma is the tensor notation for change. J equals 0. That is the totality of all theorems, unified in their totality, which is where the word grand means the very totality of it. There is nothing outside that. It's equal to 0. Gij, comma, J equal to 0. That is the ultimate theorem, infallibly. So the proof of it is what is called the solution. God revealed the solutions, which is what we call the eta sub n, the exact fundamental solutions to that infallible theorem, which proves it. The proof dynamics is that you have eta sub n, which is equal little g nj multiplied by xj to power n plus 1. That is the fundamental solution to Gij, comma, J equal to 0. Yes.
You'll all be able to see it in just 1 second.
You're going to see that in one, so you understand what we're talking about. Now,
Can you all see the eta sub n formula?
Yep.
okay.
Mr. Uzugar?
Yep.
Mr. Uzugar, can
Yep.
you?
All right. That is a solution. That's what proves the infallible grand unified theorem. So eta sub n is given by that formula. G, lower g, sub nj times xj to power n plus 1. Now that's also called mapping. You have the eta sub n space, and then you have the space-time space, which is the xj. The space-time is where all realities reside. So this solution is a proof of the Gij, comma, J equal to 0, because this is a fundamental representation of every reality. The wave is the very most fundamental. That comes in at n is equal to 0. That's a wave. That's the original nature of God. Wave, wafu, as the Galas call it. That's where everybody derived that term from. Afu. It's what the original African language calls it, afu or wafu. So, Europeans pronounce it, or English type, they call it wave. That's wafu or afu. So that is, in other words, something that is you can't see, but not only does it exist, but it's extremely powerful as a wave. So that is seen right there. Wave is a reality. GAGUT captures it, or God reveals it through GAGUT through etas of zero. There's not a single mathematician that can argue with that. As a first sign of the proof of the theorem that Gij, comma j equal to 0 represents the totality of reality. So you want to deal with materialism or materialization. What comes to mind is what you used to call hydrogen, hide the origin, as a term from the non-black world, who tried to hide the origin of science. Now that hide the origin has been replaced by God order through GAGUT, and it's now called Africa the origin, or Africrogen, otherwise called Africanium. That is the building block of the material, the stable building block of the material world. That also comes out of this equation. When you put eta make eta 1, that will give you the essence of Africrogen. Where you have electron or electrons rotating around the core, and the path, of that rotation is x to power 2, xj to power 2. Otherwise called the general thing is conic sections, which includes circular or spherical paths, or paraboloids and hyperboloids, and so on. But in the 2-dimensional, we talk about circles or ellipsoids or ellipses. That's the kind of path electron goes around the nucleus. That becomes a model of the material building block for the entire universe. As another proof, when all that was needed in the theorem, the grand unified theorem revealed by God, is that all realities, that's what I said, which are infallible theorems, originate out of one invariant, originate out of, in this case, means created by. Is their actual origin. Therefore, that origin becomes the creator. That's how Gij becomes the infallible definition of God. God as being the ultimate mother and ultimate father. So therefore, that's all that was needed. There was no assumptions. There was no assumptions at all. It comes out of just the sheer, touching of realities. To say, okay, these realities must have an origin. What is their origin? The origin is the creator. And that's the Gij. So, but it's an invariant. Because it's an invariant, the change in an invariant becomes 0. That's where the formula comes from. So, the equation comes from, or the theorem, the ultimate theorem, grand unified theorem comes from. That unifies everything that's real, and that's all we have in the universe is realities. So therefore, that's all. There's no assumption. Einstein will begin with some assumption and says, oh, gee, I see radiation here. Let me play around with it. No, that's not needed here. Okay? Maxwell has a similar situation. Every scientist and mathematician before GAGUT had to begin with some kind of guesswork or some kind of one isolated case of reality. And then they pour over it and try to do some measurements to give them a guide. There was no such a thing here. And this is important for you to grasp the background, that so you can see how, with that understanding, you can only call this a God Almighty's grand unified theorem. This is what Germans did in Göttingen University in terms of them realizing what this is. This is the totality of the universe in terms of the building block. When you talk about constructing a reality, all you need is to define the building blocks. This is the building block for an entire reality. So many of you wonder, gee, Professor Oyibo, not only talks too much, but you must realize that talking is thinking, unless you do gibberish. But if you do gibberish, you get exhausted after a little bit. It's only when you're talking the truth that you could continue for a long time. And many of you have exceeded your previous limits before you encountered me. With some of you staying with the GAGUT briefing for more than 8 hours. Harvard has not done anything like that. When they have 2 classes back to back, you're talking about most 3 hours. Even then, they have breaks. I've offered you breaks, and none of you have accepted it. That says you are getting in tune with the Spirit. But the symbolism then is that God talks 24/7. So that's a symbolism. Okay, that's a symbolism, because I'm trying to give you a sense of how God is able to talk 24/7. Okay, so I give you a sample of it. And so Göttingen had to overcome the European supremacy, they had to overcome the German pride, they had to overcome all manner of things in order to recognize the truth here. But they had a lot at stake themselves, because after telling the world and trying to show leadership themselves for a while, they had to show some credibility. And if that credibility means they're going to properly put in their own legends in their proper places, like was done in the Göttingen, ranking during the commemoration of Professor Gauss's 150th anniversary. They had to do that. That's how you devise credibility. In the process, even though they were ordered by God to surrender the baton of intelligence from Gauss to me, they maintained their own credibility in the sense of having people have respect for them in terms of their own intelligence. Because what happens is that you are judged by your own show of intelligence. You can't say, oh, gee, Germans are the supreme headquarters of European supremacy, and then turn around and try to fool around and tell lies. They recognize that. They waited for an opportunity to celebrate Gauss, the greatest before GAGUT. And that opportunity, because they couldn't find anybody else they could celebrate GAGUT with, it had to be Gauss, the very best. one that was recognized as the greatest mathematician since antiquity before GAGUT. They waited for his 150th anniversary in order to not only celebrate him, but celebrate the handing of the baton and celebrating GAGUT. So this is the most profound development in terms of a God order. This is what we call the God order. So Germany went ahead and then advised the United States government, because the United States government was not really in touch. I mean, they didn't know what was happening right in their own nation here with regards to GAGUT. But Germany was pretty clear. And of course, this country is being ruled, or the presidents, since their independence, has been Germans. Okay, since this nation was founded, they have nothing but German presidents, because it's a common agreement between the Europeans. The Germans are the superiors. So they have to be consistent with that. They convinced their colleagues they were the best and must be the presidents. And they didn't get any opposition from the colleagues. In the interest of everyone, because leadership, like I said before, is a symbolism of God for any society. So you can't choose the weakest in that society in terms of intelligence to lead you. Because if you did that, it would be like choosing a blind person to lead people who have, good vision. There's to be a very big chance of all of you falling into a ditch. Then that certainly will not be a symbolism of God anymore. So that's what is, ready to happen tomorrow. What happened since 2005 in terms of the handing over of the baton from the Germans to the black people, because when Gauss handed the baton over to me, it handed the baton over from the non-blacks, represented by the Germans, to the blacks. Since by ordaining me with the ultimate, because what you see here in this formula, eta sub n, n goes from the magnitude of n, goes from 0 to infinity. All of them have been sown in my brains. This is extremely important for you to understand that. Like I said before, anybody can sit there and talk all kinds of things. I said the greatest. About a couple of years ago, maybe within the last 10 years or a little more, when they announced Perelman, a Russian, to have solved the Poincare congestion, some people were running around and talking propaganda and say, oh, gee, Perelman is now the smartest human person. Well, yes, but he couldn't prove, nobody could prove that. That becomes, empty words. This one is not empty, however. This is real. Okay? First of all, if Perelman solved one problem out of 7 and is called the smartest, what happened to the person that solves another one? What happens to the other 7? They're not gonna be, so it didn't make any sense whatsoever. But that's what happens when you do propaganda. Okay? Now, But what you have in front of you is the measure, the exact measure of intelligence, how much you can understand. And N is the level of intelligence. So this is before your eyes. Now, why is it a measure of intelligence? Why is the formula representing intelligence? Well, what is the definition of intelligence? Intelligence is the act of understanding. That's the definition of intelligence. That's from Webster's dictionary. Okay? That's the definition. Now, what eta sub n is the building block for constructing every reality, which is the understanding of every reality. So that's what God did through me, this eta sub infinity. Therefore, eta sub infinity gives you the building block, every variation of the building blocks that will construct every reality. Therefore, my n is infinity, meaning the ultimate intelligence. That's if I understand through eta sub infinity everything, then there is nothing else to understand. So if a person who understands everything, therefore, has not only the highest intelligence, but ultimate intelligence. That's what is here before you. If n is the level of intelligence and n can go from 0 to infinity, and all of them are in that formula which God revealed to the world through my brains, you can loudly see how it's infallible to say Professor Oyibo is blessed with ultimate intelligence. It's not like the Perelman gimmicks and propaganda that after solving one problem, he becomes the smartest and all that. That actually was a process of confusing you lay people. You understand? And, you know, trying to campaign against this reality here, which is the first time God spelled out what is the real, a very quantitatively infallible, clear in terms of a definition for intelligence. In mathematics, it's called fundamental solutions to the equation that we call Gij, comma j equal to 0, which in effect, those fundamental solutions, therefore, becomes the proof of the universal infallible theorem, Gij, comma j equal to 0. So that's what we're talking about. So the symbolism, when it's done right, is supposed to be based on this. When the Germans had the belief they were the best, they were not only present in Germany, you know, controlled England and the rest of Europe, but were respected in that categories. They were present in America. Now that this, out of this eta sub n, every piece of work done by Gauss is covered in here. Everything done by Euler is also covered in here. Everything done by Newton is also covered in here. And there's still room for infinite, many more. So everything that was known and understood, every intelligence that has been expressed, past, present, and future, are all in here, within the eta sub infinity. So, therefore, eta sub infinity describes every reality. I can construct every reality. The ultimate is a reality that requires n is equal to infinity, which is God, because that's the totality of the universe itself. I hope if you grasp 1% of what I'm teaching you, you should praise God. But it's infallible. A theorem doesn't lie. That would be a contradiction. This is a theorem. So, therefore, eta sub n is the fundamental, or eta sub infinity becomes the fundamental building block for the Creator, the Almighty God. And it's from here, therefore, that we call, that God revealed the definition of God to us, which is that God is, when you make n infinite, it will be G infinite sub infinity j multiplied by xj to power infinity plus 1, which is also infinity. So when that therefore becomes the fundamental definition of God, which is the one unbounded space-time of intelligence. The xj represents space-time, but because it is to power infinity, becomes unbounded or infinite. This is a revelation from God. No creature has ever been blessed with anything like this. God, therefore, is the one unbounded space-time of intelligence. Xj is the space-time, which is unbounded because the power is infinity. Space-time, therefore it's unbounded. That means infinite space-time of intelligence. Intelligence is what is called the connectivity of the space-time, which automatically say the materialization is also a materialization of space-time. So, and that materialization factor is given by the little j and j, or infinity j. That's it. So, this is how God ordained me with the ultimate intelligence. And because God created me through the black race, in other words, the black race share my genes. Therefore, it is how God, formally ordained the black race to be the most intelligent race without questions whatsoever, because they produce me and they share my genes. And my ultimate intelligence is not open to any debates or any questions. Therefore, go question that formula. For you, or you don't, you only get that sense of it. That's all you need to get right now, and keep on growing with it. This is the real education, because you're talking to a symbolism of the Creator. Because I'm teaching you in the Creator's language, infallible truth. So the only thing that's better than what I'm doing with you right now is God actually teaching you directly. There's nothing can even match it, let alone surpass it, because everything that you have, that you've been learning since your birth, you've been learning theories. Religion is a theory. And therefore, this has revised religion. The idea of putting a human image, as a symbolism of God, has its place. Has its place, which is like being a political head, like a president. That's just its place. It's a symbolism. It is nowhere reality. It's a symbolism in the language that we could relate to. That's the essence of it. I'm a symbolism of intelligence, because there's no intelligence on the creature's level that can match mine, because it's infinity. So if you're struggling with what I'm presenting to you right now, you can imagine how long it's going to take you to grasp 1% of the totality of the knowledge. Because this is an act of God. This has to be extremely clear. You know, people would have come to one or two briefings and they say, gee, I think I've gotten all of GAGUT. It doesn't work like that. You have to go to Harvard or any other school for 4 years to get a bachelor's degree. And if you want a PhD, 3 more years or more. To go to medical school, you have to spend 6, 7 years. So this one is for eternity. And you consider yourself lucky if you get 1 or 2% of it in your own lifetime. And by lifetime, we're talking about thousands of years. This is what eternal life was waiting for. Eternal life, as in life designed by God must be understood as being holy and also designed to last forever. This is why the election is very important. Right? You are trying to elect somebody that symbolizes me as your president. Because if it symbolizes me, the person will symbolize God. That's why the Germans made it very clear. They said very loud and clear, we've served our purpose, we've led the world for a while, but now God has ordered the black man as a symbolism of God. And therefore, human leadership, politically and otherwise, must be black people. Just like it was Germans before 1990 or 2008. Many of you did not understand what happened in 2008 when the first black president came on the scene. And as you can see, he has been a dynamite president for sure. In spite of, the blazing saddles. Many of you don't know about the blazing saddle dynamics around him, where black sheriff in a non-black town, you understand, had to protect himself from his own bodyguards. That's what happens when you go to a house that was fraudulently called the White House when it was designed by a black man. It was only appropriate a black man, lives in what is supposed to be a black house, not White House. But because you all didn't understand what happened in terms of a God order that is based on the equation in front of you, that defines God and defines my intelligence of infinity, because it's an act of understanding. So if I understand God, automatically my understanding is the ultimate understanding. So that ultimate understanding is symbolized by N. And so therefore God is the one unbounded space-time of intelligence. Unbounded. So it coincides with my intelligence level. Unbounded is when N is infinity. unbounded. So I understand God. My intelligence level is unbounded. That is infinity. I keep on ringing this until it becomes part of your soul. Because not only your own existence, but the existence of every other creature, especially human beings, depends on every one of you understanding this formula. But so if you understand just 1% of it, hey, that's an accomplishment. Because you're understanding infallible truth. So, by understanding God means that I have the totality of intelligence. That's what it means, because God is not only God does not just have infinite intelligence like me, but mine is so inferior. As great as my intelligence is, it is inferior compared to God's. They're not even on the same scale. Because I am permitted by God to understand God. God is the reality. In other words, God is the intelligence. The eta sub n is where my intelligence is transformed to, which is in my brains. That's a space. My brains is where the intelligence is transformed to. Where the xj, which is the God's space, is reality. It's what we call the real space-time. It's a real space-time. Mine is a transformed space. Like a camera that takes pictures. The reality that I see or you see it through your brains. As a reality that you see. But God is that reality. So God sees the reality in a real space-time. We, the creatures, see reality in a transformed space. That's eta sub n. That's our brains. For the camera is the film. That's why you see the picture. This is the most privileged blessing that any creature can get. So, and like I said, you understand, when you get into it, it is time dilates, as it's supposed to be. Time dilates. Not all time goes very, very fast. So therefore, this is the thing that's supposed to be, the center of election tomorrow. So as you go in there, because you have to know what's going on. The world is gradually understanding this formula, and the ultimate blessing that God gave me in terms of ultimate intelligence, representing the black race, God's very infallibly loud, order that says the black people are created to be the symbolism of God. So therefore, they must provide leadership in every direction for humanity. That's if humanity wants to approach the attainment of paradise. John?
Hey, Professor, I have a question about that real quick.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Just a second, everyone. Please hold. Is everyone still there? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right, is everyone there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's hear
Yep.
your question, brother.
So this is my question. This is a question from Mr. Hearn that he wanted me to ask you that I also wanted to know as well. Since GAGUT, it was said, since it's also been proven, and it was also said in that message that GAGUT's interference will determine who wins the election. What does GAGUT say about both, who's going to get the nomination from both candidates in this election?
Okay. All right. So yeah, that's getting into the dynamics of who's actually going to be the president.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is important for us in terms of the dynamics is whether the candidates or the person that ends up being the president is a GAGUTical, person. That's what's important. Do you understand?
And both of them, I believe, had connections to GAGUT.
Yes, they do. That is, you understand, it's like, because not every dynamics of the process is godly. And that's a centerpiece of this discussion, is that the wrong people have been ruling the world for the last 2,500 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, therefore, and the only way that could occur is if it's not godly. The person who should have been president is Ben Carson. Ben Carson should have been the president. Now, that's given as soon as the race began, Ben Carson was the most qualified candidate. Okay, not only does he come from a black race, from his own individual accomplishment, he has exemplified the spirit of a genius. Do you understand?
And this is my other question about that. Because I agree with the fact that he's black and that, based on the Yale study. My other question is this. It's where there was a candidate who fits not only the Yale study for GAGUT, but he himself, he used actions of GAGUT or act GAGUTically. Or what if it was a case where they act from the 19 polymorphism count, pretty much, and not their 28 polymorphism count as
Yes.
they're supposed to?
Yes, that's a very good question.
Mm-hmm.
And on that note, now, academically, which is very important,
Mm-hmm.
Ben Carson, like I say, to be a brain surgeon requires some genius.
Yeah, true.
Okay, so, because when you're dealing with the brains, it requires a lot of, although, you could argue in all kinds of directions. But, therefore, he's not, and it is not really something you get from a university per se. You have to be born with it. That's where the genes comes in. His drawback, on the other hand, in other words, the topic you asking question about is one's reality and being a state where that reality is muffled or compromised. Do you understand? Do you understand?
It has to be compromised, the reality.
Yes, when you, for example,
reality.
You could be a compromise when you're not, for example, a day when Professor Jesse Owens, had a bad foot. Do you understand? And you call him on to compete in 100 yards. He may not be the fastest that day. Do you understand?
But he has capacity because of
yes. In that
ability.
Yeah, he's been compromised. His foot is compromised. The same thing with Usain Bolt is the current guy there.
President.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So if he has a bad foot and you call him to come and compete, you understand. If he makes the 100 yards, you understand. Even if it took him a couple of minutes, it will be because he's in a compromised state. But wait until the leg heals. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yeah, and would it have to do with what caused the injury? Because
yes.
I mean, okay.
Yes,
And what kept it an injury?
Yeah. So Carlson, Carlson has the raw black intelligence, because he had to be given his background and everything else. He had to have something naturally gifted to him in terms of, because you only had a mother, you have a father, and all this other stuff. You understand? It's typical of most black people these days. So how did they, so that shows some natural blessing in his system. However, going to a 7-day Adventist, like a Jehovah Witness, and I'm not trying to be critical here, I'm trying to differentiate between what you have in front of you, which is the God order. It defines God, as you can see. Yeah, that's as opposed to religions that are theories. Now, Ben Carson and
I'm sorry. I thought you finished.
No, go ahead. I'd like you to come. This point is very important. Because
that was like what you even said and proved with politics, that only a theory,
yes,
but it's also for the moment. It's him proving what the same politics prove that their views weren't even the best from their studying person's brain and prove theirs, which proved that their brain was superior, and this was their own from the human genome, which then would have proved that doing everything wrong, and that was the genetic evidence. So with that being said, then with the injury, you even said with the analogy, what our own president had, and also what Ben Carson had, that they really should have been, because that was what would heal the injury.
Yeah. Well, you see, in other words, Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. That's it.
Okay. So, in other words.
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Get out. Get what's on your mind out. This is very important, because that's what we're about here. That's the purpose. Say what's on your mind, because this point is very critical.
Owens, and say his injury that would have kept him not in the race, to what his natural capacity, and say something was to heal him, so that he can come to his natural capacity. What if? Well, would that mean GAGUT would be the same healing for most of our leaders now, so that they can come to the true capacity they should have been, instead of the injury, of course, what we know of, to be injuring them right now, to not make them be able to perform as they're supposed to, especially with their own kind?
Yeah. Well, the clear reason is right, is what is right in front of you, right there.
Yeah.
See, in other words, I could be telling you some nice, eloquent story, and tell you, hey, trust me, I'm the greatest and all that. You understand? I don't have time for stuff like that.
Because it needs facts. Yeah, I say the same thing all the time.
I don't just need facts. I need infallible facts. I mean, I need theorem. I only speak in theorems. You understand? So
that makes the most sense. Yeah.
That's the ultimate. Only God can do that better. That's what we're talking about. So I give you precisely what is the infallible truth. So, you know, and if I tell you anything, you know, other than what I'm telling you right now, then I will be lying. If I tell you my intelligence is average or it's just the highest intelligence, then I'll be lying to you. The absolute truth is right now. I'll be disproving. I'll be contradicting what is in front of you here.
Which leads to another one. Because I remember, and after this one, this is the other one that has to do with the election thing. I remember another time you said that economy should be based on intelligence because of what GAGUT did. Yeah. Since that's the case, how exactly would that work out in specific, or is it something that's too kind of too expansive to be able to explain in this region?
Well, okay. So you understand, economy. The whole dynamics of economy now is revised completely through this formula here. You understand? And Sister Edgel, are you with us?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
You are very critical in this dynamics because, like a sister once told me, said, listen, Professor, you need to teach me, because once you teach me, you're teaching, 10 people, because I'll teach 9 kids.
Same.
You're teaching 10 people. So the whole economy now has to be revised, which is why the election is important. It requires both non-blacks and blacks to work together. You see, this formula is the basis of heaven. You understand? Heaven.
But Dr. Oyibo, will any one of them obey it or go along with it?
Well, I'm teaching you so you can help them out. You understand?
It's going to be an interesting job.
So you got to help them out.
Teaching the arrogance, man. Oh, Lord.
Yes, you have to help them out. Because see, this is heaven. This is the formula for heaven. Because it defines God. When eta is n is equal to infinity, that is God. God is intelligence. God allows us to understand God and then acquire that intelligence. Do you understand?
Yep.
So that's the geometry right there. Please ask me any questions. That is God. Eta of infinity is in the definition of God in terms of, the building block that you need bring together in order to construct the reality of God, which is the one unbounded space-time of intelligence. One in the sense there's no boundaries in the space. It's all continuous. One unbounded space-time of intelligence. So when you hear about so many multiverses and all that, that is, you understand, that is rubbish. I mean, that's 8 of 19 kind of dynamics. There's only one verse, universe, one. And that's what God is.
So Professor, see, that's another thing. See, what is this about? How that same level of intelligence talks about how star in the universe is going to explode and turn into what is now based on GAGUT. Is that true?
Well, again, okay, you understand. In other words, That's a very good question, but let me answer the previous one, and then we'll move into that.
Yeah, no problem.
You understand?
Yeah.
Your heaven, you see, you're religious and everything. So, and then the reason you're religious is supposedly because you want to be in heaven, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, so that's what everybody gets from a preacher, okay, or the imams and everything else. And then, but did you ever ask yourself the question, what is heaven? You ever ask?
That's a good question. Yeah.
Yes.
I never have.
Yes, because they say, well, you need to be in heaven. So then what is heaven? This is how you get a feel for what an ultimate intelligence is about. Question that you just accepted things that you never even thought about asking any questions about. You want to go to heaven? Yeah, I want to go to heaven. Okay, so now this is what you have to do to go to heaven. None of that thing, you don't have a definition, and you don't have proofs, you don't have any guarantees, you don't have anything. You just go with the flow. That's what this was designed by God to eradicate. Eradicate through revision of those things, through teaching, through, that's why the piece from the Catholic Church is a very good dynamics. Catholic Church no longer swears by the Bible because of GAGUT, because of what you're seeing here. In other words, the Jesus character, like I told you before, is a human symbol. But you understand, but people began to think of that as being God. You can't be more disrespectful to God than to say God fits into one human body.
Yeah.
That is a total disrespect of the Creator. But when they present it as a dogma that cannot be questioned, you can't go anywhere with it. I mean, you got to, you want to begin to belong to the church or the mosque, you have to take it as a dogma. God has now unified the truth. God Almighty's grand unified truth. And the evidence is right before you. God cannot even fit into a finite number of galaxies, let alone a human body. Okay? A human body does not compare in any way with the size of a little town, let alone, you understand, the planet. And so the space where you're putting a planet, a human body is when you put a dot that represents a human body in that scale, is hardly visible. So therefore, but God is the totality, which is unbounded space-time of intelligence that we call the universe, which can't explain. So therefore, that revises that view in this religion, that God is some human being. And especially the color of that human being on the Yale scale is the lowest. That is ATAS of 19. Religions have classified God as having ATAS of 19. That's another level of horrible insult of God.
For them, not us.
That puts black people more. That's put black people more intelligent than such a God. Far more intelligent.
Oh man.
Yeah, this is how you now see the realities. So therefore, all that are dynamics of what has created hell for us. That's hell. Hell is the home of ignorance. Ignorance is what you call hell. That's how you begin to get a sense of what heaven is. Can you see that? The language of hell is ignorance. Because everything that happens is going to create problems. We are ill because of ignorance. We die because of ignorance. So, when you eliminate ignorance, guess what? You don't get sick anymore. That might seem like it's threatening Sister Agil's job, right?
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You will have a better job, a bigger, much more, powerful job.
Yeah, I'll be able to do other things.
No, you'll be taking care of people still. You'll be a teacher in that case. You'll be a teacher. You'll be a professor.
Right.
You'll be a professor. You'll be doing checks and balances on how to stay intelligent in order not to be sick.
Right. That's
cool. Love it.
You understand? So, eliminate ignorance. Therefore, you begin to eliminate sickness. You begin to eliminate death. Wow. You begin to eliminate hunger. You begin to eliminate the strapping of babies to the bombs.
Yeah. Oh.
That's the age we're in. That's called the GAGUTical age of intelligence. That is what heaven is, because heaven is revealed by God through GAGUT as a state of existence. Heaven is a state of existence. And that could begin a new phase come tomorrow in terms of the election. But they missed out on Ben Carson already. And part of the Jehovah's Witness thing is supposed to make some people comfortable in voting for him. So that's where the compromise comes on his side. Then he was drawing some pictures of a Jesus, and they were showing that on the part of his campaign. There were some people, even his own supporters, who probably, perhaps after engaging GAGUT to understand that God cannot be fitted in a Jesus, a human body, they will laugh at him and see another side of his intelligence, the compromised part. So, which is what we called acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome. That's AIDS. Since, for the last 2,500 years, we've been slapped with acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome. Through very, but it's acquired, that's the thing. When you acquire something, you can give it back, or you can, break the shackles and throw them off.
So Dr. Oyibo, so you think his religion had something with something about him withdrawing?
Well, yes, the religions, are guesswork. Either you have GAGUT or you have, theories. Theories are guesswork. So there are only two things: the infallible truth, or even if it's called mixed bag, the mere fact that there is some lies in it makes the total thing, not pure, not theorems. Mm-hmm. So therefore, religion falls into that. Again, that's why I was sharing with you the Catholic Church piece, because Catholic Church is very big in religion. And for them to respond to GAGUT and say, okay, we could see it as a band. They have very fine colleges, Catholic Church, Notre Dame, and all these others. As a matter of fact, a person featured from Notre Dame, although the reason he made it on that, they got in a list, most importantly was Riemann. Was talking about Romanian, that's number 14.
Okay.
The folks that come from Notre Dame. So the point is, Catholics make a big step. They made a big step in recognizing GAGUT as the thing religions and other theories. Theories are not something to be embarrassed about when you have a proper mind orientation. That's all religion is. The problem, additional problem with religion is to say that the dogmas are fixed and cannot be questioned. That's what is wrong. That's what is wrong. The only thing that cannot be questioned, even then, you are allowed to challenge it. It's just that you're not going to change it. 2 + 1 is equal to 3 cannot be challenged. Now, if you have that as a dogma, then you understand you have nothing to worry about. You ask people to challenge it. Let anybody challenge 2 + 1 equal to 3.
Yeah.
They will convince themselves that challenge is, the process of them trying to understand it. It won't change the answer. Do you understand? But what has happened in the religions, because of the human, see, in other words, first of all, Africans never had religion, or they didn't have a vocabulary for religion. Because even though they couldn't prove everything they believed in, it was done within a philosophy. So, but the philosophy within the African context can be challenged. And they encourage people to challenge it. But the religion as presented by non-blacks had been characterized by some very rigid dogmas. Things that not only are they dogmas, are they guesswork, but they are quickly slapped on God and, smear God with it. So during this last 2,500 years, we had to deal with that situation as a people. We were forced to abandon the philosophy and fall into something called religion, which is a theory that has rigid, dogmas, most of which are wrong. So that's what, every black person had to go through. And Brother Carson, with all his brilliance, because all through the growing period, we're all, forced to see, you understand, religion as being sacrosanct in terms of it's a holy thing, it's a God thing. But, you understand, I just presented God. God is right in front of you here now. But the equation, the infallibly equation that describes it is Gij, j equal to 0. God doesn't change. God transforms. God doesn't disappear to nothing. So, you understand, how many, for 26 years, people have been trying to challenge it and they cannot challenge it. Just like, 2 + 1 is equal to 3 cannot be challenged. But it doesn't mean they don't have a right. Nowhere do you see me, hey, you understand? Hey, don't challenge the theorem. No, I encourage you to challenge it. Find an error in it. Like 2 + 1 is equal to 3, no human being can ever find an error in GAGUT. It's infallible. Now, after that has been established, you and I have a right of saying that comes from God. Because only God can be perfect. That's the basis. So therefore, if religion claims they're talking about truth, their issue is the truth, then they now have to check it from this equation. And in checking through, then we find out it isn't as true as they were thinking. So therefore, religion, like other theories, are things you were hanging on to, waiting for GAGUT. But now GAGUT is here. So everything now must unify under GAGUT. Because there's no truth that is outside of GAGUT. The only thing that's outside of GAGUT is lies. So if you claim you have the truth, check it out in GAGUT.
Are you saying that religion has to go?
Yep. It has to go in terms of being revised forever.
Okay.
Whatever is in religion that's not in here must be thrown out.
Okay.
That's what the Catholic Church has begun doing. So that may sound hard, but that's the truth. I wish I could tell you something different. Because that's the definition of God. A religion that does not see etas of infinity as God must drop that. Say God fits into a human body. Now, after hearing what I just told you, I don't think you will see that as being reasonable anymore, do you? Is there any of you there that still believe the totality of God can fit into one human body?
No, can't believe that anymore.
Mr. Ozogara, can you see that? See, the simple question is, okay, so that fits into a mother's body or a father's body. What about the mother? The mother has no God in her anymore?
Yeah, I see.
Or the child doesn't have God that's just within one family. What about the other people? You know that doesn't make any sense. Right?
Right.
Yes. Just like 2 plus 1 cannot be equal to 6. It doesn't make any sense. So it's not about being nice. It's not about anything. So when Catholic Church saw the truth, they knew that sooner or later, the whole world is going to understand the central points in GAGUT. And they're going to abandon the churches and the mosques. So the Catholic Church took a strategic approach to say, okay, we're going to be about GAGUT. Even though they didn't mention GAGUT, they said the truth. This is the totality of the truth here. So they talked about GAGUT. Can you see that?
Yeah.
When they said that, the document, they said they are afraid their parishioners and their worshippers, they're looking for the truth. They're talking about GAGUT. But the truth is here. So you understand the truth. That's why they said truth shall set you free. Now, so we're talking about, you understand, you have an understanding of how to solve all problems. This is the solution to all problems right in front of you. And today, there's a couple of brothers and sisters that we were hoping to join so they could follow, because we're going to prove the application of this. The Gij, comma j equal to 0 is the only theorem, and the proof is etas of infinity, or etas of n is the proof. Because every reality can be constructed with etas of n. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Etas of 0 constructs the waves automatically, and that includes the form God was before materialization, and all forms of waves that you are familiar with. Do you understand? That's eta. That's from this. That's equation right in front of you. When you have n is equal to 0, it reproduces the waves. That's clearly proof, because waves are realities. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
A wave, you're hearing me now through a sound wave. That's a reality. That's etas of 0. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And that comes out of the equation Gij, comma j equal to 0 that says all realities originate out of one invariant, including the wave reality, originate out of one invariant, that is God. That's Gi, with orthogonal components Gij, and a change of Gij, comma j equal to 0. That is the GAGUT as a revelation from God, infallible revelation or infallible theorem. And it's grand, meaning is the totality of every truth, including solutions to every human problems. So the election tomorrow is to select a symbolism of God that will provide solutions to all human problems in this country. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Do you all understand?
Yeah.
That's what we're supposed to be doing tomorrow. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That's what we're supposed. So, in reality, for the people like back in Africa, almost every country in Africa would want me to be the president in Africa. Do you understand?
Yeah.
The people who understand here will want me to be the president as well. But like Professor Einstein, you understand there's the dynamics of the president that we may not be able to do too well, which is we're not politicians. You understand? I'm not a politician. So the closest thing is to having me as a president is to have another relative, a black person with my genes, okay, as president. That's what Obama did. And you all agree he did a fine job, right? I know that from the black side, it didn't look like, but he ran this nation, he ran the economy. You understand? You understand? He did so many marvelous things. Okay? So it is, the president is supposed to solve problems. That's what the problem is. And God gave me the solution to every problem. So I'm the ideal candidate for the presidency. However, since a president must also be a politician can't tell the truth to everyone. He won't get votes. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm only ordered to tell the truth to everyone. So that's a problem. You understand? But it doesn't, so they don't, you have to do the talking thing and rapport and all that. That comes through another language that's not diagotical. I don't have a strength in that area. You understand?
Yeah.
But you want a solution of a problem to me, you get it. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the difference. That's the difference. So therefore, now, the important thing here is this is heaven. The GAGUT age intelligence is heaven. You understand?
Yeah.
So what's heaven then? Heaven is a state of existence where you have no problems. Do you hear me? Yes, I am. Did you get the invite? Can you hear me?
I can
I'm
hear
sorry,
you,
yeah.
but I'm thinking, what would happen?
I just defined heaven.
No problem.
Yes, no problems in heaven.
No problem in heaven.
Yes, because I have, and that is what is symbolized by ethers of infinity. That is a solution to every problem, ethers of infinity. That's what God has given to me.
All right, no problem.
No problems. You don't have to, if you chose to sweat, it's just for fun of it. It is fun.
I have another question.
You don't have to, you can't die in heaven. Why would you die when you have solution to cancer? You understand? Why would you die if you have solution to every health problem?
I know. Not making any sense.
So you just give it to Miss Jill, and you give the formula and say, look, somebody comes and boom, that's it. Not like it's given right now. When they give Miss Jill a prescription to give to the patient, there are no guarantees, right, Miss Jill?
That's right. I've been waiting for that.
Can you check it out?
You understand? When you say, well, Miss Jill, am I going to be healed in a couple of days? You can't guarantee any of that at the same, because the solution not only has some limitations, but some of them have very terrible side effects. You understand? And so on and so forth. It doesn't work for everyone, and so on. You understand me? So there are no guarantees, and no doctor guarantees a solution to any problem, not even for a headache. You understand?
Yeah.
God guarantees it. You understand? God guarantees his solution because they're here. This one comes directly from God. You understand? So that's the age we're talking about. That is what characterizes heaven. In addition, the language that I'm speaking with you right now is the language that is spoken in heaven, which is the infallible truth. That's the language of God. So that's what comes to heaven. But we're trying to approach that state when we elect leaders. They kept Obama from talking to me for his 8 years.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, of course. He didn't talk to me. Because you understand, he wasn't allowed to talk to me.
No, I don't.
Recently, there were reports that, some leaders, some black leaders were in the White House, and they were asking the White House to invite me. And the answer was, hell no, we're not going to invite Oyibo.
Why not? You gotta solve all the problem.
You understand? Well, that's the dynamics of politics, because he promised certain people when he was getting a vote, he will not invite Oyibo. So if he does, that's a contradiction of the agreement. You understand? So on that note, there is an issue of the numbers in terms of, you understand, when you get votes, you understand, you have to promise people you get votes, certain things. So those who sees Oyibo's presence has been too much, they will tell him, look, are you going to be able to live, otherwise you're not going to get our votes. Let's look, keep Oyibo out of the White House. So he can't reverse himself, after that is done.
Okay, but did you click on it? I don't see
but
it.
He has served a good purpose by being in the White House, as a black president. So in politics, what you do is you negotiate. You understand? Because you have to deal with so many groups of people, so many interest groups. You understand? The KKK, for example, might go in there, say, listen, Mr. President, we don't want Oyibo. Oyibo is a black supremacist. You understand? You understand? So, and by the way, I've seen their ranking. When they rank the three, most terrible, most horrible black supremacists, I made it to the first three.
Oh, really?
Oh. And that was in the beginning of Martyrs, actually. The list that Professor Henry Clark was one, and the other guy was Professor Van Settemer was another, and I was the third. They said these are the three, most horrible black supremacists in the world. Okay, so I made it to the list. I certainly received the message very loud and clear. Okay, So therefore, Obama has to be very careful in that thing. But what's important is GAGUT brought him into the White House, and if Ben Carson, who was actually, talked out of the process by Donald Trump, okay, if he understood GAGUT a little more, he would have been the president, on his path to the presidency. Okay, so in terms of us answering the question from you, Charles, and all that. So there's going to be, what's important is whoever wins is going to be a GAGUTical president, in the sense that there will be second-rate GAGUTical president.
Okay, so
Ben Carson would have been the proper, within the group that started the process. He would have been the better GAGUTical candidate.
What do you think?
You understand? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the answer. So, but now you get a sense of what heaven is, right? So heaven is a state of existence that's characterized by having no problems. You don't have to worry about your dinner. You understand? You don't have to worry about your dinner. I give you a formula that your dinner right from the air. Did you hear that?
I hear that. Well,
You-
explain it, Dr. Oyibo.
Huh?
Explain it.
I didn't hear you, sister.
Explain it.
Oh, yeah. Well, you want a cup of tea? So, you see, the tea is made up of Africogen units, Africanium units, otherwise called hydrogen. You have hydrogen, oxygen is in the air, right?
Yeah.
Oxygen has 8 Africogen units.
I don't understand. What does it ask you?
Okay? Then you have nitrogen. Okay? That's a good given number of Africogen in nitrogen.
Exactly.
So that Africogen is so that you need to make the water for the tea. So if you bring together
Is it on the top of the?
enough, all you need is to do some sound like God did. God said, "Let there be light." The sound turned into the light. You could do the same thing.
I'm saying the message that you.
You understand? You're going to turn the air into a cup of tea. You understand? And if you a little patient, even the cup itself can be materialized as well. Now that's the ideal state.
You know what that message is.
You're going to begin with getting the tea using distilled water, for one thing. Okay? And then you understand, using some solar power that is connected into your kitchen, and you don't have to pay any utility for it. It's nice and free. You understand?
Yeah.
You not only use that power to distill the water, but and the process of distilling water, you get the hot water, and you put your leaves in. The leaves you could grow in your backyard for the moment until you start producing the actual content of the tea directly from the air. That is the goal of where we're headed, because they know how it's all in here. The African units is in 8 as of 1, like I said before. You understand? And it's in the air. God provides that for free. So there is no all the vitamins and the minerals are all in the air, because all of them are made of Africogen units. And we have enough Africogen units in the air to do all that. You understand?
Oh, yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why your monthly briefing has to be for the rest of your life. It's not something to engage from. And that's why I've told Brother Glover to work with you all, a dynamics of how you budget yourself for eternity. Not only, see, you're thinking what I say for your lifetime, you probably think about 100 years, right? There's no reason why you should be looking to 100 as the cap, the highest. You understand?
Yeah.
Are you feeling, because I have eters of infinity. I have eters of infinity.
That's right.
There is no problem that, because if the problem is a reality, right?
Yeah.
Cancer is a reality, right?
Yeah.
That's a theorem.
Oh, okay.
Do you understand? Cancer, because you see the overgrowth cells and all that. That's a reality. You can touch it. So, go ahead.
I have a question. Why do we age?
Why do we age?
Yeah.
Yes. Why do we age? We age because we don't know how to not age. Yes. We don't know how to not age. See, why, you understand? When we see the elders ahead of us and they're getting old and they're getting gray and all that, you understand? So we automatically indoctrinate ourselves and say, oh yeah, that's the way things are. Yes. That's where it begins, because it starts from your brains, your mental stages, where everything that happens to you or everything that's associated with you occurs. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So once you submit into that, and you don't question, because you say, gee, but before God revealed this into me, like I said, Professor Hawking declared to the world. You understand?
Yeah.
That it is impossible for God to reveal a theory of everything to any human being. But here you are, not only just the theory of everything, but the theorem of everything and the proof of it, which is the reality is how everything can be constructed. So if I can construct a cancer dynamics, then I can undo it. I can reverse the path by which the cancer reached where it is. I reverse that process and the cancer is gone. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
You'll understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and part of it, okay, let me give you a rough dynamics of how cancer gets, develops. It has one of the main ingredients, something called a toxin.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Edgehill knows what a toxin is, right? Sister Edgehill?
I'm listening, yeah.
Yeah, it's a toxin, toxicity, something that's toxic. In simple language, something that doesn't belong there. It's foreign. A general broad definition of toxicity or toxins. So that toxin begins to build up. Terms like mitosis and all that are used. Because you bring foreign thing into the body, something that doesn't belong. The white cells goes in right away and begin to chase the stuff out. So usually fight ensues. You understand? A fight, and dead cells results and so on and so, those who die and so on and so forth. In the mitosis, the toxin leads to an irregular breaking up or division of cells that leads to growth that becomes abnormal growth. So what happens is, how do you eliminate cancer or that beginning stage? You need distilled water.
Hmm.
Yeah, I've been using
You understand?
that. Yeah, I've been using that
Would
now.
that be the same for aging as well?
Yeah. No, I'm coming. Sister Edie, what did you say?
I'm using that now.
Praise God. You understand? What water does is dilutes the toxicity. You can see that, can't you? If you put arsenic in a cup of water, you understand? Now, depending on how much water is in that cup, you drink that toxin, you drink that arsenic, you will die. Do you understand?
Yeah.
All right. Put the same size, the same amount of arsenic in a bigger cup, a very large cup, and fill it up with water. You understand? Especially distilled water. You understand? When you drink that water, it becomes less dangerous. If you take the same arsenic size and put it in a gallon of water, or better still, a drum of water, do you understand? A drum of distilled water.
Yeah.
And you take a cup of that drum of distilled water and drink it, you'll be alive. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That is how, so that's toxicity. Poison, you know, toxins are part of poison. Therefore, you get rid of poison by diluting it. Do you understand? Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why the distilled water is a solution to cancer. Can you all see that?
Yeah. It's like mixing. It's like trying to take a nasty taste off a drink. Yeah. Wow. Cool stuff, Judy. Cool stuff.
Yeah. I didn't hear you.
Ms. Dankwa, can you hear us now on the Google Hangout?
I see.
Yes. Ms. Dankwa, you're here with Miss Judith Edgehill and Mr. Charles Ugazar. Can you all say hello?
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Mr. Uzogara.
Hello. Hello.
Ms. Dankwa, did you hear Mr. Uzogara?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Did you hear him or didn't you?
I heard him.
All right. That's good. I'm glad everyone's now. I'm sorry for the delay, but just 1 second. Please hold there.
Okay.
Marisa, you have my cousin's name.
Okay. Hello, Miss Dankwa.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Very good. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Yes, yes. And you met Sister Edgehill?
Yes.
And Brother Charles Uzogara. Charles, did you say hello to her? Hello?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, great. So everybody's listening?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, this is extremely critical.
Mhm.
I'm getting you started on your path to heaven.
Good.
You understand? This is not an exaggeration. This is reality.
Good.
If you could begin with the intelligence that Yale summarized your intelligence to be, which is eta sub, instead of n that you have there, you replace that n with 28 for yourself. Okay? Then that's the, if you, in other words, for you to live with Jim Crow, it means that acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome has dragged your n down from 28 to somewhere like 18. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Charles, are you there?
Yep.
Okay, so you've been acting with an intelligence level of 18.
Okay.
For you to say yes, master, to Jim Crow with eta sub 19, which is a way of saying you've been acting. You know, it's like following a script. But when you act, you know, what you're acting kind of permeates your reality, at least for the, but, you know, it's supposed to be like 24/7. So, you know, by the time GAGUT began to get hold of you, you were in a confused state. But now you begin your journey back to that 28 and beyond. Do you understand?
Okay.
Yes, and you can't be,
Yeah.
you know, you're blessed with a proper teacher. That's the one that has his real right now at infinity. That's what you're hearing from me. That's what a natus of infinity person talks like. Do you understand?
Yeah, that's what you want.
Yes. That person tells the truth. The person lives the truth. And the person glorifies God. The true God, that is etas of infinity itself, which is the one unbounded space-time of intelligence. That's the formula right there. I had a professor in ABU, you know, a group of them, they were so perplexed. They were wondering, what does n being infinity mean? You know, and they asked the question while I was making a presentation. And, you know, one of them was an Indian. India was the head of the math department. And he had all these colleagues. Yeah, what does, you know? And I knew if I got into it, we're going to spend weeks over there for them to get a sense of it. So I left it for them as an assignment, you know, and so on. But you're getting it. Etas of infinity means God. That's the reality of God. Which another way of saying God cannot be fitted in a bounded space-time. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Yes, because n is infinity. That space when n is infinity is actually unbounded. Human bodies are bounded. You understand? So God cannot fit in, the totality of God cannot fit even in all of the humans on this planet. That's not nowhere near enough for God to fit in. Let alone to say all of God fits into one person. That's not only a huge insult, a very big insult of the Creator, but an embarrassment for us because it doesn't make any sense. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yep.
so now, this is the beginning of heaven. Like I said, heaven is a state of existence. Okay? So the pastors and imams will have to begin to learn themselves. And some of them, the Catholic Church is certainly learning. They have to learn the definition of heaven. And once you begin to understand the definition of heaven, you'll be able to understand the definition of God, infallible definition of God, and infallible definition of heaven. So, but what I just tell you come out of this dynamics is a state of existence. I'd like anybody to ask me questions on that. It's the state of existence. Do you all understand that? That's what heaven is, a state of existence. Can you all understand that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's state of existence without any problem or sickness. Is that what
That's
we're saying?
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
That's right. You understand? And in that mode, actually, even Jim Crow will have to be turned around. You understand? Jim Crow has no control in that particular situation. So it's a state of existence is what we're talking about. A state of existence. You don't need a human dollar because you could get your teeth directly from the air.
Okay.
When President Obama was doing the Obamacare, that's one of the things he did for not just black people, but poor people. Because the dynamics of sharecropping is one where, you understand, it's a country music song called the 16 Tons that basically summarizes the sharecropping dynamics. You understand? You understand? And the dynamics, part of the dynamics includes that you get enough money or enough pay to make, put food on the table for you and to keep you sharecropping forever. They will not give you any more than you need to just survive. And, get yourself back into the plantation or whatever form it is. That's what sharecropping is about. And part of the thing that forces people to go to work, to take any job whatsoever, no matter how horrible it is that you are sick and you need to see the doctor.
Yeah.
Therefore, you need an insurance because you can't pay the doctor's bill. Do you understand? So you're forced to take on a job, and especially, our mothers and sisters and even our fathers, of course, they have to do stuff like that. So Obamacare alleviated that by providing Obamacare as a huge victory. You understand?
Yeah.
That's profound. So they could criticize him all they want. And the Republicans saw it as such a move that was very devastating to them. You understand? So, but that's one thing he did, not just for the black people, but people who are supposed to be poor. So now, so therefore, the tool that is used, the medium, is the Jim Crow dollar. So you need a Jim Crow dollar in order to pay the doctor. And you can only earn Jim Crow dollar as a sharecropping on a plantation. So you're forced to, whatever jobs are available because, if you're a child or yourself, you understand, you got to do that. So by making Obamacare available, it minimizes your being in that kind of position and taking on that. So that was very big development. But in this case, when you could get your teeth directly from the space-time because of your intelligence, when you look into, okay, you have to get the tea leaves, you got to get all this, and you got to pay for them somehow and all that. Well, if you live in the country, some of those leaves may be natural existing. So you don't have to pay some of those. You still have to, harvest it. But at least, if you go and you pick, that's direct, you have no problem with it. Therefore, every process used in this ethos of infinity, or even just a finite eta or a finite n, there's a lot you could do with little or no Jim Crow dollar at all involved. Which is another way of saying to you that the real money is intelligence. You understand?
Yeah.
Everything that you buy with your money is a product of intelligence. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So God gave you intelligence. Okay? That means God gave you the real money. It's like somebody coming over to this country with a pound sterling or Deutsche Mark. You understand? Just because he didn't have a dollar arriving into this country does not mean he's poor. You understand?
Right, right.
So therefore, just because you don't have a Jim Crow dollar does not mean you're poor. You're the richest race. You understand? Because God ordained you with the ultimate intelligence, you made you the most intelligent race automatically, because all you use Jim Crow dollar to buy is supposed to be a product of intelligence, and you have the highest intelligence. Automatically, you're the richest. Do you understand? Even though Jim Crow does not give you a good exchange rate for your currency, okay, but you have a lot of it, and a lot more than he has. Do you understand? So you understand? So you are ahead. So now your focus must be on the real currency. The real currency is this ethos of n. Do you understand?
Okay.
Yes, that's the real currency. You're going to be building your own cars. You're going to become your own doctors. And God has given you, this is now becomes a bargaining chip for you. This is your exchange dynamics. You got to ask for payments for them using this formula. Everything that is done since 1990, they owe royalties to the black people, because everything that is correct that is done anywhere on the planet and the rest of the world comes out of this formula. You understand? Do you understand, folks?
Yeah.
This formula is anything that is correct, because anything that is correctly done is a reality. And that reality comes out of the GAGUT, comma equal to 0, and this is the solution, how you realize that reality, individually and collectively. So every car that has been built correctly since 1990, black people need to be paid royalties, because that process came out of ethos of n. Do you understand? Yeah. Yes. The same thing with, everything else. This is what puts us in the symbolism of God on this plane, on the creature's plane. We're the symbolism of God because we're the richest, because we're the most intelligent. And it's not, in other words, let's say non-blacks say, oh, gee, they're the richest. They don't have anything to show. This is what we have to show. This is the formula for intelligence. Intelligence is the real. This one doesn't crash.
Okay.
Jim Crow dollar can crash.
Yeah.
Yeah, this does not crash. You understand? That's number one. It cannot, it is protected, it is insured. In other words, yeah, they could, steal the ideas, but just them stealing the ideas does not steal it from your brains. Do you understand? Do you understand that? In other words, your intelligence can be stolen from you.
Yeah.
In the sense that they take it and you lose it. It doesn't work like that. You understand?
All right.
You know how to cook soul food?
Yeah.
That understanding is there. Somebody else mimic you and they're probably making some money, but they can't sell what is made to you because you could do it better. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So in that way, they cannot take it from you. That's what intelligence is like. Do you understand?
Okay.
I was once at somewhere in Brooklyn, New York, one of those functions. And I walked into a display of African cooking. You understand, from the diaspora. And I went into a lane where they had varieties of rice. Do you understand?
Uh-huh.
It's a memorable experience. The smell alone kept me, it's like you begin to feel God.
Oh, yeah? Oh.
It was so awesome in terms of the varieties. You have a Brazilian, you understand, South American, you have, continent here in the United States, the Louisiana, you understand me?
Uh-huh.
It was incredible. And I said to myself, wow, isn't this amazing? Why shouldn't these people be making, because I've never seen any Chinese rice, Japanese rice anywhere near what the kind of caliber, the height of superiority in terms of African cooking.
Uh-huh.
You understand? So I said, well, why are these Africans not making money?
Mm-hmm.
So again, it calls for a way to answer that question and to overcome it and go beyond that. It's the dynamics of propaganda, otherwise called advertisement, that you understand me, push so who's going to win tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
Well, you understand,
Yes.
you have to, you understand me, what is important is either one of them is going to be GAGUT candidate. Now, I know many of you, after hearing Trump has been endorsed by the KKK,
Yeah.
we say, gee, what do you mean is GAGUT candidate? Well, Trump is German.
Yeah.
That was the ruling class before GAGUT. Göttingen, his headquarters, has surrendered or has endorsed GAGUT or GAGUT dynamics. That's what connects him with GAGUT. So, but KKK has also endorsed GAGUT in the Yale study that Brother Glover went over with you. Do you understand? Kenneth K. Kidd was one of the supervising researchers that declared us the most intelligent race. Do you understand?
Okay.
That's what you just went over. You saw that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says we have ATAs of 28 compared to their ATAs of 19.
Yeah.
So any one of these two go in tomorrow as a president, they're sitting in the chair that was designated for Brother Ben Carson.
Okay.
So therefore, if Trump gets in, he will have to deal with the Göttingen dynamics. That's why you need to know what's the Göttingen dynamics so you could advise him in case he deviates from it. Do you understand?
Okay.
He has to serve the black people's interests. But you have to know it and be certain about it. That's why we're sharing this document with you. So if Göttingen has surrendered, Trump being a German cannot contradict that surrender. So when he comes in as a president, he has to understand that he's sitting a seat designed for the black people. Therefore, he has to deal with it. So part of the thing that he needs to deal with is, for example, the relativity or the comparison between their intelligence and our intelligence, a ratio of 19 to 28.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So, but as you read in the document, and John, I may have to need you, to, come back again and show some of the stuff you had before. You read in the document where it says, for them to get correct results, they have to remove the European bias from the experiment.
Yeah.
You remember reading that, right?
Right.
All right. So how was that done? Well, for you to see how that was done, yes, you would have to, yes. Okay, we're going to put the Yale piece on so you know what you're going to tell either of the candidates as soon as they come into the office. Obama couldn't hear too much of this because he was too busy trying to fulfill the fundamental goal of GAGUT, which is that a black person is the one that's supposed to be president. Okay, and after 2 terms, the folks, like to come in and so they're not, so it's okay. But as long as they're doing the good order,
Can everyone see the stadiums?
Yeah.
Can everybody see what's on there now? The Yale study.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I want to show you this briefly again so that yes, you see, okay. Go to the part where it says okay. And Charles?
Yep.
Okay. Make sure you have some kind of calculator handy because I want you to compute something for the group, okay? Can you get hold of you could even use your computer or whatever, get hold of a computer. Now you see where it says, okay, what the European bias, what's that? Okay, yeah. Okay, you see where the cursor is?
Yeah.
Okay, it says, in this way, the European bias in nuclear polymorphism ascertainment has been avoided. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The ratio is 28 to 19 in our favor. We have 28 and theirs is 19. So if you want to compare the 2 numbers, you divide one by the other to get a sense of how much times of one is the other.
Oh, let me do that. Hold on.
Huh?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay. So divide 28 by 19. Okay.
Mine isn't working.
Your computer is not working?
No,
Okay.
no.
Your calculator is not working?
Yeah.
Okay, what about the sisters? I know if you have a calculator then, because I want you all to compute it yourself.
Okay.
Can you, get the computer, some kind of calculator to compute, with the decimal, what is 28 divided by 19? Or 1 and 9 over 19. What is that in terms of a decimal? Is anybody able to reach a calculator? Because if you go on Google browser, you just put calculator, and one will come up, and you could do addition and multiplication and division with it. Okay, now it's important, but while you go through that, I want to use exact figure. Roughly, it is 30 to, very roughly, it's 30 to 18, which is 5/3. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That's what 28 over 19 approximates to. And the logic is, non-blacks usually exaggerate their own value, while they diminish, you understand, the values of black people. That's how we ended up with 3/5. Okay? So if you use that spirit, even in this reading, you can round up 28 to 30. And then for us, and then round down there, because there's exaggeration. In other words, 19 is the best. They couldn't put 19 when theirs was 28. Do you understand? So, because they don't have any history of doing anything like that. Okay? The history that we have of them is exaggerating their own values and then underestimating our own values. So if it's possible that calling it 28 could be 30. So we use that as a rough estimate. And then, in their own 19, it was actually 18 or 18 point something, they rounded up to 19. So in that case, though, the ratio will become, you divide, 30 over 18 becomes 5/3. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so on that basis, we have the formula that says is roughly 5/3. So when they say here European bias in the nuclear polymorphism ascertainment has been avoided. In other words, they declared us 3/5 of a human being, meaning we have 3/5. Our intelligence is 3, and while theirs is 5. What you see here is the exact inversion of that. That's 5/3. 5 is for us, and 3 is for them. So if they were reading, if they did not eliminate the European bias in this experiment, do you understand? Are you all following me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, if they left the European bias, our 28 would have been multiplied by 3/5, because European bias is 3/5. It draws down reality by, to 60% of it. That's what 3/5 means. Do you understand? So if you do 3/5, multiply by the 30, which or actually 28. You understand? 28, which is the figure they had. You multiply by 3/5. What you get is you have 28 multiplied by 3 divided by 5. That's the actual figure that would have been shown in this document. You understand? Can you all understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it means, and it's going to come to less than 19. Okay?
Yeah.
If you multiply 28 by 3, okay? And then divide it by 5, you get a number that's less than 19. That's why I need your calculator. I need somebody to crunch that out. Okay? So you know what I'm talking about.
All right now.
Yes? I want someone to cross out 28 by 3 divided by 5. That would have been, if there was a bias, a European bias in this, that would have been our IQ.
So 28 divided by 3 and 5?
No. You multiply 28 by 3, okay, and then divide it by 5.
So 16 and 4 and
Point 8 somewhere there?
Yeah.
4 over 5?
yeah.
Okay. That's point, that's 16.8. Did everybody get it?
Yeah.
16.8, that's roughly 17. Our IQ, if they had the European bias on it, would have been 16.8 or roughly 17. So that's a calculation they did. If they're giving us 17 or 16.88, that's what we've been living for 2,500 years before 1990. But because God ordained my intelligence from the formula as etas of infinity, they couldn't play that game anymore. That's what forced them to remove that factor 3 over 5. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That would have made us the dumbest race. Do you understand? This is what God has done through GAGUT for us. So we've been living a life of 3/5 of a human in terms of having an IQ of under 17. When theirs is supposed to be 19. God bless you. So the reality, however, is 28. So what you do with the one with the Jim Crow factor, which would have been 17 or 16.8, in order to get the correct result, or what's more appropriate, is when you have a Jim Crow data on you, in terms of your intelligence or your performance or your grades, so, all of those has European bias in it. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Every grade that you have from childhood to the present has a European bias in it. Do you all understand?
Mm-hmm.
So they reach a milestone forced by God through GAGUT in 1997, 7 years after GAGUT came out.
Okay.
That shows my intelligence of being infinity. There's no other human that has that, or any other creature that has that. They know theirs, even their very best, like Gauss and Euler and Newton and all this. They don't have anything near that. Mm-hmm. So they would have looked ridiculous trying to, you understand, say black people have 17. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Or 16.8. So that's what forced them to take, they probably had 16.8 when they had the Jim Crow factor. So in order to give a more, credible result, consistent with GAGUT in terms of my IQ, they had to multiply that 16.8 by 5 over 3. Do you understand?
Yes.
So if you multiply 16.8 by multiply that, if that is the data, your figure with a European bias, you have to multiply by 5 over 3. And if you did that, you get the answer to be 28. I'd like Charles to do that just to confirm that. Take what you have now, 16.8, multiply by 5 over 3.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah. Tell me what's the answer.
Okay, so 16.8 divided by 5 over 3.
Divide that by 3 and multiply by 5. It's 5 over 3, now not 3/5, okay? 5 over 3, that's our ratio now. That's a factor, what we call the GAGUT-Yale factor, or GAGUT-Yale correction factor. Which corrects every evaluation of you, whether it be in a classroom setting or your IQ test, now has to multiply by 5 over 3.
10.08.
Huh?
It's 10.08.
No, okay, no, you divide them by it. You're supposed to multiply by 5 over 3.
Oh, multiply. Okay, hold on.
Yes.
I'm sorry about that.
Yes.
So if it's to multiply.
Yes.
Okay, that's 28.
Okay?
Yeah.
Did everybody hear that?
Yes.
Okay. So from now on, what you're going to be telling who wins tomorrow and everybody else, including your school boards, is that every evaluation, every test of a black person on the planet all have to be corrected by multiplying the result by a GAGUT-Yale factor, which is 5 over 3. Or, if you want to be exact, you use 28 over 19. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Every grade that has been given to a black person must now be multiplied by exactly 28 over 19, because that is what is called GAGUT-Yale correction factor for the reality of the black people on the planet.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Can you all see that?
Yeah.
That's what Yale did here for Yale to get the correct result. Everything has a European bias in it on black people. That must be removed totally now. So when you do that, what's going to happen, first and foremost, is our kids are going to be out of the special ed. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Oh, I can see through it. Yeah. I can see one minute.
90% of black people will have 4.0 average in any grading system they've gone through.
Wow.
That's the God order, which is backed up by Yale University. This document backs that order up. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Ask me questions.
Dr. Oyibo, if this was backed up by Yale, are they implementing those changes?
You have to order them to implement it.
Okay.
That's what you're going to be telling your presidential candidate. You understand? If they win, if you had all come earlier to the briefings and so on and so forth, you would have been prepared to. This is supposed to be part of a debate, the presidential debate. Because remember, what did they say in the cryptic message? Would G.A. Oyibo issues influence the presidential election?
Yeah.
Do y'all understand?
Mm-hmm.
This is how it influenced the presidential elections. Called the GAGUT-Yale correction factor for the realities of the black people. This way you're going to be your own doctors now. You're going to be your own lawyers. The Jim Crow factor was to make sure that you couldn't be lawyers and you couldn't be doctors. you only go to special eds and from there to prisons. This one says you can't be in prison. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
You don't go to special ed, you go to gifted programs.
The mystery school.
Mystery school.
Yeah.
Y'all understand?
Yeah.
That's what begins with this election. We couldn't do that with Obama in the office because that's too much for Obama. Now the next candidate has to deal with that. Can you all see that?
Mm. Yeah.
Now, who funded this research? If Clinton wins, her husband funded it. You understand?
Yeah.
The genome program was where President Clinton was horrified when they hear Oyibo has infinite intelligence. So he says, okay, before you understand, people think we have no brains at all. Let's see how we fare compared to Oyibo and his people. So that's how European bias was knocked out totally. So when you have Heath and McDonald talking about more black people need to be killed, now Sheen and his so-called right wing will now have to deal with, because once you get involved in the changing the fraudulent data on black people, then it will be very clear who is superior. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes, you'll be, you know, A-point average people. They themselves will still have C's and 2.0s and failures. You see, if you take at 65% as a score that you were given and where they say you failed, you had an F grade, you understand? If you multiply it by 5/3, you will be, that grade will go from F to an A. You understand? The reason you got an F was because of the European bias. That has been shut down completely. So every grade that you were given now has to be multiplied by 28/19. Please ask me questions if there's anything you don't understand.
Okay, I have one.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
So this one has to do with those of us who are going to be financially independent.
Yes.
What would you say for that one?
Well, you're already financially independent. You just need to be GAGUTical, to be your GAGUTical self.
Okay.
That's all you need to be. And the three of you listening right now, Sister Dankwa there?
You said what?
Sister Dankwa, are you there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Did you hear what we just went over in terms of the correction factor?
Yes,
Our records. Did you hear that?
I did.
Okay. So I'll just say that the three of you that heard it now know why this is a God order. Can you all see that as a God order or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. It is ordered by God because it came from GAGUT, and you know it is official, meaning the official position of the United States government, because the President of the United States commissioned this research, commissioned Yale University to do this research under the genome program. Therefore, it is scientific, and therefore, once it is scientific, it's automatically official. Can you all see that?
Okay.
Yeah.
No country can sensibly go against a scientific result, right? Right?
Yeah.
if you get a scientific result that says, you know, although they do some dirt in certain areas, but in that case, they'll have to cover things up first. You understand? When they say asbestos causes cancer, you know, through a scientific process. Do you understand? The government cannot say unless they forge the result to say asbestos doesn't cause cancer, right? if it comes from a reputable school, and Yale does not, you understand, take a second position to even Harvard. Yale sees itself as that. And by the way, both, Bill and Hillary attended Yale University. Did you all know that?
Yeah, most of them did.
Both of them went to Yale.
That's very interesting.
It is very interesting. All right, very interesting. So
yeah,
okay, and if Trump goes in, hey, just show him the Göttingen peace.
I'm sure he'll love it.
Y'all understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Göttingen, and that's even more powerful than Yale, that's for sure. Because that's the headquarters of the Supreme Court. Either way, you deal with both of them. That's why it's not so bad. Never mind the whole thing with the Heather. Heather can't debate you on this. You understand? Heather McDonald and the right wing, they can't debate this. Because if you go back to the top of the document, you again see the KKK symbol. Now, Heather is supposed to be representing the KKK. You just flash this on Heather's face. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Because not only
Definitely.
that point is so critical. I can't explain it. I can't overemphasize it enough. That the Kenneth K. Kidd, you understand, and you can see there's written. John, come and pull this thing over for me. Yeah. Okay. I'm doing some of it myself. Yeah, I want you to get the KKK again. Here go. Y'all can you see that, right?
Yeah.
See, the three K's are bolded. Do you understand? KKK. So Heather McDonald talking about more blacks need to be killed. First of all, we're not about killing. Do you understand? Which is, you understand, you have to be dumb to think that that's a weak position to be. I'm the most powerful creature ever. You understand? Now, that might be hard for you all to understand, but I don't even need a gun. You understand? I just like I said of the coffee and the tea from the air. You understand?
Yeah.
I know what a human. I know what the GIJ for a human body is, or a whole town, given the population of the people. I know I can compute the Afro-Trojan units in that, and I can tune that Afro-Trojan remotely to the point where they're all oxidized, and that is burning. That's destruction. That's there within GAGUT. That's nothing, absolutely nothing. I could even do it for a whole solar system. Take all the planets and the sun and everything else, compute the Afro-Trojan, and just tune them. And the tuning could be a proper frequency and wavelength of a voice. You understand? And it will ignite. That's what is called oxidation. Or oxidation. So therefore, killing becomes very trivial thing to do. Okay, now I could do Afro-Trojan bomb. You understand?
Yeah.
And if you doubt it, you send the Pentagon report on me, haven't you?
Oh, I sure did.
Sister Jill, have you seen the Pentagon report citing my work as being the power behind the Pentagon? Have you seen that?
No,
Can I get it? Can I get the link to that as well?
You were. I'm good.
Okay.
So, but you all see that this symbolism here clearly says KKK has endorsed the scientific result that says black people are the most intelligent. Have you seen? Can you see that?
yeah.
Yes.
Is there any doubt in your mind, that you can see? I'm using their data, okay? Although it was forced by GAGUT, I'm using their data so you feel comfortable, because you should feel comfortable showing them their own results. Do you understand? What GAGUT has done for you as far as this result is concerned is to decode it for you. Because if you were reading this document without GAGUT, none of you would have understood it. Can you all see that?
All right. Okay.
You never understood. You don't know what a polymorphism is. A tas of Ben is all polymorphism there is. Do you all know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all the polymorphism there is forever. So since the polymorphism, all of them, meaning n has to be infinity. So it's in there. It came directly from GAGUT. So when they talk about polymorphism over here, for you it sounds extremely foreign, it's trivial. They got it from GAGUT. So n is what was measured. That's the number, the level of intelligence, or the level, what defines a polymorphism. You all understand?
Yes.
That's what we mean by ultimate intelligence. Not Yale or Harvard or Stanford or Cambridge or Sorbonne or Göttingen can do anything scientific or mathematical that can be outside of GAGUT. Y'all understand?
Okay.
And it doesn't matter if it is in medical science or history. It's all within GAGUT. That's what makes it a miracle. See, other people would have said, gee, Oyibo, you're just a mathematician. No, Oyibo is more than a mathematician. Do you understand? Okay. Oyibo has been ordained with ultimate intelligence. So I can go into genetics and tell you what's in genetics. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing right now. Better than Yale can do it. That's what I'm doing right now. Y'all understand? They're talking polymorphism. Every polymorphism, that's the solution. Polymorphism is the solution to Gij, comma j equal to 0. Infinite polymorphisms. That automatically says my intelligence. They measured 19 for themselves. You understand?
Yeah.
Mine is infinity. If you divide infinity by 19 in terms of a ratio, how much, what number are you going to get? Anybody has an idea? Divide a billion by 19, what number are you going to get? Or 19 billion divided by 19, what are you going to get? John, tell them what you're going to get when you divide.
It's 1 billion.
Billion by
19
19 is
billion
1
by
billion. You're left with a billion.
A billion is a large factor.
Does everyone understand that?
Explain that to them, John.
Do you understand? Hello? Does everyone understand?
Yeah.
19 billion divided by 19 is going to be just 1 billion left. Does everyone understand?
Yeah.
That's the comparison factor
That's the comparison factor between Professor Oyibo's intelligence, which is at, if you take in billion, or actually infinity in reality, compared to Jim Crow's intelligence. That's what you understand.
I love it.
Can you see why they're horrified?
Can you see now why they're horrified?
Yep.
Praise God for that.
Right.
That's why they have to do this research. So if they went and told the one black people are 3/5 of human beings, you can see how embarrassing that is, right?
Yes.
But they gave birth to me. So where did the infinite intelligence come from? That would be the ridicule. They subject themselves, which they didn't want to do that. That's why this result came about. And this cannot be altered. You can't renew it. There's nothing. You can't change this because it's a formula. Any other questions? Has there been any questions?
Do you have any questions? Anyone?
Not at
No, not now. No.
All right. So bear with us. We're going to get to the next point.
Okay.
And the beauty of infinity is that even though we chose 19 billion, we could choose 19 trillion also, because there's nothing left out. Anything that you could write as a number that is large.
Can everyone now see the pentagon piece in front of them? Miss Edghill, can you see the piece in front of you?
Okay.
Right on. Okay.
That's right. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
All right. That is evidence that GAGUT is what is the power. GAGUT is the power in the pentagon.
Mm.
You understand?
Yeah.
All right. See, to your top left,
Uh-huh.
you see AD,
Yeah.
A251,
Uh-huh.
863.
Yeah.
That AD stands for air defense.
Mm.
Did you know that?
Uh-huh.
Air defense. That's where the missiles and ICBMs, that's intercontinental ballistic missiles. This report is the basis of their power over there. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So in the middle, you will see AFOSR-TR.
Yeah.
Can you all see that?
Mm-hmm.
And it gives the number 92. I believe that is 332. There's some other number that is 42C, 152, all that. Every part of the Pentagon had to sign off on this particular report. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Now, Air Force R stands for, A stands for air, F stands for force, O stands for office, S stands for scientific, then R stands for research, as in Air Force Office of Scientific Research for the United States. And then TR stands for, T stands for technical, and R stands for report. That's Air Force Office of Scientific Research Technical Report 920332. That's the document. And it's called Final Technical Report. Okay, John? Oh, God. Okay, let's see here. I think I hit something. Can you all see the report?
Yes, I can. Uh-huh.
Okay. Oh, God.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
All right. I need John here because I have a little. Yeah. So what you're seeing is the evidence of, not only just the contribution of the black race to the defense of this country. Do you understand?
Oh.
Yeah.
But that black power is what protects this country. Do you understand?
Most definitely.
Yeah, that's black power. So you're not powerless by any stretch of imagination. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
So you'll understand that
Yep.
Obama, as a black person, did not become the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, because of affirmative action. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Can you all see that?
No, it's blank now.
For you to be commander-in-chief, you have to come from a race that protects this country in terms of the defense. Do you understand?
Oh.
Yes. I see now. I see.
Absolutely. That's why the Germans were presidents. They were commander-in-chiefs before Obama, before 1990. That changed hands formally when Göttingen declared me the greatest mathematician since antiquity that cannot be surpassed in the Göttingen piece. So when we show in those papers, this is not just some funny exercise. Okay? Okay, I think it's, just
Just a second.
all right. Can you still see there?
No, they can't see that.
Yeah.
They can see.
There.
No, they can't.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the medicine for every problem is GAGUT. Do you understand? Okay. That's what I told you before.
Okay.
So when they're killing the black kids on the street, you think we are powerless? Do you still think so? I'd like to hear how you feel.
Can you ask the question again?
Do you think when they kill our children on the streets, and even our mothers and older people, do you think we are powerless?
No, I don't think we're powerless.
That's right.
No, I think we're more powerful.
Especially after you see this.
That's more spirits in our court.
But if you have any doubts before, now you see that we're not powerless, right?
Right.
After looking into this document. So, okay, so you can see the title of the report. It says, Final Technical Report, Optimum Error Elastic Characteristics for Composite Supermaneuverable Aircraft. That's what I designed for the Pentagon. You understand?
Well, hands up, Dr. Oyibo.
Yeah. What did you say?
Your name, December 28, 1991.
Okay.
Okay.
And as you can see, I'm the principal investigator. I wasn't just some kind of contributing scientist there. Principal investigator. You understand? So now you get to yourself. Now the super maneuverable is the center of Pentagon. The real force in terms of the modern day thing, although the army is powerful, but even the army has airplanes. I further helped design and build A-10. It's a very well-known, what you call tactical support kind of warplanes, you know. But this is the ultimate, the super maneuverable warplane. You understand? It's in the arsenal of the the top of the arsenal of the United States. The same thing with Russia. In other words, every military system on the planet since 1990 has to use GAGUT for whatever they have.
Oh, yeah.
That comes from our brains. Do you understand?
Uh-huh.
So you can see nobody can really go to war with the black people. They cannot win a war with the black people.
So why are they trying to eliminate us?
Dumbness.
Yeah, definitely.
Dumbness. Which is equated with suicide.
Right.
And that's the biggest challenge for us, is to deal with somebody who, you know, who is suicidal. And that goes back to the Spartan days, you know, and you understand that has some kind of merit up onto a point, but, you know, beyond that, it becomes totally senseless. The Spartans within the Greek so-called civilization were known to either win or die in a war. You know, so the whole dynamics of suicide squadron and so on and so forth, you know, date back to that kind of dynamics, because the Spartans never want to lose a war. They must either win or be or die. Yeah, so that's what makes them, and in fact, the so-called modern warfare hinges on that. So you have the Islamic people now say, okay, and others, or people who are considered to be weak before, they say, okay, look, we may not have ICBMs, but we're going to use our children and strap them to the bombs. So they can come after you. It doesn't matter how many ICBMs you have. In as much as they, you know, become martyrs, they could, you know, so anywhere you try to settle, we're going to send our children in there. Which is kind of, you know, comparable to the dynamics of the Spartan dynamics.
Yeah.
So, you know, you don't want to lose. You'd rather die than to lose. That is not intelligent. That's what makes our job a little hard. The formula that God blessed me with was supposed to be something that would involve some, you know, big wars, you understand? And then in the process, you're going to look so intelligent, you're going to command everybody using that intelligence to find this formula. You understand?
Okay.
Yeah, that's, you know, because you command everybody into the labs and to the richest schools, and they're supposed to get you this formula. Well, not only were they unable to commandeer me to do that, but I didn't need to do that before God revealed the formula to me. So the whole idea is therefore that the goal of every war is to determine who is more intelligent. Because you need intelligence in building the war planes. That's what you see here. You need intelligence to design the war planes, like super maneuverable war planes, which is the ultimate, or the top of the line. Because as a fighter, you have to be very maneuverable. You have to duck missiles from the enemy's aircraft in the air. Do you understand?
Right, you have to be very skilled.
You're very skilled, but their plane has to be. You can't, if you don't man, if you can't, it doesn't matter. You can't be. You understand me? If you can't, if they, you understand. Anytime you swing, I mean, or you turn, in any turn, either you go in nose down or nose up or sideways, you are putting some very heavy loads on the wing, and the wing can peel off and you go down. anytime. So the intelligence you need in designing wings, okay, that can withstand those diving things that you need to do when you're really fighting with the enemy, warplanes, is what requires super maneuverability intelligence. That's what God gave me in terms of the aerodynamics and structures and stress and all that. It's how this thing came out, and it continues to be built, you know, forever. So therefore, it becomes the top entities on the arsenals in Pentagon. So now, that came out of GAGUT. So when GAGUT came out, God ordered me to put a stamp in our name by God on the Pentagon. Do you understand? Do you all understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, so the principal investigator, I was in a school called Polytechnic University, the campus here on Long Island. You understand when that was done? Okay, now you're going to see where the stamp that originated from the European supremacy headquarters in Germany. That's this stamp there. Can you see the stamp?
Yeah.
DTIC selected. Do you understand?
Yeah. 1992.
That's right. That's right. Okay, it wasn't too long before they commissioned the intelligence report from Yale by Clinton. You understand? So what is DTIC? That is Defense Technical Information Center. That concept was lifted from Germany, okay, since the Second World War. You understand? It's the elite part of the Pentagon. They grade the military research in terms of their value and their criticality to the defense of this country. You understand?
Yeah.
So when they bring researchers from all over the world, the NATO, that, they collect from Yale University, from Harvard, from Cambridge, from Göttingen, from Sorbonne, from all of them. They do a selection of their top, research work in the Pentagon. And ours was selected. Notice how they selected is in caps. Can you notice that? With the beginning, very large capital letter.
Yeah.
And the end is capital letter. That tells you it's not a joke. Can you see that? Yes. So that's the basis of the Black Power stamp. That came from the Black Power in the Pentagon. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yes. So you're not powerless.
Ms. Donqua, did you understand? Ms. Donqua,
Yes.
did you understand this point? About we're not powerless. That's what I'm asking. Do you understand that about this?
Yes, I know that. Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to be reminding whoever is the president that, of your understanding that your blessing through GAGUT is protecting this country. Do you understand?
Yeah.
All of you understand that?
Yeah.
So the police is going through the dynamics because you're not showing your understanding of this document with the police. Can you see that?
Okay.
So they are reacting to their feeling that you do not understand who you are. That's what's happening. You have to change that. See, 99% of you did not understand what got Obama into the White House.
No, I didn't know then.
That's right. Now you know, but see, so you cannot see, you understand how your $550 that you use in registering for this briefing, how you see the value of what you're getting with that investment. Can you see that?
Yeah. I expect changes.
That's correct. You didn't know this before you got in here.
No.
But you're talking to the author, the one that did it. You're talking from, you understand?
I know.
You're hearing the story from the source. You understand?
Right.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, before it was released to the public, I couldn't discuss this with you, but now it has been this, so now you know.
Oh.
So you're going to make a copy of this and have it as part of your document. Do you understand?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. And your children need to have a copy of it, just like with the GAGUT shirt. They must wear the GAGUT shirt.
Okay, I hope they can see this thing in the left.
Yeah, okay. You can see the left.
Start with the mouse is circling. Let me enlarge it so you can.
Yeah, enlarge it and then read it for them. For those.
This document has been approved for public
Release and sale.
for sale.
Yes.
It's distributed is unlimited or something like that.
Yes. And there are more stamps, as you can see, right? How many times have you seen a report with so many stamps? Do you understand?
Yeah.
You see, go back, yeah, go back there. Yeah, okay, yeah. See, look, you see that one there. You see the Pauline. You see the 92 one. You understand? You see, it's all over the place. So many of them. That's how valuable the contribution is. Do you understand?
Yes.
And the DTIC stamp is the most prestigious any contributor. In fact, this is the Manhattan Project report probably got something similar. This is in many ways bigger than Manhattan Project, what you're seeing here. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you all understand? You know what the Manhattan Project is?
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the project that came out of E is equal to MC squared of Professor Albert Einstein. That led to the building of the atomic bomb. Do you understand?
Oh.
Yes. You see, atomic bomb was used to win the Second World War. This one was used, among other things, to win the Cold War with Russia.
Oh.
Do you understand? Russia surrendered to America in 1991. Once GAGUT was announced.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes. And it was a tactical surrender because they wanted to come into this country in order to learn GAGUT and rebuild their own military system. And they were very successful in doing that. That's what led to the rise of Putin in Russia. Do you understand?
Okay.
Yes. You're the most, so when I tell you the most powerful race, are you beginning to understand why?
Yes.
Are you beginning to understand that now, folks?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Uzagara, do you understand? Mr. Uzagara.
I do. Yeah, I do.
When you design the super maneuverable airplane for the Pentagon, you know what that means, can't you?
Well, you're helping them out to win the war.
Yep.
That's right. They won the war. But formula, it comes out of G2j, J equal to 0, intelligence. You understand? So this is supposed to be the most powerful nation, right?
Yeah.
So if their power derived from GAGUT, a blessing from the black people, what does that say about the power of the black people?
That it's
Unlimited.
power.
Yeah. So we're not, you understand me? Now you have to begin to actualize through your spirit, your respect back. Can you see that process?
Yes.
You are the most powerful race. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. So what I've done for Pentagon, you know how simple it is for me to reproduce it for every black country in the world? Very simple. Very simple. You understand?
Yes.
So, but our priority as a people is not on destroying lives. That's ironically what makes it a little bit of a challenge. But we can defend ourselves.
Yeah, that's important.
You understand? So, but you understand, in other words, when the police encounters a black person on the street, they feel you for your knowledge of what I'm showing you right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened to Brother Michael Brown. You understand? The police, they didn't see Michael Brown telling the boy, how can I help you? That's what Michael Brown was supposed to tell the police. Wearing his GAGUT shirt and have a copy of this page in their pocket. Do you understand? Do y'all understand?
Yes.
Dr. Oyibo, do you think the police are trained or do they know about this?
Oh, yeah.
They don't act like it.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, now that's a very good question. First of all, it's your job to tell them that. So when you go into, you understand, a city, this is part of the so-called cultural education for the police. The Jews had to do that. The Jews were in a similar position in Germany, like who have been for 2,500 years. So they took their formula. What did they do? They went into Berlin and set up a large statue of their formula. St. Louis, Missouri doesn't have any statue of G.I.J. equal to 0. That's the difference. New York does not have it. LA does not have it either.
Mm-hmm.
So that is what's happening. You not acknowledging your own reality because you've been acting for 2,500 years. That's why God did this. When they came on your shores 2,500 years ago, the Greeks came in naked, uncivilized, and they said, well, put up your hands, and you look, or they will shoot us or so on. The very gun they were having in their hands were something we invented. The gunpowder is a product of the brains of the black people.
Oh,
you don't believe that? Try the name chemistry. What do you think chemistry means? Chem, 2 words, chem as in black, and mystery, which also means mystery. That black magic, in other words.
Yeah.
The magic of the black people. That's what chemistry is. If you didn't believe that, now with that Afro-Trojan concept, you have absolutely no doubt. Because, in other words, GAGUT has revolutionized chemistry to the very beginning that we could put a patent on chemistry because we revised it so much. The GAGUT single element chemistry has revised chemistry to the point where it's as if nothing has happened in chemistry up until this point. Because chemistry has now been reduced to just a study of an Afro-Trojan, 1 element chemistry. Do you understand?
Yes.
So now that's part of the power. So what we told the non-blacks who came on our shores was, our name is Gala. Okay? And Gala means invincible. What you see in this report is that invincibility. So you can resolve a lot of problems by introducing yourself properly. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You are acting, and you're acting like a servant when you are the master.
Right.
This is what makes you the master. In a language that Jim Crow understands, that's military power. Now, you don't have to have the hardware. Just the fact of you having the potential, the ability to produce some hardware is enough deterrent for anyone that might think funny about you. So when they engage you and you're not aware of GAGUT, they say, oh, okay. You know, so what you don't know, in this case, is going to be responsible for your death. So black people were created to be invincible. GAGUT is how God verified that forever in a way that is untouchable. Do you all understand? Do you all understand? So part of the education for the police is this document. Heather McDonald, this is, you know, when they engage, you understand me? That's it. You have this, you have any number. That's why I'm showing you all this. So you are the least informed about this document. That's why you've been killed. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yes, you need a document. See, you need to introduce yourself. You need to tell the world who you are. You are an invincible race. Now, but you also are blessed with understanding the holiness and eternity of life. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And what God did through me is to help to preserve that holiness and eternity of life and come out the most powerful. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Power is enough in terms of it's being demonstrated through what you can do or what you're capable of doing. You understand? And what you're capable of doing is your intelligence. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Intelligence is what demonstrates what you're capable of doing. So when it's like a boxer, okay, a boxer or a wrestler, that is really powerful. Well, you could estimate their power in so many ways. Some of them are a very highly clear demonstration of that power in their muscles, and so on. So when you look at somebody like that, you know what could be done. In other words, when you engage such a person, you know what are your chances and so on and so forth. So that discourages you or anybody from going to make an attempt at trying to challenge such a person. Do you understand?
Right.
The similar thing goes with intelligence. That's what you're seeing here. So when they say Professor Oyibo had the ultimate intelligence, are you beginning to see some signs of that now, folks?
Yeah.
Yes. That's not an empty words at all. It starts with the revelation from God, because God ordained me with that. Okay? By giving me the secret code to the universe. That's the G2j, comma j equal to 0, out of which you have this here, what you're seeing here.
Yeah.
Okay? And like I said, the kind of Afro-Trojan bombs, and some of the experiments have been done ironically by non-blacks already. So, you understand? But in the prisoner of war status, you were scared from, saying with certain things. You understand? That time is gone forever since 1990. So you have to return back to yourself again. You must wear the GAGUT shirt.
Yeah.
It's a lifesaver. You'll understand. The police knows, in other words, if they see Michael Brown wearing a GAGUT shirt and perhaps this in his pocket, you understand?
Okay.
He will be alive. He would have been alive here today. If Trevor Martin was wearing the shirt and this, he would be alive today. You understand? So it's your first priority, and then come to the briefing every month for the rest of your life. Because you stay away from it, you understand, you are bombarded with this false reality in terms of you being a weakling. Every second of your life, you turn on the machine, the computer, you see that flash at you. Do you understand? You don't have any propaganda machine. So, because you don't have any of that, the only thing that you have is GAGUT in terms of the briefing. Can you all see? This is a lifesaver I'm talking to you about. Do you understand? Do you all understand that?
Yes.
Okay. In the process, you're going to learn how to build your own information systems to educate yourself. Keep on reminding yourself. You go on Yahoo, it's nothing but a black image being either a criminal. In the most positive sense, they present you as an athlete or some kind of entertainer. That's about, you understand, that's the good side. Otherwise, you are a criminal. You understand, you engage the police, and by making your image look like that of a criminal, an engagement with the police automatically says the police is right because you're supposed to be a criminal. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
But if you told them, hey, Professor Oyibo is my cousin, my uncle, and my father,
my
brother, that is gone. You understand? You wear the guy. That's all. You see how simple and neat. It's called elegance in mathematics.
Yeah.
You don't need to talk too loud.
Yeah.
You convince the police station that without a black man, the Pentagon will be weak. That's what this document says. The power in the Pentagon is a black power. So you can't attack the power that protects you, is what that says. Do you understand? But if you don't know that yourself, you can't tell the story. So you look powerless. That's not real. Do you understand?
Yeah.
The same way you responded to the attack on our people in Tulsa, Oklahoma. But people who reported it did not report your side. You understand? They terrorized our people on the Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Right.
7 years or 8 years later, people responded by putting the Wall Street out of business. The Wall Street crashed.
Can I talk to Brenda? No, you're not going to get to. You didn't want to vision.
Yeah. You understand?
He's not going to wash those. It's too late.
They all understand.
Okay.
That's a black power. But an average black person walk on the street is so busy sharecropping and trying to put food on the table, they don't have time to learn this stuff.
That's just it, Dr. Oyibo.
Yes, that's what is it. But you see, so what we need to do is to recognize this part as being equally as important. In fact, slightly more important than putting food on the table. Because you're putting food on the table to save your life. Introduce into the world who you are so people don't mistake you for for being worthless, your life depends on that. Understand? And that, this changes your life altogether, including, first of all, you're going to be creating jobs for yourself. I could give every human, not just black people, I could give you understand, a ton of gold for every creature on the planet. Did you know that? Do you all know that?
I don't know that, but I need some.
In reality, you can get some. You understand? Certainly, every black person can get a ton of gold. The problem is that's going to destroy the world economy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. America will. I mean, you think about the crash. America's economy will destroy totally. And that is how it was done from the Black Wall Street to the non-Black Wall Street. It was something similar. Our folks, you understand, did one little thing and it crashed the Wall Street and the economy was gone. Yeah. So if I give you a ton of gold each, which I can't do without much, you understand, with very little effort.
Maybe 1 ounce. I don't need a ton, I just 1 ounce.
Yeah, that's right. Well, how do you what is in other words, think about it. How much is the ounce of gold now?
I don't know. I know it's up there.
Okay. It used to be in the 500, maybe close to 1,000, maybe more, but let's assume it is 1,000. Okay, it's $1,000 per ounce. Well, one of the GAGUT books is now selling on Amazon.com at a price of $10,000.
Oh gosh. Oh.
Yes, $10,000. It's $9,999. Close enough. It's, in other words, $10,000 minus $1. Now, the book is about 10 ounces in weight. So if you divide 10,000 by 10, you get a price for a price of GAGUT per ounce, which is 1,000, roughly 1,000.
What's in the book, Dr. Oyibo?
Some of what I'm teaching you right now compressed together is the totality. That's the formula.
Oh, okay.
It contains all knowledge. So the non-blacks are making tons of money with that book right now. So you're getting another version of GAGUT book, and it has the Riemann hypothesis, which I like to go into today, before this closes. So because you went in last time, some of you didn't catch it, and because we didn't have a lot of time. So today I'd like to go over that. Now, it's going to be another dimension of this report here, in a way. How does an ultimate intelligence work? Okay. Do you understand? So now it's going to be in a language that is for professionals. But it's going to be translated into a form of geometry that you could, at least some of it that you could understand. Okay. You understand? But what it shows is, what are the evidence of ultimate intelligence? Do you understand? Yeah. So you know that this is a God order. This is not some kind of propaganda or some kind of public relations. This is reality. Do you understand? Yeah. Okay, so this Pentagon piece, in terms of how do you design the best supermaneuver aircraft, that's warplane. You need the brains. Yeah. And that brains was, given to me by God, and it's been tested, and there are testimonies. What you see, the stamps are all testimonies of that. Can you see that? Yeah. Yes. The stamp from the various parts of Pentagon, from the air defense, to even the documentation part that says now after it has been used and the planes have been designed and tested and everything else, and now the public can buy them. So Pentagon makes some money from it. It's distribution for public release, and sales. Okay, so they sold some of these reports. You understand? Of course, Russians bought it naturally. Their agents bought it. You understand? So now, I'm going to be doing that, but this is you understand. You got to get going, but it cannot be done individually. The three of you can't do that by yourselves. But everybody needs to be involved, because our lives depend on it. Do you understand? Do you all understand me?
Yeah.
This is slightly more important than the regular jobs you have in terms of putting food on the table. You could put food on the table and you feed yourself and the family, and then you walk out and you get shot dead. You understand?
Yeah.
So that obviously hasn't gone far enough. On the other hand, when you get involved in this, not only will you be able to protect yourself against ignorance, because that's all that is going on with the killing on the streets, but also through that process, you'll be able to put food on the table as well. So you could kill many birds with the GAGUT stone. Can you all see that? Can you all see that?
Yeah.
When the Jewish people were blessed with the E = MC squared, they set up, it released them from the gas chambers in Germany and other parts of Europe. Einstein came over here and began a deal in terms of Manhattan Project. Well, you have your Manhattan Project here already.
Okay.
This is the equivalent of the Manhattan Project, because this has helped America win a war already against Russia. Okay? So, the E = MC squared was used to win a war against Germany and Japan. GAGUT has done a similar thing already. This is your story. Do you all understand? So when you sit down with the mayor of a town, this is the story you're going to be telling the mayor and the chief of the police. Do you all understand?
Okay.
You owe this to yourself and you owe this to your children. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then, in the Board of Ed, with the mayor also and the police and everybody, all the data in the schools have to be revised by the GAGUT Yale factor. That's 5/3, or if you want the exact figure, it's the 28/19, because all the results there have been documented with a European bias in it. And how you eliminate the European bias is to multiply by the GAGUT Yale factor. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so every test that you've taken and the results, every grade that you got from elementary to college has to now be revised. But you have to go up. That's why I'm asking you to ask me a question. You have to go and begin this process yourself. The president that goes in, and like I said, Obama had too much on his plate for black people. Just showing his black face in there was enough burden. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
So it wasn't realistic to expect him to. Huh?
I said that's interesting.
Yes, that's the bottom line. That's why, from over ground zero, we couldn't really fault him. He was doing what he had to do in order to survive in the White House. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Including him not talking to me at all. Because we have already communicated through GAGUT already. He's a smart individual. He knows why he's in the White House. Okay, he knows GAGUT put him in there. You understand? Yeah. So, but the other side is, yes, if he goes and he starts to talk to me, you know, he will not survive. Okay, but that, you know, that is going gradually. Now with this second-rate GAGUT candidate for president, this time, because especially if, you know, but any of them are comes in, but especially Trump comes in, you know, winning, if he won on the basis of the KKK endorsement and the right-wing support and all that, this, you can see this is the central, the right wing, this is their power. Do you understand? GAGUT is their power. Do you all understand? Oh, yeah. But you have to understand it seriously enough to take this up. If you're sitting back and doing nothing, they're going to be killing. They, you know, by default, the Heather McDonald's push will take place. So you're going to be crying and, you know, losing your children. Do you all understand? Yeah. You don't want to do that. Right? Okay. No. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Okay. You have something that is documented that you are the base of power in this country. That's what you have here. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So therefore, if you have power in this house protecting everybody, see, you know, something equivalent happened in the past. Carver single-handedly, you know, had the South, especially the non-blacks in the South, at a corner. He had a choice of allowing them to survive or die. He chose to feed them and bring them back to life. Do you all understand? Okay. Through his invention of peanut butter and other things from peanuts. Do you understand? As one single black man. So black people are not powerless. You got to understand that very loud and clear. Okay? But propaganda didn't allow you to understand that. Just like propaganda is trying to, you know, get you away from GAGUT, you have to go against that. And the one solid way is to keep on coming. You have to put your budget. That's put your money where your mouth is, as they say. Put your money where your life is. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
That's what was done by the Jewish people. Not only did they erect a monument, they raised money to set up the IAS. That's the Institute for Advanced Studies in Princeton. That's where the Jewish people learned relativity. So you have to do the same thing, and that's probably one of your biggest challenges, to understand. That's the dynamics of dealing with Jim Crow. Jews understood that. They put money into their lifesaver, which was E equal to MC squared. Do you all understand? Do you all understand that? Hello?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you all understand what I said?
Yes, I'm here.
You have to put your money into your lifesaver.
Yeah.
Do you all understand that?
Okay.
That was what done by the Jews when they were giving the formula is equal to MC squared. Mm-hmm. They put all in every penny they had into the formula. They created a home for it. That's Institute for Advanced Studies. The Jewish people who could not go to Harvard or anywhere, they went in there and studied relativity. It gave them a power, and it was located as a matter of strategy within Princeton University. That's where it started. So they gradually took over control of Princeton. Do you all understand? But
okay, in other words, are you saying that we need to have our own schools or something like that where we can, is that because that's what they did? Yes,
Faculties of Technology is that school for you. It's already in place. That's where this briefing is happening from. So, go ahead.
Aren't the Jews just Caucasians? And they're not, I mean, Jew is not an ethnicity. It's a religion. It's not even some, I don't understand.
Yes.
So that is even connected to anything. So how are they having power?
Yes. Well, the definition of Jewism or Jewish can vary depending on who is talking. Do you all understand? Jewishness is supposed to be related to the Hebrew or Hebrew.
Never, I mean, it was Hebrews are nothing more but ancient Egyptians. They were very highly educated and decided to stem out what they learned.
Yeah.
Different.
Yeah. Well, the background is that the real Jews were black people. Those were Gala people, the Falashas from Kemet and Ethiopia. That's, I have relatives that go, you understand me, the Gala people. That's the invincible people. What happened, the connection is that the non-blacks came in, into Kemet and learned things from us, and what they learned as philosophy was, how do you say, change into what is called religion. So what happened then is that eventually,
well, they didn't
go ahead.
They didn't exist back then. I mean, they didn't exist so far.
No, they didn't exist in the form that you have today. Everything they learn from us, but once they turn it into religion, what happened was they have the Falashas. That's the black people. Like I said, those are Gala people. Falashas are Ethiopians. Ethiopians are mostly Gala people who are called Oromo people today. Okay? Their real name is Gala. And the definition of Gala is invincible people. Okay. So, therefore, that is what was the core of what today is called the Hebrew, the black people.
Right.
So, by the time they go into Europe and begin to intermarry, there are physical features that differentiate, most of them. Some of them can pass.
Most Europeans were black. I mean, it was black people all over the world before.
Exactly. So it is their blackness really that defined them. Some of them will tell you different stories, but you understand, because if it was just a religion, many of them would have escaped the gassing in Germany. You understand? Because they could change religion. You understand? But they have physical features, which differentiates them. Do you understand? And so that is it. But again, because of intermarrying and something like that, it becomes really they become no more than light complexion black people. You understand? Because they whiten up as they intermarriage in Europe and so on and so. But originally they were blacks. Okay, because that, like I said, that's my people. That's your people. Those are Gala people.
Right.
Gala people are present in South Carolina, here in this country. Okay. Yeah. When you go into West Indies, they take on Maroons, something, you can tell from their language, they speak Gala among the Rastas. Okay, the Jah, you understand? They call Jah God. That's the African word, original African Gala word for God is Jah. You understand? Haile Selassie is 50. That was, you understand? He's Gala. The father is Gala, okay? The little intermixture that gives the light complete, but his core is Gala, the Falasha, and so on. So the point is, that's our reality. But as these people come in and mix in, they come in to acquire knowledge, in effect. In the process, they took our culture, our education, our learning, our intelligence, along with them. So Europe.
Today, just like they're doing today.
Yes. So that phenomenon has been happening all over. So, but there's some that will tell you it's just religion. No, it's not. You understand? It's not. There's religion, but that's something. They took our philosophy and call it religion. We didn't call it religion. You understand? Religion. There's only one thing, which is reality, and that's all there is to the essence of humanity or creatures of God. Philosophy or reality. Philosophy is how you understand reality. The ultimate philosophy is what you call GAGUT, because then you have the totality of understanding. So religion cannot be outside of that. So religion can be equated with theory. The only problem is they automatically claim it comes from God, which is like saying it is a theorem, which is not. That's a contradiction. That's how they kill people. Do you all understand? Yeah. So GAGUT comes now and revises that totally. That's why the Catholic Church has surrendered and said, yes, GAGUT is it. The Catholic Church no longer swears by the validity of the Bible because of GAGUT. So every religion, therefore, especially the so-called Judeo-Christian religions, as well as the Arabic, will now have to fall in line with that. Because, the holy books, the Bible and all that, were considered to be written by God and therefore it's infallible. No, that has been revised by GAGUT. And the Catholic Church, that is the most conservative of them all, has responded by saying, yes, GAGUT is right. Do you all understand? Yeah. So everything else is going to fall in place, because it's all about your reality that has been manipulated in order to have you persecuted. But the end of the persecution came in 1990. Now you have to take it off. That's why I'm giving you hard data. I'm giving you documentations. Do you all understand? Okay. You have documentation from the Supreme Headquarters, that's Göttingen. Okay. You have documentation from Yale. You have documentations from the Pentagon. You have documentations from, you understand, MIT, Harvard and all. You have documentations from the caste system in India. Okay, Professor Dasgupta made a declaration on behalf of the Indians, and we have even documentation from China. The People's Daily in China did a piece on GAGUT that is consistent. So the problem now is you waking up to this reality and say, okay, bye-bye to acting. Hello, God that made you the most favorite creature. That is what you need to do now. But that comes in God's language, in a God order that is coded G(I), J, J equal to 0, and the actual reality of it, which is the proof, which is eta sub n.
Is this,
so, go ahead.
Is this similar to like just getting our spirituality back that we lost?
Oh, yes. Yes. And, on the highest level, you're coming back with your spirituality in the highest level, of course, because you are totally connected with God. The language that I'm speaking with you now is God's language. And that's the ideal of a spirituality, that you are connected with the Creator. You understand? Yeah. So you speak in the language of God now. That is your connectivity with God. Do you all understand? Yeah. And the evidence is that you do miracles when you're connected with God. What I'm showing you are miracles. If I had to show you this report, you would never have believed that the black person, the black power is what runs the Pentagon. You would never have believed it. Somebody told you verbally. But now you have it in writing with the signatures from those sources. Can you see that? Yes. So therefore, that's a miracle. Something because of propaganda you never heard or thought was real. Now you're seeing the reality of it. So you need this documentation before your children get caught up on the street. Go to your local police station. There is a division within the police where they talk about cultural education for the police. You go to the mayor's office and you have to show them this as part of what the police in your neighborhood not only need to know, but need to know that you know yourself. Do you all understand? Yes. In this way, when they stop you on the street, you understand, don't give them any hard time. No shouting match, because what you have speaks loudest. your document and your GAGUT shirt is what speaks on your behalf. Do you all understand?
Yes.
So in that way, they can accuse you of being, if they want to write a ticket, they can write the ticket. But after they're done with the ticket, or later on, you go, but you have to go to the mayor's office and police and all that and say, look, yes, you have a section in the training of the police that deals with cultural education. They need to know that my people are the basis of the power in the Pentagon. This is the evidence. Mm-hmm. Therefore, my people must be respected because we, are the basis of the power for this country. That's what the Jews had to do.
Yeah.
And John must have told you a story about what happened, even relatively within the last 30 years. Okay, where the Jewish people went into the police station here in New York, in Brooklyn. And because the police did something that offended the Jews, they went in and vandalized the police station. And not even a single one of them was arrested, let alone talk about being shot at. Do you all understand? To the contrary, the police, in spite of all that, apologized to the Jews because they know the Jews knows about E = MC squared. Did you hear that?
When they exercise their power.
Exactly. You need to exercise your power, and your power doesn't have to involve in killings, because reality, that's what we're trying to avoid. But if it came down to it, they know that when we engage them on the killing, they're no match for us.
Right.
But that's why God gave us the ultimate power. So we try to avoid that, but you avoid that by introducing who you are. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. You are the most precious life. That's what it means. Your IQ is superior to theirs. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, but to prove you understand that, you have to go and make demands. You see all these documents, pack all these documents and go to your mayor and say, hey, we're very valuable members of this society. Without us, this society doesn't exist in reality. Without us, you don't have a Pentagon. Without us, you don't have any safe airplane to fly in. Andrew J. Beard was the father of rocketry or rocket science. As a black man. Okay?
Yeah.
And without rocket science, there were no rockets, there are no planes, there are no jet planes. So, therefore, these are the things that you need to discuss in order to avoid the bloodshed, because the bloodshed is not, nobody really wants a bloodshed. Okay? Although, those who are crazy, don't know the value of life can go that way, but you have something that is far superior than the gun. You understand?
Right, right.
The truth is your own power. Because if they know that if they force you into the destruction, there's no match whatsoever. Absolutely no match. You understand? So, but that's not God's preferred way. It's not, life is holy. So you like their lives as well as our lives protected. Now that can only happen when there is a pecking order. Or first of all, when there has to be an order. And the order involves a pecking order. The most intelligence must lead and must be respected.
Mm-hmm.
And that is you. But first you must respect yourself. Right. But respecting yourself, you lost that when we surrendered to Jim Crow 2,500 years ago. And certainly when our people were coming over here in the ships, the fathers, the mothers were naked, along with the children, and they were defecating on themselves. That respect was lost. So this is how we regain that respect back. And there have to be a pecking order even with our own family. The parents must be respected by the children. Of course, the children must be respected. Of course, the African child, no matter what, not only respect, but love their children. So, the respect from the parents of the children are almost guaranteed. That's not a problem. Even in the hardest cases, you still see a black parent still doing, especially a black mother, doing miracles to make sure the children survive.
Yeah.
So that's not as much of a problem as a child respecting those parents. So by beginning with the basic thing that, element which is still left, which is the mama is still respected by the children.
Yeah.
Okay? So we begin from there, now bring in the GAGUT, and we're on our way back to being ourselves again. So, but you have to don't leave these documents idle. Use these documents.
Yeah. Okay.
That's where you begin getting your respect back. Wear your GAGUT shirt so people can see who you are. They need to be aware that you know who you are. Because they're still thinking your perception of yourself is what you got from the ships and the humiliation going on in Mauritania and South Sudan. Okay? Where black people are being, disrespected in their own land, their own country, in their own continent.
Yeah.
So
Oyibo,
yes.
isn't it true that a society that feels like they have to administer a test to prove their intelligence isn't intelligent? They have to create a test to prove that they're
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
there's no sense in that at all.
There is no sense, but in as much as they set up that situation, all you need right now, in other words, you go and educate the police who you are, carrying your car, this document, carry GAGUT book, wear your GAGUT shirt, okay? And certainly the young brothers, they begin the process. Now, what I'm talking about, getting black kids out of special ed is extremely critical. Their IQs have to be corrected by this GAGUT Yale factor. If you have any problem, call us here. We will assist you with your board of ed dynamics. Okay? So that is the first thing that needs to be done. As you're going on with the police, you're going on with the education department. Okay? That is part of letting the world know who you are. You have their own documentation for that process. This happened in 1997, and they were expecting you to do something with them, and you haven't done it. Can you all see that? They've been waiting to see you in the board of ed. Over here, we had a guy called Carl McCall, who was the president of the board of ed. Okay? Whether he's black or not, you go over there and say, look, your education system had had a European bias in it. And we have GAGUT and Yale agree there's a correction that needs to be done. This is mathematical. That's not, it's one thing if you're talking about some kind of political, this is not a political agenda, this is a God order. You all understand?
Yeah, so what do we do now that we have two lower level beings running for president that don't have no kind of moral fortitude or no kind of, they no kind of order?
Yes.
And they're going to be they're going to be the leaders of this country.
Yes. You were taking this document to meet with them. In the vote, in other words, we're kind of a little late, but it's never late or never too late. This is what should have been done since the beginning of the campaign, okay? But because of the difficulty in reaching our people and getting them to come to the briefing, we're doing it right now. It's never too late, so we have to use the concept of each one teach many. We're going to get our people, we're going to go to the school boards, no matter what. Doesn't matter what, you begin the thing locally. Okay, go. You have to take the responsibility of going on behalf of your children, grandchildren, or relatives, and go to the school board and say, look, Yale studies that was forced by GAGUT, you understand, says that as a result of the European bias, which is in that document, this is a scientific document. There's nobody that's going to give you an argument on the ratio of 28 to 19 that is published by a report that was organized by Yale University. Do you all understand? That's more than a legal document. It's a scientific document. That is a God order with the eta sub infinity intelligence for me, a black person. So it is you now. On the practical side, what does that mean? The practical side of it is all grades that have been awarded to a black person has to now be corrected because it is false grade. Because it has a European bias in it. So that false grade can be corrected using a GAGUT Yale correction factor, which is 28. You multiply every report, every result, every grade by 28 over 19. That's the exact ratio. That will eliminate the European bias in the report or in any grade. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
So when you do that with the IQ of black people that have been forced in the special ed, that will bring all of them out of the special ed. It will also go into the prisons and all that to pull the black people out. Because what is being mistaken as criminality or crime is actual expression of a genius. In other words, your genius is being confused.
No, I don't think it's been confused. I think it's been used.
Yes.
They know who we are. That's why they picked us over here, and that's why most of our men are in prison, because they need us to keep this country stabilized and strong.
Yeah, but,
has been the base.
Yeah, well, but they pretend. They will pretend with this document it was just a confusion. It doesn't matter, whether it's confusion or a deliberate. It's actually a deliberate thing, like you said. So you're going to go and say, look, you're not going to take it anymore. That's all you're going to tell them, because their own documents, because they can turn and say, look, we agreed with you since 1997. What did you do about it? Can you see that? They told you don't belong in prison, you belong in the gifted programs in 19. That's what Yale report says. So the ball comes back in your court. And sure enough, yes, what have our people done about it? They haven't done anything about it. Because something that was done by God through GAGUT. In other words, black people are being imprisoned for being geniuses. That's what it boils down to. But geniuses don't belong in prisons. They belong in Harvard universities. But you don't go to their own Harvard, you come to Faculty of Technology and the various campuses around the world. That's how the yeshivas were the equivalent for the Jews. But from the yeshivas and the IAS, they moved on to take over Princeton's and the Harvards. That's what happened. That's where you are right now. See, the Jewish people, for their E = MC squared, they got the Federal Reserve leadership. They hung on to that for the longest time. Okay? Alan Greenspan has been, you understand me? He's been the Federal Reserve for years because of E = MC squared. Now, we got more than that. We got in the presidency, but we only sat there for 2 terms and because people don't understand what's going on. The Jewish people understood the deal on the Federal Reserve. So they make sure they stop with it. So this branching out this time has been a lesson to us to understand again what really happened and how we need to get back on track. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Okay, see, because you got to see a lot of things, because people don't come to the briefing. People tell them all kinds of things, like they told our people during the the dynamics of the Wall Streets, the war of the Wall Streets, the black Wall Street and the non-black Wall Streets. They confused our people and said, "Whoa, it wasn't the black power; it was some kind of karma." That was a fraud. The same thing people have been told. They say, "Oh, gee, this is, the presidency is affirmative action." My God, if there was affirmative action, Jesse Jackson would have become president, because he worked with Reverend King towards the affirmative action dynamics. He couldn't be elected because GAGUT wasn't in place yet in 1988. Okay? But Obama had no problem being elected. Okay? 18 years after GAGUT was announced. No problem. They didn't call him a non-serious candidate anymore. Jesse Jackson was called a non-serious candidate. They were asking him, what did he want? The man is running for president and asking what does he want? So another way of saying, you don't think you're going to be president. So what are you looking for? They couldn't tell Obama that. So matter of fact, when Clinton, the one that's running for president now, was trying to pull something with Obama, you understand, he told Obama, look, we can discuss vice presidency. That's what she was telling Obama. And Obama said, no, you're not running for vice presidency, he's running for president. You understand? But after GAGUT, something like that couldn't be presented anymore. So it's about you getting back into the reality. That's what we're talking about. That's what I'm trying to, get you to understand. But you have to get up and, enforce that reality. Because, you understand, other people are not going to do that for you. And like you indicated, they're profiting from it. So it's not in their interest to do that for you. You all understand? Mm-hmm. So it is in your interest. It has to be you initiating that process. That's why I'm giving you this document. Okay? This document shows you as being the most valuable members of the society. You don't have lives that just matter. You have the most precious lives. So that life cannot be destroyed. No life should be destroyed, but certainly the most precious cannot be destroyed. Do you all understand? Do you all understand me?
I think we're coming to that conclusion because it's a matter of survival now.
Yes. That's why you attended this briefing. Like I said, you have to make sure you're attending this briefing every month. That's the way you're going to keep this alive in your system. Yeah. Because when you get out of here, you have so many things that are going against you paying attention to it. Right. Okay? This is how you're going to develop your own system. You need your own system. Like I said, you need the education system, the yeshivas, for example, that is equivalent to the GAGUT campuses all over this country. Okay, now, after this, there will be a one week intensive, which you need to attend and get a certificate. That becomes a part of how you generate your own degrees. And a degree from Office of Technology, you understand, or a certificate from here is worth more than a Harvard degree. You all understand?
Yeah.
Something that certifies that you understand some basis of GAGUT is going to put you on top of the world. That's what we're talking about. But you have to stay with it. You have to dislodge the shackles of the European indoctrination. Because now you have the totality of knowledge summarized in G2j, J equal to 0, and with the solution and proof of it, the test of infinity. There's nothing that anybody can show you now to say they're even close to you, let alone your superiors. You understand? They're way below you. A gap between 19 and 28 is very large in terms of intelligence measurement. Do you all understand? Yeah. So if they don't see you coming to the school boards So any dynamics, I say, look, you need your IQs and grades rectified in terms of corrected. People are going to think you don't understand. You don't want to show that kind of picture, because then they say, well, then your life is worthless. So they'll continue killing you with the goal of trying to exterminate you. But your spirit is not in tune with that. That's why it's the invincible nature of your spirit that has kept you surviving for 2,500 years. But it has come now to the height where you now have to go back to being yourself again and live a life of a race of geniuses, a race that produces geniuses. You all understand?
Yeah.
So when you correct the Jim Crow grades, most black people, over 90% of them, are going to be having 4.0 average from elementary to university levels. This is what you're going to demand, because that's what Yale had to do in order to get a correct result. Can you see that?
Yeah.
They removed the European bias from the Yale study. The European bias that is entrenched in every test that you take.
Right.
That was removed from the Yale studies in order to get the results. As a result of GAGUT showing my intelligence of infinity. If they didn't remove that, your IQ would have been registered 16.8.
Yeah.
By removing it, they multiply by the GAGUT Yale factor 28 over 19. And that gives you the correct result. With that, a person who was given a 65%, or, let's say even somewhere, like you take a grade, a failing grade, anywhere between 50 and 60 something. Okay? So if you have a 57, was the F grade they gave you, for example, you multiply that by 28 over 19. That's the exact figure. You will go from 57%, that's a very low F grade. You go from that to 84%. You understand? Which is B, depending on, it could even be a B plus. Can you see that?
That's what you want.
Huh?
Now, if they're using this formula on everyone, then everybody IQ will go up. Don't it?
Not every black person IQ and test grades. This affects the black people, not everybody else.
Not again. Oh, okay.
Can you see that? Because the European bias, affects black people negatively. Can you see that?
I see that it affects us negatively if we allow it to. But if we don't allow it to.
John? Hold on your question. Come over here.
Allow it.
Please hold, everyone. Can everyone please hold?
Hello? Yes? How are you doing? You're home? Okay. Well, did they find out anything? Did they took a chest x-ray? What it showed? Yeah, so why were you short of breath? Acid reflux? Oh, yeah? Uh-huh. And that's what causing the short of breath? Huh? Oh, no. Okay, you've been having that, did you feel any burning or, oh, well, let's, no, well, they give you the medication, let's see if that will help your shortness of breath, then we know it's that. No, if you take the medication and you don't have no short of breath, then you know it's the acid reflux. You know, just check the medication and see if it works. Then if it doesn't work, you know it's something else. But see if it works. All right. Okay, where's Gladys? Oh yeah. Okay, I'll call him. I'm at the computer. I'll call him.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay,
Praise God.
Sister Dauka, please go on with your question.
Oh, he's saying that that can only happen if we allow it. That can only happen if we allow it for it to happen. We allow for them to affect us in that.
Okay, go over that again, please, sister.
No, I was just commenting on what you were saying earlier. When you,
Yes. Yes.
Only if we allow it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Only if you allow it. In other words,
If we in our spirituality where we need to be, then they have no. If we're connected, and we know we're connected to God, and we know that the ultimate creator, then we know that then we embody that whole idea that they have no power over us anyway.
exactly. Exactly.
We're invincible, regardless.
Absolutely.
Even if they kill us, we still live on. We have immortality. They have morality. They have mortality.
Yes. Yes.
So,
But this is what God has ordered. In other words, the two parties now have to come to an agreement. That's where GAGUT forces it. You understand? Or God forces it to go. It's a God order. Always we just, go with the God order. So, and the document that you're seeing are evidence of them accepting that God order with a lot of hesitation, but they're accepting it. So what you're doing now is, in other words, we've been ordered to do it in a godly way, which is deal with the truth. See, if you see people arguing to the point of going to wars or getting into a situation where lives have been destroyed,
right.
On a GAGUTical, a GIJ that says 2 + 1 - 3 is equal to 0. the situation is that's a God order. When you say 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to 0, that's a God order, and that's what prevails, and which is what God did by ethers of infinite intelligence for me, and by extension, because the black race share my genes, automatically becomes the most intelligent race. That is 2 plus 1 that's equivalent to 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to 0. That's equivalent. So that's a God order. Now, Jim Crow decided to say 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to 6. And they've been trying to force that for 2,500 years. God comes out now with the infallible way to verify that 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to 0. That's what all these documents are showing. So by Jim Crow, by saying 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to 6, has been forcing our people to say, yes, that is correct for 2,500 years. And in many ways, it was a strategy to eventually reach this point, to stay alive, to stay in the struggle until we reach this point. That point has been reached since 1990. So now we must speak the God's language. That's where God is a God order. Nobody really can take on God order. That's what is forcing Jim Crow. What you saw from Göttingen and what you saw from Yale and even Das Gupta in writing, you understand, no black person, unless you are incredibly connected with the Creator, would ever expect seeing a day when Jim Crow, through the KKK, will write a scientific report that says black people are the most intelligent race. Nobody, would have imagined that was going to happen in terms of black person, and even their own people. But it has happened. You have the document right in front of you. That's an act of God. That says God will prevail. But God prevails in God's time. That's what you're seeing. But once God has prevailed, not even we who have been on the suffering side have a choice. We go along with the God order. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. So Jim Crow, so in other words, Jim Crow, to the contrary, even though they're killing our people, first, you understand, first they projected themselves on us that, okay, once God declares us the most intelligent and can produce all these supermaneuver aircrafts and do all kinds of things, they see that through the Jefferson pronouncement that says, if God was a just God, okay, that's President Jefferson. If God was a just God, all the horrors that have been done to the black people, God will repay them. And once they saw GAGUT, many of them begin to think GAGUT was sent in order to repay them for what has been done to the black people. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
That's their feeling. And there are any number of threads on the internet that shows that. One of them said is, the Glock talk, which is part of their system. The Glock, that's the guns people, guns. And they say, well, is this GAGUT a joke? And they say, well, I sure hope so. But then they concluded, they said, I am afraid it is not a joke. It's real. From that, within that thread, they begin to talk about, then what's going to happen to the non-blacks now?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the phase we are in.
Mm-hmm.
So they were expecting reactions from our people since 1990. And a lot of things were done in order to really soften that response. By now, officially recognizing you as the most intelligent. That was supposed to respond, to say, okay, don't get too angry with us. We've surrendered. We've acknowledged that you are the most intelligent. Do you all understand?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're seeing in the Yale report. Now, Göttingen is much more powerful because that's from the Supreme Headquarters saying, hey, Gauss, which is a symbol of the most superior intelligence, now, return the baton back to Professor Oyibo on behalf of the black people. That is done forever. So you understand there's no change about this. Is not a feel-good summary. This is, you saw the document. I'm going to pull it up again for you to see. The Göttingen piece. It has GAGUT in the center of the celebration. That's where Gauss is supposed to be. Mm-hmm. The person that we celebrated is the center of the celebration. And it's where they put, because GAGUT has all the contributions from Gauss in it. And all the works from Hilbert, Riemann, everybody, past, present, and future in it. So GAGUT embodies all the contributions of Gauss and everybody else, but it comes from the black people. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That's the biggest surrender, and it's in history, because there was a Berlin conference in the late 1800s where they ignored our intelligence totally. They didn't think black people had any brains at all. They divided all our land in Africa, without warning us or even recognizing we exist. That was in Berlin conference. This one that you see is the Göttingen conference. And although Berlin is the administrative headquarters, Göttingen is more like the power, the superiority headquarters. So that's where this comes from. That's the ultimate. So now we have to now deal with that in terms of, okay, we accept your surrender, and now that our lives are the most precious, so stop killing our children.
Dr.
Huh?
Yes. They want to go to Mars. How are they going to survive? You think they're going to survive in Mars when they're trying to go to outer space?
Well, you see, what's happening is since 1999, mm-hmm. when GAGUT was formally announced here in the newspaper, the black newspaper over in New York here, published it. Okay, and it was read widely, and people like Harvard Professor Senator Moynihan and his office read about it, and the people immediately jumped on the dynamics and began to sing the tune of GAGUT and all that, and respect for black people. There were a lot of reactionary dynamics. For example, they planned a three consecutive coverage of GAGUT in the newspaper. After the first one, during the second one, they assassinated a black person, just like they do it right now. It's an irrational reaction from Jim Crow. Okay, they assassinated a brother called Amadou Diallo, was shot dead over here, not to show their irrationality, in terms of, you understand? And then shortly thereafter, they began to commit lots of suicide. Okay, and it was very noticed because they're afraid black people are going to, put them in gas chambers or whatever. Mm-hmm. But the irony of it was very few black people really knew about it, let alone know about the implications. So that, you understand, that is the dynamic that has been going on. But there's been a lot of fear on the part of the non-blacks, and so when they throw out these irrational behaviors, is part of that irrationality in terms of their fears, and then which is based on their projection, because if it was them that was blessed by what we were blessed with, of course they would have been going into the dynamics of how they annihilate their enemies and so on and so forth. That's what was being expected of us. Okay? Uh-huh. But, that is not our way of doing business. We're known for our civilization and our intelligence. And we know that our philosophy teaches us that there's no one gains anything by, killing their opponents.
Right.
Because it takes away from the glory of your victory.
Right.
Yeah, because you like your opponents to stay alive and even flourish and understand you to be their superior. Do you all understand?
Mm-hmm.
We want them to be allowed to call you master or mistress. Do you understand?
Right.
That is the real philosophy. That's what an intelligent response is. So, but for them, they don't understand it because they don't know the value of life and these dynamics.
And they say they're the majority, and we're the minority, but yet they're threatened by us all the time.
Yes, absolutely. But we are the majority, and if and even if we're not, we're only a minority in the sense that they see our number counts, but our intelligence makes up for the. You understand? But worldwide we are the majority. Mm-hmm. The core black people are more than close to 3 billion people, on the planet. They're core. But when you
divide up.
Huh?
Divide and separate.
Yes, exactly. So they make you always feel like you're small, but we're the biggest, so that's what you need to now deal with in terms of it's no more time for acting, because acting was a strategy for survival, but now you've been given, the key to the universe, in effect. You've been recognized as being the symbols of God on this plane. So you can't refuse that. It's a God order. Do you all understand? Mm-hmm. So what your opponent need to hear from you is that you've accepted that calling. That's why they surrendered the presidency to you. Now, this election is like a setback in some ways, but it gives you an opportunity to really understand what happened. You understand, in terms of,
I think it actually allows people that can see, those of us who can see, we actually see how low level they really are compared to us.
Yes, but that's, we got to share that. Each one teach many, is the dynamics by which we should. But GAGUT should be our total focus right now. Even in terms of putting food on the table. Of course, I'm not saying just abandon your Jim Crow job right now, but like I told you all before, I can give you, pieces of gold that you could sell. The problem is that's going to cause it's going to be a very devastating stuff to every economic system. So that has to be pursued, this route of saying, okay, let there be a proper understanding of order in this system. The most intelligent must be put in their place properly and respected, and lives respected, and they must be taking leadership positions in the society. They all understand.
Yeah.
The car companies in the Detroit and Michigan and all that must be run by these intelligence people. Okay? The presidency has to be, our piece, as a negotiating stuff based on this document, that because we're more than qualified to be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces because of our contribution to the Pentagon. You can see it right in front of you. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Yes, because it's recognized in the highest quarters. When you say DTIC selected in caps, that's not a joke. In other words, we didn't just go and give a helping hand, okay, in the very top-notch project for the Pentagon, where we're the principal investigator. You understand? We didn't just serve as one of the, where they start the highlight of the principal investigation, and in the most critical area, which is subcommandeable warplanes. Do you all understand?
Yes.
That's the stamp of our black power protecting this country, and it protects Russia as well. So, but you got to take care of this before moving on to the international arena. Okay, and our countries, the black countries, now must be respected. We need black countries on the permanent seat of the Security Council in the so-called United Nations. Okay, so you understand that's the kind of thing, but you can't be passive in that process. You have to be an active. You have to. It's your turn now to give orders. Okay, so you're going to give orders that your children be pulled out of the special ed. You owe that to the Creator. You owe that to your children. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Because the correction factor, since they've already admitted in the report, without removing the European bias, every evaluation of the black people is wrong. That's what was admitted in that report. It says, in this way, the European bias was eliminated, was removed. So that now needs to be applied in the school boards. Every classroom test has to be properly corrected for using the GAGUT Yale correction factor. Can you all see that? So as the election unfolds, you're going to be engaging the winner and the city halls. In the process, you're setting up the monuments, of GAGUT in every little town, every city. Okay? See, you have to now, you're getting an assignment in terms of what needs to be done now in order to not only stop the current killing, which is an irrational reaction to your blessing of GAGUT, but, that they're waiting for you to respond, but you're not responding, with gunfire. You're responding with intelligence. They say, okay, look, God bless me as your leaders. So let's do these following things where you've been hiding my credentials for leadership. Okay, my children don't belong in special ed. Yours may qualify for special, but not black children. Correct their grades, begin correcting their grades and pulling them out of special ed. In the process, they'll be pulled out of the prison because their crime in going to prison is being too smart, too intelligent. Okay, so you understand, these are the various things, but you as parents, and enlightened black people must begin that process. Through each one, teach many. I know that Sister Ejel was talking about engaging her friends and her extended family members. And yes, don't be discouraged when you get little or no response. You have to keep on trying, because when you give in the God order, it is going to prevail. This is the point that you need to understand from this presentation today. You all understand?
Yeah.
Yes, the truth, you can't run away from the truth. Your perception of the truth or your reaction to the truth doesn't change it. 2 + 1 is always equal to 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it can't be anything else. So that's what is the godliness of the order, the God order, which must prevail. And we don't need, since it must prevail, it might as well begin to prevail right away. So we save more lives. So more lives are protected from the irrational killings. Do y'all understand?
Yes.
Any more questions? Is Mr. Charles Uzogara, are you there? And if any of you need some little break, or have some sandwich, or something like that, we could do that, because what I like to touch on before we close is the Riemann hypothesis, which is another evidence of our blessing of being superior in intelligence. Do y'all understand?
Yeah.
It's in the realm of mathematics, but it will be presented in a way that you could relate to. But the principal goal is that we have been blessed with intelligence that are supposed to be used in solving very difficult problems, like our returning back on track again as the world leaders. Do y'all understand?
Yeah.
It will be an evidence that shows you that this project, the God order, in terms of revising our grades and making sure the government, accepts us as a genius race. All that are part of action items. You understand that needs to be embarked on. Now, the doability of that or the done-deal nature of that is part of what you're going to see in the Riemann hypothesis presentation. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
So, and again, it's going to show you that the solution comes out of the eta of 0 in terms of eta of n. So you see application of the formula in solving a real life problem. This one in mathematics is considered to be the most difficult mathematics problem, unsolved mathematical problems. And you will need to know that it's been solved already since 1990. And even though Jim Crow and the rest and their universities, are unable to recognize it, it's been solved, which will also show you their own limitations. If their failure to understand it is because they have low intelligence, it will confirm that low intelligence. Or if it is by design, then to show them as a fraudulent. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's, so if anybody wants to grab some sandwich before we move on to the Riemann hypothesis, or you have questions, please let's take on some questions, or get some little thing for a couple of minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So and then we'll get back and then we'll go and get started with the Riemann hypothesis, so you can see how black minds resolve problems for the society. Because in their world, this problem has not been solved. And not only is it solved in the black world, but I can share it with you even when you don't have a PhD in mathematics. Do you understand?
Okay.
So, but it reinforces the reason why you need to go and introduce yourself to the city halls. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That you solve problems they have no idea can be solved. That's what the Riemann hypothesis is going to show. Do you all understand?
All right.
Yeah.
And within it, you're going to also find a piece of our history there as well. Okay?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So in about how many minutes? In 5-10 minutes? How many minutes do you need to get yourself some little munchies, some food?
Can you go over when you was talking about how GAGUT feeds us, how we eat, we get all we need from this
the air?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, that is in other words, we're symbolizing the creator.
Mm-hmm.
The equation that you have, Gij, comma j equal to 0, and its solution is the ultimate symbolization of God. You understand? In other words, that's a secret code to the universe.
Mm-hmm.
So once you begin to feel that, you will see that what I'm telling you is a God order. Only God could order something like that. Like I said, Stephen Hawking in his book and the documentary called the Brief History of Time. That happened in 1991, 1 year after GAGUT has been announced. And he says, it's too much of an extraordinary privilege for God to permit a creature, including a human being, to go into the mind of God, to see what was on God's mind while God was creating the universe. He said that is too hard to imagine, that he doesn't see that as being possible. So he dropped out of the search for the unified field theory. But the unified field theory was already revealed already in 1990 to me.
Uh-huh.
But he wasn't aware, like I was discussing, I was saying it in the briefing, in the beginning, I was engaged with his department. Although I wasn't talking to him directly, I was talking to his colleague, a person by the name of Professor George Batchelor. And we were discussing, applications of GAGUT already, in his department. And he was saying GAGUT cannot, he was saying a theory could not be permitted by God, a unified field theory. So, but what God did was more than a unified field theory. God gave the grand unified theorem, which is, a God order. Only a black man with ultimate intelligence. That's ultimate intelligence. You can't go more than that. In terms of, one theorem, that's the theorem of all theorems, that says all theorems, meaning all realities, and all of their representations, which are equations, originate from one invariant, Gi, infallibly defined to be God, which has orthogonal components Gij, and they change, otherwise called divergence of Gij, comma J equal to 0. That is a revelation from God. Okay, so in that revelation, God gave me the secret code to the universe, including, making our existence here a heavenly existence. It turns this planet and the surrounding into heaven, which was the original goal of God. God did not, go ahead.
Which is, we contain heaven within ourselves. Each light body contains heaven within ourselves also.
Yeah. That's right. Well, yes, it's within and now it's without. Together, inside and outside.
So basically, once we realize ourselves, then it's shine outward and our surroundings as well.
Precisely.
From the inside of us and show outward.
Yes. The inside is even, upgraded to the very highest levels. And then as you realizing and feeling that spiritually, you're now going to expand from within to without, outside, and connecting with the vibes of the other creatures and so on and so forth. And what you have then is heaven. So heaven then becomes a state of existence. That's the point that I really like you all to understand today. Is that, when the pastors and the imams are telling you about heaven, they never define heaven for you. And you didn't really have much time to think about, what's the definition of heaven? But GAGUT now helps us define heaven as a state of existence. That is characterized with no problems. There are no challenges, there are no problems. There are no problems for you to put food on the table. And some of the ideal part of that is to just look into the air and create your own cup of tea and, a bowl of rice, with the best, you understand me? So, and that comes from knowing how to do those things.
And not so bounded or imprisoned or...
no prison, absolutely no prison. Yeah, because there will be no reason to accuse you of stealing because you don't need anything from anyone.
Right.
You understand, it's an ideal. That is heaven. That's what heaven means. So when we say yes, go ahead.
Do we kind of sort of like go back to our spiritual realm?
Yeah, well, yes, your spirit is alive and well in you now because you have spiritually engaged that God order to say, oh yes, God, here I am. You're going to do the miracles through me. And through the air, you get me my food that I need and my distilled water that I need to drink and everything else. So there are no sweats, there are no deprivations, there are no such a thing. Because all you need is how to be able to provide those things that you need, all of which can be gotten from etas of infinity. Because God gave me the secret code to all that. You know, like I was saying in the presentation, you will know how to cure cancer, you know, by hitting it in the beginning where, you know, the toxins are beginning to build up, and, you know, before it gets wild, you dilute those poisons and speed them away and get rid of them. Do you all understand?
Yeah, and we won't need the healthcare or medical.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes. You know, there will be assist.
What
There will
the
be
ancestors had, because
Yeah.
first man didn't need all this materialistic.
exactly. You know,
Uh,
where you'll be using your intelligence. In other words, you become part of the what is called GAGUT medicine yourself. You would know, in other words, for whatever surprise comes in and you have to take care of business, you'll be using a kind of medication, which is mostly food items, that you'll be guaranteed is going to solve your problem before you even use it. Do you understand? It will be like, because it will be like 2 + 1 is equal to 3, you know. So the end result is guaranteed in terms of healing is guaranteed. Do you all understand?
yeah.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about. So it's very ideal. So it's on that same basis that you could get a food that comes out of the air, you know, because our bodies are in contact with the air. And the air contains afrochrogen molecules from where you could tune them into, you know, a simple order where they'll produce some of the vitamins and the minerals that you need to deal with hunger. And then, of course, you could, you know, create distilled water. You know, try any number of techniques that we've developed over here, and you get water and you get your food, and, you know, you fill yourself up and you on a path of very healthy dynamics, you know, and go on a journey of life for a very long time, you know. And then so we move from the upper cut for life as being 100 to, you know, to a couple of thousand on our way to, you know, to infinity, actually. So that's the kind of life that we're beginning with GAGUT, because God now has given us the totality of knowledge. So it's not like we once were, you know, where without the intelligence, our life was not worth much. But with our life, with our intelligence, you know, whatever problem we have, we can resolve it using etas of n. Y'all understand?
Yeah.
So that is the beginning of the new life that we call the GAGUT age of intelligence, where ignorance, lies and ignorance, you know, cause death. On the other hand, the truth, you know, which is GAGUT, intelligence is what constitutes heaven, because intelligence gives us the know-how to simplify things in our life, like getting the tea out of water. Sorry, I mean getting the tea out of air. You know, thin air will get it. You know, it's like a miracle, but it can happen, because both the cup and the teacup and the ingredients come out of the air. You know, yeah. So you understand, that's ideal, but that's where we headed. You know, in this beginning phase, then you begin to see, therefore, that you don't really need somebody to call somebody master, because you could command your own reality and you get it. Do you understand? Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's within that, you know, command, because God said, let there be light, and there was light.
Right.
So the sound wave transformed into light waves. So that's a similar thing we're going to be doing. You understand?
Okay.
So, you know, and but it's a lot of fun.
So this goes back to the Egyptians. The Egyptians pretty much used a lot of numbers.
Yes. Yeah, what we're talking about originated from the our ancestors in Egypt, the Gala people, Kemetic people. Before the Kemet, we had the Mars civilization,
Atlantis, yeah.
Yes, civilization, and those civilization flourished until 1990. Till any number of various attempts from the enemies, and then of course it became Kemetic civilization, and then were formally attacked, by foreigners, the Greeks and company, and the Persians, and and so on. And so we retreated in some cases, and then later on they will come and assure us again over and over and over, and we've been warning them to disengage because we're not prepared to do the dirty work of killing lives. But unfortunately, they never understood. But this time, they're showing some understanding. And that's why we need to take them up on those kinds of understanding. Y'all understand?
Yeah, that's why I never could understand when I learned that the Moors gave them gunpowder and the gun.
Yes.
And they ended up killing the Moors with the weapon, the teachers, the master. And
exactly.
I have another question for you.
Go ahead.
Your spirituality, the more you deeper you dwell and you become more attached to the ancient ancestors' spirituality and start getting more into it and becoming one with it, do you tend to get more sleep? You sleep more? And I notice I've been sleeping. I've been like taken away a lot.
Yes.
I get taken away a lot.
Yes, you see, that's the whole idea.
Okay.
The dynamics, in other words, if you're able to solve problems, you have less worries. If you have less worries, you're more calm, you have less blood pressure. Anxiety and fears are a killer. They raise one's blood pressure so much, and so in the process you could develop heart attacks and strokes, but when you don't have worries anymore, when you don't have to worry about rents, money, when you don't have to worry about, your car rides and so on and so on, when you don't have to worry about paying tuition and so on and so forth, everything's taken care of. You have solutions to every problem. Then,
or when you stop giving them the power to worry you.
Yes.
Yeah, you stop giving them the power to worry you.
Yeah.
Even if they're bugging you, you just stop worrying over it and say, let it go.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So the powerlessness that was brought on our shores that were slapped with did a lot of damage. It makes us so unsure of ourselves. We have no confidence in ourselves, and so on and so forth. And that is what God has eliminated. That's why God did this in such a big way. There are codes, two equations, the theorem itself and its proof or its solution. God has given that to us, and it's across the board. There's nothing left out. So that is an ultimate blessing God can give any creature, And so that's why now, and we must have a stronger bond with the Creator now that God has been so kind to us. And we must deliver miracles. We have to, do the order. For example, meeting a brother or a sister and engaging them in the conversation and sharing this stuff with them. Many of them are going to say they don't have faith and all that, but through patience and results, you will convince them that this is the biggest thing that has happened to any creature in the history of humanity. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, another sister say something?
I said, this is for real.
This is absolutely, it's infallibly true. You know, and yeah, so, but what I'm saying is, and the reason it's kind of hard to emphasize is that it might come out and say, oh, gee, he wants us to, you know, come and give him money and all that. No, I'm the wealthiest human being. I don't need anybody to give me money.
That's what I say. I always say that my ancestors alone make me wealthy. All my life, something in me always said, don't small for that. Don't worry over it. Don't even concern yourself. That's not you. Life.
Yes, absolutely.
Moments.
Yes.
Breathing
Yes.
in, breathing out. Nature.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No, that's, you know, so because you've been acting, you know, and calling somebody who's not qualified to be your slave, you're calling him master, that did a lot of things to our system. But, you know, the resilience and the, you know, it's a blessing of God that we've lived our lives in terms of surviving for 2,500 years is something to glorify the Almighty God for. And we praise God that we're back to where we need to be. So, you know, we don't need to be shy anymore. We have to be ourselves, you know. And like I said to a group of brothers and I, what do you call it, the folks in Harlem, I said, yes, you need to change the tune. You need to get off the acting mode, you know, and start being yourself. And I said to them, you must stop acting. And I said, you know, when they were getting comfortable, I said, well, I should stop in acting. Remember to, you know, give up your stage names. The stage names are what confirms that we've been acting for 2,500 years, you know. And they take our names and, you know, mispronounce it and try to make it look like it is a foreign name. For example, the name Joshua is a Nigala, which is Jesus. Is a Nigala, is a Gala name, you know. GAGUT decoded that for us. You know, the reason you know it's a black name is it's actually Jah, because it's Joshua. So when you hear the brothers Rasta singing Jah, and they know that Jah is God, you can see that part of a name that settlement says it's a black origin. Can you see that?
Yeah, yeah.
Because Joshua is an actual Igala vocabulary, Igala sentence that says, Jah, that's God, you know, solves our problem for us. Joshua, God solves our problems. Which another way saying God is our savior.
And also their alphabet, their what they call it Yiddish is
Yes.
is Yiddish.
Yes, Yiddish. That's
the whole vowel and all that. The way they talk is different than our way we talk.
Absolutely. Yiddish is nothing but Jewish and German together.
German, right.
And but the Jewish
really are.
The Jewish part is very much Gala, because that's Falasha, you know, and that's what we're talking about. That's supposed to be Joshua is supposed to be a Hebrew name that means exactly what I said, means God is the Savior.
Right.
But that is direct. That's the language. I speak that language. It's Gala language. Jah means God in the Gala. So Showa means solves our problem for us, you know. Do it for us, solves our problem. That means God is our Savior. So when they say that is Hebrew, that is a clear sign from a Gala speaking person like me, and, you know, the Rastas, and, you know, the folks, you know, if you get some, you know, well-educated folks in terms of, you know, African consciousness in South Carolina, they will probably see how Joshua comes from the Gala vocabulary or Gitchi. You understand? So it is in our consciousness, which is why when you talk about spirituality, yes, it's there in our spirituality, which is what makes this thing possible. Because the non-blacks never thought we could engage in a presentation like this, that I would be talking to any black person at all. Because they thought they've, you know, ended that side of your spirituality.
They destroyed us. Yes.
Yeah, they thought, all that has been done. So, but I dared them. I said, no, watch me. I'm going to be talking. I'm going to be discussing Riemann hypothesis with the black folks. That's what we've already done, and we're going to be doing again tonight before this session is over. So, in that way, you're getting your power back. Nobody thought you were going to be able to participate. Nobody thought you were going to be able to talk to me as a creature with ultimate intelligence. But I'm here talking to you. And you hearing and understanding, even if it's just 0.5%, it's all you understand from what I said today. That's already, a very huge accomplishment. Because others never thought you ever listened to GAGUT. Because it's the most sophisticated revelation from God, which verifies me as the ultimate prophet, an ultimate professor, an ultimate genius, an ultimate everything that is a symbolism of God. So they didn't think, they thought they pushed you into special ed. Now we're getting our children out of that special ed, but you must participate in that process because you have all the tools you need to make that happen is almost instantaneously. Y'all understand?
Yeah.
The Göttingen piece, the Yale piece, the Dasgupta piece. You take that to the school board, nobody's going to give you an argument. But plus, you need a broadcasting of this. So you need to set up. In other words, this is how you get yourself off the plantation. You're going to engage in the business aspect of this as well. You're going to set up newspapers. You're going to set up more websites. You understand? You're going to set up, business in terms of marketing. For example, you need to be selling the GAGUT books.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
When you have a book costing, we're the only source of that book. Although they have quite a few of used copies, hey, in the brand new ones, which we provide over here, are supposed to even be more expensive. So when you see somebody buying a used GAGUT book and you have a brand new one to sell him, hey, you could start the thing by offering him the brand new one at the price they're selling the old ones for. You understand?
Uh-huh.
You will be, you'll be at a disadvantage, in terms of the business side of it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You have an advantage over the person who's selling a used copy of the book that you have a brand new one to sell at the same price. You understand?
Yeah.
So the business part is you understand? You're going to realize your wealthiest status. The wealthiest race race. You're the richest race. So the product that are coming out in your name are showing that very loud and clear. Okay, the book has a price of a gold. So you understand, and it gives the value of what's in the book. When the book is selling at the rate of used copy for 10,000 minus $1, you understand. That's what puts you there. It's a practical verification of you're being a superior, the most superior race, the race of the race that is blessed with the ultimate, the highest intelligence level of any race. So that's what you now need to live out in reality. Y'all understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you need to switch gears to say goodbye to the acting and hello to your own reality. Okay?
Yeah.
Any other questions before we take this little break? Any other questions?
No.
Okay, so let's be back like what? Is 10 minutes enough?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so let's use 10 minutes to grab some little munches and hydrate, because I know talking, can get us dehydrated. Okay, so we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Okay, and anybody who arrives back, you tell us hello. Okay, and we will acknowledge you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So see you in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
John, can you? Can you?
Yes, just a second. Hello, Miss Edgehill. Miss Donqua, are you still there, both of you?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still.
You're going to be connecting very shortly.
All right.
Miss Edgehill, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh.
Miss Edgehill, Miss Donqua, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Just 1 second. Is everyone now ready? Is everyone ready?
Are you ready?
Miss Edgehill, Miss Donqua, can you hear us?
I'm here.
All right, just 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, here, is everyone ready? Miss Edgehill, Miss Donqua?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, just 1 second. We're about to continue.
Okay.
All right. Can you see the page in front of you on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. That is a paper in which a problem, the most difficult problem in pure mathematics, has been solved.
Okay.
Using GAGUT.
Okay.
And clay math is an organization set up by non-blacks to go against GAGUT, to actually undo GAGUT.
Okay.
This problem is called the Riemann hypothesis.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Riemann hypothesis is Riemann was a student of Professor Frederick Gauss, the one that was celebrated in the Göttingen document. Okay, the document that you saw earlier, John, I'm going to need that shown again. So, so you know that the documents that you are dealing with are very serious documents.
Okay.
Frederick Gauss was the Gauss celebration at Brother Glover was going over, in the early part of the presentation, where GAGUT was selected as the number one work to, we need Göttingen, please. The number one work to honor their great mathematician,
Right.
and the greatest mathematician before antiquity. Sorry, since antiquity. Called Frederick Gauss in the Gaussian celebration. So we're going to show that again, and then we'll get going with this one. So the God order, the reality of it is in the practical dimension for us as God's creatures. We cannot call anything a God order unless it's a real God order. And God orders are characterized, among other things, by miracles, things that are big, things that are not considered to be possible. Okay, yeah, I'm going to be on this for just a bit, and then come back to shame. Do you see this document in front of you on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, called Specialized Paper for Mathematics and Computer Science. That is, the State and University Library Göttingen.
Yeah.
And so on. So That's where this document is based, the decision, the ranking of the mathematicians globally, in terms of the 52 greatest works that were selected to honor this guy here, a guy called Gauss, Frederick Gauss. And I think Brother Glover showed you the Wikipedia page on Gauss earlier, right? You remember seeing that? Okay. His title is The Greatest Mathematicians Since Antiquity. That's how the Europeans call him. He took over from Newton after Germany colonized England. And then the third in the in that group, the top highest group, are Newton, Euler, and Gauss, with Gauss actually edging the other two out when it comes to pure mathematics. In applied mathematics, Newton probably will edge the other two out. But in terms of pure mathematics, geometry and all that, Gauss is the king, is the greatest mathematician since antiquity. Okay, according to the European ranking. So it is that celebration where they selected the greatest works in mathematics. The 52, actually 20, there were 52. But, roughly half of that was for computer science. And the rest is the real mathematics. Computer science is not considered real mathematics. It's an application of mathematics. So in reality, somewhere in the 28 works probably were selected to for 28 works for mathematics, and the remainder, which is like 24 for computer science, something like that. But what was important is that of the 52 works that were selected, GAGUT, okay, GAGUT is number 1 there at week 26. And I believe Professor Glover had explained that, as you all know, from any celebration, the main event is in the center, right?
Okay.
If you're having a concert of musicians, the very best, the person who is the king of them all is, will have, other younger ones or less, experienced ones come first, and they open the floor for them. Do you understand?
Yeah.
In the middle, you have the king, the giant, the center, the biggest guy comes in the center. Do you understand?
Yeah.
The same thing was done here. The 52 weeks in a year, the exact middle is 52 divided by 2.
Yeah.
Which is 26. That's where you have GAGUT place. You see that?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. So that's how they decided which of the works is considered the greatest work. And the other reason is, whereas Gauss's work is supposed to be here because he's the one that is being celebrated.
Yeah.
They understand his work, all that it was done, being reproducible from GAGUT. So when they put GAGUT number 1, they know that Gauss's work is in there as well, in terms of, whatever he did is a little piece of GAGUT. Do you understand?
Okay.
So now this is what's going on. In the process, what has happened was, or is, that the position of being the greatest mathematicians is antiquity. The baton was handed over from Gauss to me as a black person. So that is what happened here. We are in week 6. That is the number 1 position. And for you to understand how the ranking was, is to look at what we call the runners-up for that position number 26. Everybody's work wanted to be in week 26. You understand? But GAGUT was put in number 26, obviously, as you heard from John.
Yeah.
Because it contains all of mathematics. So, and solutions to all of mathematics. Therefore, the only place it can be is the center. It can be anything else. It can be any other position. Okay. Do you understand?
Yes.
So that's where it is. So who are the runners up? John, I need to get to that. I need to get the Atia. I remember all the. I'm not going to be showing you the. I'm just going to show you the names because you heard them before.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Hearn, can you introduce yourself to the others, Miss Edgehill, Miss Donqua?
Yeah, I can see the screen.
No, I'm saying Mr. Hearn. He's on the broadcast. He just wanted to quickly introduce himself to you both. Mr. Hearn, can you hear me? Well, he's there. I don't know why he's not listening.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Let me answer. Okay. Are you can see the screen?
Yeah, I can see the screen.
Okay. How about Miss Dankwa?
Can you see the names on the Gottingen list? Can you see the names of the Gottingen list, Matt?
Hello. Hello.
Miss Edgehill.
Yes.
Can you see the names from the Gottingen list?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Miss Donqua, can you see the names? Miss Donqua. Yes, I brought you on. Couldn't you say hello to the people when I was asking? How does it know it can hear you? I mean, hear us. Miss Edgehill, can you hear us?
Yes.
Get it. Hearn claims he can't hear us. All right. Mr. Hearn, can you hear us now? Mr. Hearn, can you hear us now? All right. You're on the phone, right, Hearn?
Yeah.
You got me? No, I don't. There's something wrong with his system. You heard Edgehill. She heard us. Edgehill. Miss Edgehill, you can hear us, right?
Yes.
See, something with his system. But Mr. Hearn, can you hear us now on the phone? Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay, Mrs. Dankwa, can you hear us? She's not. You have to go all night. She's not answering.
I can't hear anything else but you.
Very well then.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Hold. Either go up or down. But you have to choose where you want to hold. You have to press the right, left hand side. You move your hand to go up to this direction, the prop is upside down. Yeah, that's something like.
Okay, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Mr. Hearn, you're there. Mr. Hearn.
So just a second. Miss Dankwa's not picking up.
She has not answered. Miss Dankwa, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So, Sai, how are you?
Yes, sir. How you doing, wonderful professor? Sorry I'm late. Thank you
Yeah, well,
for having us again.
we praise God. God is the greatest, and nice to
Praise God for you.
praise God. So what you're seeing is the Göttingen piece, which is a very critical document. And, you know, Black people need to celebrate this every year, at least in the minimum. This is the real liberation.
Okay.
Yes, this is the real liberation, because now in this list, okay, but let me go before you get the sense, as Brother Glover did earlier, of what it means to be on week 26. First of all, like I said before, week 26 is the center of the celebration.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. That we agree on. Secondly, there's a saying that goes, you are defined by your company.
Okay.
In terms of people who are in your group, who you associate with, or who you are in the same class with. They define your class. Do you understand?
Yeah.
All right. So those two now come into play here, because as you are supposed to be non-mathematicians, but that is Jim Crow's dream.
Yeah.
That, you know, God has proven to me does not work. Because the actual intelligence is the ultimate level of testing or demonstrating intelligence is when you've taken your understanding to the mathematics level or GAGUTical level, which is the ultimate. Do you understand?
Okay.
Anything that you understand begins with a guesswork. Now you go through that guesswork, and then you begin to confirm some part of it, and others you disprove and you abandon them, and so on and so forth. Slowly and surely, you want to get to a final level of understanding. So you begin to go into the quantitative, aspect of it. That means you're refining your depth of understanding. It's not enough to say numbers, represent quantity, things. You have to know how the number represents things, and refine it in terms of representing them with the numbers and operations and so on and so forth. Then you go into the realm of quantization. You're taking a value of certain things and you relate them with numbers, and then you try to do operations like addition and subtraction and any number of operations you can do. And in the process, you begin to manipulate, things in that particular discipline with precision. So the more precise you understand the material, the more you're knowledgeable about the material. Do you understand?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, for example, when you want to count how many months there are in a year, you have to devise a way, to relate to the months to the years. It's not enough to say, oh, gee, yes, the sun's, rises in the morning and sets in the evening and so on. It's not enough, you have to go beyond, to say, gee, how does that relate, how do you count, how are you able to count all those dynamics, and, what do they mean to your own environment? Then you're getting quantitative. How many numbers of the sun rises and sun sets do you have in a month?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then how many of such do you have in a year? That becomes quantitative. You approach it, you try to understand, so then you begin to deal with seasons and all. So you understand the whole dynamics of motion and how they relate to the seasons and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So you've gone from just seeing the sunrise in the morning and setting in the evening to using it as a counter for a week and a month and then the year. Do you understand?
Yeah, okay.
So you've gone from somewhat a qualitative understanding of just seeing the sunrise and sunset into a quantitative, trying to see how things relate and to get some very fundamentally clearer understanding of this dynamics of sunsets and sunrises. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, so therefore, numerology has a lot of dynamics, and even though the number part sounds good because you're using numbers. The difference, however, is that in numerology, they don't have a well set up, mathematics in it in terms of quantitative and precision in it. Do you understand?
Okay.
The observations in this particular case, in terms of going from a sunrise to a sunset onto a week and a month, are very precise. Okay? And so, there's so many sunsets and sunrises that make a week. Mm-hmm. You know how many make, and they're very precise, and you understand, become practical and very precise. And after that, you make a clock and all the other stuff that go along with that. These are very precision. Now, in numerology, they observe similar things, but they're not, lined up in the kind of precision that we're talking about. You understand? They don't, they don't have that kind of facility. They don't have equations. This one requires equations, okay? And although the equations might start out as being a rough estimate, as you refine it, you get better. Do you understand? So therefore, every knowledge is based on that. Observation and trying to generalize, and then, but observation and, in the process of generalizing, you also go into the labs or through other practical means to verify them. That is the natural dynamic. So usually you go from guesswork into the sciences, whether it be physics or biology or any of those. Then from physics, you go into mathematics or mathematical science. And from mathematical science, you get into mathematics. And then from mathematics, the ultimate is GAGUT. Do you all understand?
Okay, yeah, I'm listening.
Yes, grand unified theorem, as you can see, from the recognition here, it shows that it is the ultimate. Everybody else is a mathematician. I am the only GAGUT in them. It is the ultimate when you get to, there are no guessworks. Many of the things that were done in the 51 other works that are there are based on, they will have number theories. In fact, you will see a title here that talks about number theories, okay? And, but it is all they got before GAGUT.
Okay.
People go into writing equations, and you understand, it's a lot of gambling. Once you begin to understand, you're going to rise. You don't have a choice. You're going to rise into your high spirit. For the Germans to put GAGUT number 1, it has to be an act of God.
Okay.
And the difference is because this, okay, if you go to NR, stands for, number of week. Now the number of week is 26 for GAGUT. Then you see 25 for Avramov, then 24 for Hilbert, then 23 for Bozhinov and Anatoly Fomenko, and number 22 for Robert Papier, and then you have 21 for Robert Hart, then you have 20 for Franz Xaver Lutz, and then you have 19 for Sir Michael Atiyah.
Yeah.
And Dave Daniel Yagonitsa. So now, Sir Michael Atiyah is a person that John has shown you a picture of earlier. You remember him?
Yes.
All right. Sir Michael Atiyah was a successor to Sir Professor Newton in Cambridge. That's certainly one of the highest positions, certainly in the European world. Okay? The chair, Newton had 2 chairs or 2 positions in Cambridge. One of them was Master of Trinity College. And Atiyah held that in the 90s, held that same title in the 90s. Newton's, of course, was in the 1600s, early 1700s. Now, so Sir Michael Atiyah is also a field medalist. That's the title of the work over there. You see that in their name in number 19, week 19.
Yes.
You see the title after their names is Field Medalists in plural lectures.
Right.
Now, field medalists, as Brother Glover showed you, field medal is the highest award in mathematics, given by Europeans, of course. And is the equivalent of the Nobel Prize in physics, because Nobel Prize does not give prizes for any works that are accomplished in pure mathematics, unless it's highly applied, especially to physics and other sciences. You don't get a Nobel Prize. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like where black people were before God ordered us to set up the African International Prize for Science and Technology. Nobel Prize had no prizes for black people other than Peace Prize, okay, before GAGUT, okay, and maybe some literature, something like that, nothing in the sciences, in the hard sciences, okay? So, for the same reason, the mathematicians went, since they saw, that game being played on them, ignoring them, because there can't be any real serious physics without mathematics. So them purposely ignoring mathematics is inconsistent. Okay? Now the same way, without any real knowledge, any black contribution, there's no knowledge for humanity. Mm-hmm. So to eliminate black people from winning prizes in mathematics and physics and all that is not only irrational, but it's unrealistic. Okay? And the disrespect of the creator. That's what was happening. So therefore, the field medalist lectures was in competition for week 26 with GAGUT. You understand?
Okay.
That's, they took a good shot. They tried.
Uh-huh.
But they ended up seven levels below GAGUT at 19. Can you see that?
Yeah.
They wanted to be number 26. They ended up 19. And when we say, you see the field medalist lectures, it says lectures. It didn't say one lecture. It said lectures.
Yeah.
There were 44 of them.
Oh, really?
There were 44 of them from 1936 till 2002. There were 44 of them. So 44 Nobel Prize equivalents, or 44 highest mathematics awards. The work that earned, 44 works that earned the highest awards in mathematics in the European world competed with GAGUT for the number 1 position. And they lost. They ended up number 7. That is how huge this is.
Yeah.
Okay? There is nothing you would have paid the Germans or any of the Europeans to even have a black name in that list of elite mathematicians' works. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So this is why this is the most serious document. Yale is dynamite, but Yale is second class compared to this, because this is not like this is happening in some kind of local thing. This is Göttingen. That is
Göttingen. Yeah.
Yes. King George, that's Queen Elizabeth's grandfather, great-grandfather founded this university. His name is King August George II.
Okay.
And that's the full name of the university, is King August George II University of Göttingen. It became the headquarters of mathematics, and by extension, headquarters of intelligence, and headquarters of the European supremacy. That's Göttingen. Most of the developments for war that occurred, both in the First and the Second World War and others, were mastermind, were studied, were designed, just like I designed for Pentagon, was designed for the German armed forces from Göttingen University. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. Queen Elizabeth's grandparents came from Hanover. That's not too far from Göttingen University. They're in the same locality. And so now that's how tough the competition was. There only, in terms of mathematics, there are only about 28 that were selected. 28 works were selected, and the computer science, because math work had application in computer science, and anytime you bring computer science in, you tend to get, you understand, they have money. Pure mathematics doesn't have a lot of money, but computer science kind of provides money for any project. So if you bring in a computer science, you'll get some funding and so on. So, but the works in computer science are neighborhood about 24, somewhere there. And the remaining 28 were for mathematics. So, and GAGUT was selected over all the other 51 works and made number 1. So the runners-up, if this list had the field medalist lectures as number 26, people would say, yeah, that's expected.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's the most celebrated works, since 1936 in mathematics, in pure mathematics. So it wouldn't have surprised anyone. But Germans, you understand, they're not just propaganda. They're very substantial. They know if they did that and kept GAGUT out like what you see with Wikipedia. Wikipedia is a dumb organization. They don't have the kind of smarts the Germans had. And then certainly the one that is even worse than Wikipedia is the so-called clay math. Clay math is such a dumb organization. You need to, get involved with it so you can see how stupid, clay math is. Clay math is trying to ignore GAGUT. Now, the people that consult for clay math, the few of them that consult for them, are supposed to be people who have won the field medals. All together, all of them, 4 of them are ranked way lower than GAGUT. They rank 7 levels below GAGUT. All of them combined.
Oh, okay.
That's what you're seeing there. All of their works combined. Everything that have been honored in mathematics since 1936 by the Europeans have been ranked 7 levels inferior to GAGUT. They're not even neck and neck with GAGUT. They're nowhere near GAGUT. And because field medal award is equivalent to a Nobel Prize, that all says all the Nobel Prize that were given to scientists, certainly since 1936, all of them together are not they're inferior to GAGUT. Can you see that?
Okay.
Because the field medals is equivalent with Nobel Prize. And yet Nobel is so dumb, they still have not awarded GAGUT any Nobel Prize in physics. But the Germans, you understand, they're so conscious of their own credibility, which is part of their brilliance. What Clay is doing and what Nobel is doing are dumb because they think nobody's going to find it out. It's a fraud, like I said, but Clay was set up in order to neutralize GAGUT. Because in 1990, God revealed the solution that I was telling you today, which is, I'll show you to that eta sub n. That's what is called a fundamental solution to every problem. Every problem, past, present, and future. Which is how my intelligence is defined as infinite intelligence. I have solutions to problems that have never been conceived yet. Because its solution is in eta sub n. So now, which is the basis why it is number 1 here. But it takes an intelligent set of people to understand that. Do you understand? There's an equation, one theorem, Gij, comma j equal to 0. That's the fundamental grand unified theorem. That's what is named the grand unified. God Almighty's grand unified theorem, because it's not a theory. It has no constraint whatsoever. It's infallibly, correct and ordained by God. So when you put stuff like that in a collection of mathematics works, there's only one place it can be. That's number one. That's where it is. So these others who have been celebrating mathematics in 1936, Atiyah, like I said, a successor to Isaac Newton, and is a winner of a field medal. All of them combined competed with GAGUT. They were considered inferior from the most authoritative source of judgment in the European world, which is Göttingen, University of Göttingen. And more importantly, in honor of the greatest mathematician since antiquity before GAGUT. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
This is the most prestigious list. This is the most prestigious ranking or evaluation of mathematicians. But most importantly, it's an act of God.
Okay.
That returned the baton from the Europeans that was stolen, returned back to the Africans.
Okay.
So it's also a Göttingen conference that ended the Berlin conference. In the Berlin conference, black people were considered to have no brains whatsoever.
Oh, yeah?
They were disrespected because our land was divided up by Europeans without consulting us at all. That's another way of saying they didn't recognize us as having any intelligence at all. Usually when you take in somebody's property, you at least give them a warning and tell them, look, this is, you want to surrender this or you got to give us a piece. There was no such a thing. They just went into Berlin conference, again, the European supremacy headquarters, and the Europeans divided up the entire Africa and then took it over. Of course, they engaged some of our grandparents, including my great-grand-uncle, called Atapata Amaga, and he kicked their behinds. You understand? And his spirit has come back in this grand unified theorem. Pata Amaga, that's A-M-A-G-A.
Amaga.
They have stolen, yes, A-M-A-G-A, Amaga. Okay, they stole his picture. We still don't have his picture today. We suspect it's going to be in the Queen's Palace, in some kind of sacred room there. We have my great uncle's picture. We have a picture of his own father. But we can't see his picture because he really kicked their behinds. When they were coming to implement the so-called Berlin Conference dynamics, he told them to take a hike, otherwise he would kick their behind, and he did kick their behind. As a matter of fact, his son was the prince, a prince that was supposed to become the Pata after him, a couple of years after him. And then, although they blocked it, but he was one of the greatest generals we had. You hear about Shaka Zulu? This one was far superior to Shaka Zulu.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Akwa Garu was his name. Aku, A-K-U, Agaru, A-G-A-R-U. Agaru, Akwa Garu, General Akwa Garu was another great uncle of mine. So he was the son of Pata Amaga. He was destined to become the Pata after his father, but the British blocked it because he kicked their behinds. Okay, and told them that they have, when they're talking about the Berlin Conference, he told them, you better get lost, because he doesn't, what in the world is got the Berlin Conference?
Yeah.
They were supposed to come in to take, no, he kicked their behinds, and Gala Kingdom never surrendered to any of them. Absolutely not. He kicked their behinds, he did, that is a different, a topic of another discussion, because it's so heavy. Okay? So, and when he transformed on the Pata Amaga, he left the word for the black people. He says, listen, folks, you are dynamite. You created to be genius. Amaga's grandfather is my direct great-grandfather. Okay? His father was called Ekelaga. Ekelaga was the son of Gala. That's Gala. But my lineage is Omajali was my great-grandfather. His own father was Okenyi. And then Okenyi was the son of, Okenyi Abuya. Abuya was his father. And Abuya was the son of Ogala. So Abuya and my great-grandfather, Abuya was a brother to Ekelaga, who was the father of Amaga. So Pata Amaga was and Ogala was a Pata. Pata Amaga, who is my direct great-grandfather, was also a grandfather to Pata Amaga as well. So therefore, that's our lineage. And the Gala name is from Ethiopia. And my grandfather Patam Ogala was buried like the Pharaoh, exactly.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes. Pata Ogala, like Pata Amaga himself, were all buried like the pharaohs, exactly. In other words, the mummification and all the ceremonies were done exactly like it was done in Kemet. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's happening is all that got summarized through the God order called the GAGUT, God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. So you get a sense of hugeness of GAGUT in the Göttingen and brings you the memories of our past, our glorious past that is being returned to us. So Michael Atiyah competed. I remember talking to him on the phone, and I asked him, that's a few years ago, and I said, Professor Atiyah, do you remember the Göttingen celebration? Oh, so yeah. That's every mathematician knows. I mean, that's the highest celebration in mathematics. So it is within this celebration that you really know who is who in mathematics.
Okay.
With number one being ordered by God to be GAGUT. That's the number one. That alone is all you need as a people. For you to praise God and say, hey, God.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're the greatest. That's what God did. So Atiyah competed from Cambridge behind him and everything else. With all the highest, Atiyah has won all, so many prizes. It's unbelievable. All that prepared him to come and compete with GAGUT, and he fell seven levels below GAGUT. That means Cambridge that's how Cambridge compares with Ofapitis technology. Because when you look at it from the point of view of universities as associated with the discoveries, GAGUT came out of the Ofapitis technology. By GAGUT being number one, that means Ofapitis technology becomes the number one university of mathematics in the world, with Cambridge being number 7. You understand? It shares that position of number 7 with a few, Sorbonne and all the universities, including Harvard. You understand? Harvard is in on number 7. So when you're taking a class, a briefing from Ofapitis technology, you have no idea You are taking a course from the intelligence headquarters of the universe, or settled on this globe. There's nothing, no institution that's better than us, especially in mathematics. That is the ranking of the universities right here. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. If you jump quickly on the university level to number 24, that will be considered the third, that is Göttingen University itself. Göttingen rank itself as number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Of course, Cambridge is number 7. And it shares that position with many other universities, including Harvard and all, MIT and all. Because all the field medals winners are from those Ivy League top schools. So all those combined together share number 7. Ofapi psychology has no competition whatsoever. This is not a simple, a trivial document. This is extremely critical. But Germans had to say this in order to show their own credibility. Clay is a dumb organization that has no credibility, so it has nothing to show. But Göttingen is associated with Gauss. They can't fool around with the Gauss celebration. Otherwise, you know, Gauss' name will go into the mud. So they didn't want to do that. What was done was to tell the truth. So Göttingen became number 3 in mathematics, university. Number 4, which is number 23 there, is Moscow State University.
I see. Yeah.
That's from Russia.
Yeah.
That's what you expect. Fomenko used to be the head of mathematics department. The other name there of the Moscow State, or what we call Lenin School. You know, Leningrad, Moscow State University system. That's like Oxbridge, Oxford and Cambridge. Because Oxford and Cambridge are the 2 best universities in England. You know, the same to Leningrad, otherwise called St. Petersburg, and Moscow State. Fomenko used to be the head of the mathematics department of the Moscow State University, the Harvard of Russia. So it ranks number 4, okay? And, you know, number 7 comes Cambridge University and Oxford University, and even Imperial College. There's so many universities that share that one position. But the Ofapi Institute of Technology stands number 1, alone. Ofapi Institute of Technology does not share with any other university. Just like, and that's what makes GAGUT stands out. This is extremely important for you to all understand. Okay? So now you know what is on number 7, or the weak number 19, Sir Michael Atiyah. Now you have an idea about him. So let's quickly go back again to where I was just number 3, like I said before. That is Fomenko. As I said, he is from Moscow, so that's Russia. Moscow State and Leningrad. You expected Russians to make this list. That's one of their entries. Fomenko. Okay? And he was a successor to Professor Euler. Like I said before, Newton, Euler, and Gauss are considered the 3 greatest mathematicians of European descent by European ranking. Now, so far, we've seen that Sir Michael Atiyah was a successor to Sir Isaac Newton from Cambridge. Now, in number 23, week 23, or number 4, you have Fomenko being a successor, because like I said, the 2 universities that are the top universities in Russia are like a unit. They are comparative, like Oxford and Cambridge. You understand? And although Leningrad was probably older, just like Oxford was older, Moscow State quickly rose, like Cambridge rose, you know, to kind of even overshadow Oxford to some degree. So the same relationship goes between Moscow State and Leningrad. Okay? So, whereas Euler was the head of math department in Leningrad, it's a similar position for head of math department at Moscow State. That's where Fomenko was head of math department. Y'all understand?
Yeah.
So this guy was put in as a successor to Euler, one of the three greatest mathematicians in the European world. He went into the competition with GAGUT for #1 position. Hey, he came close. He ended up #4. Better than Sir Michael Atiyah.
Okay, yeah.
And in many ways, that is how they are ranked in terms of the pure mathematics. Okay, of the three greatest, when you're talking about pure mathematics, Gauss will be considered first, followed by Euler. As far as pure mathematics go, and Newton will be the third when it comes to pure mathematics. So you can see the successor to Newton is #7. That's with #19. And the successor to Euler is #4. Okay? That's a successor to Euler. That is Fomenko. Then #3 is David Hilbert. David Hilbert is from Göttingen. And he was a successor to Gauss. So their successors are ranked like the people themselves in this list. That is Gauss first, which is #3. Okay. Then Euler second, and the successor is #4. And Newton successor at #7. Can you all see that?
Oh, yeah. 1,
Syhern?
5, 6, 7.
Syhern, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you following that?
Yes, sir.
You sure you're following that very nicely?
#1. You're #1. We're #1.
Yeah, well, but you have to see how the successors of the three greatest mathematicians also rank.
Yeah.
The representative or the successor to the greatest one is ahead at #3. And the one to the second, that's Euler, is #4. And the successor to Newton, which is #3 in pure mathematics, is in #7. So it is according to the expected ranking of the three greatest mathematicians, pure mathematicians in the European ranking. That's important for people to note that. So you can see the precision of the Germans. You could see the precisions of the Germans here. Now, in #2, that is a Russian. That's a Russian from a less well-known university before this ranking than Moscow State, but it's considered #2. That is Avramov. Okay, Lushezar Avramov. And the reason he ranked #2 was because the topic he's dealing with is what is considered very modern mathematics, which is trend into commutative algebra. So because of his newness and everything else, made him edge out David Hilbert. But the Germans didn't want to take a chance. If they had put David Hilbert is what everybody was expecting to be with 26 and #1. Because he produced, you understand, he did a lot of contribution in invariance, but he produced 69 PhDs from Göttingen University in mathematics, with many of them very renowned themselves. So you're talking about the kings of mathematics. So then from what you hear in terms of the individuals that I mentioned to you so far, you know that just being in that class is enough.
Yeah.
Is enough to tell you what GAGUT is about. Can you see that?
Yeah.
It's Sister Dankwa?
Yes.
You can see that, right?
Yeah.
You are defined by your company. The company that you keep is what really defines you.
Yeah.
So these are the very best in the non-black world. So the Germans were so precise. They did not want to fool around. They didn't want anybody to look at it and say, hey, you're unfair. Why did you put David Hilbert in? No, no, no. They didn't even put him number 2. They put him number 3. And in the process, they ranked their own university number 3 in mathematics. Because they don't want any shame to go along with the name of their legend. That's Frederick Gross. That's the one being celebrated. It's going to be a very, very prestigious document literally for eternity. That's how you must praise God and accept what we see here. Now, this is part of the document. You're going to show the mayor, all your mayors, okay? And all your police chiefs and the presidential candidates and whoever becomes president. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You must show them to introduce yourself. Another reason why you must wear the GAGUT shirt. Can you see that?
Yeah.
You must wear your GAGUT shirt. This is one of the reasons why the GAGUT books are selling at $10,000 minus $1. $9,999. A used GAGUT book is because it's the #1 work in mathematics. Past, present, and the future. Y'all understand?
Yeah.
That's what we call a surrender of the baton of mathematics back from the European world that stole it back to the black people again. This time is forever, because no one can surpass GAGUT any, forever. There's no such a, they can't do more than one equation. GAGUT reduce all of mathematics to one theorem and one equation. You can't go below that. Can you see that? Which is how the ultimate intelligence is defined. This is what you must digest. It has to be in your soul, because on that basis, the black race becomes the race of mathematicians, the race of geniuses, the chosen people. You understand?
Yeah.
The chosen race. Anything that will force the Germans to bow down to God for you must be very, very important. You've heard, all of you have lived a life of hearing about European supremacy. The European supremacy, the very headquarters just surrendered to the black supremacy. That's what you see in front of you. Whereas GAGUT didn't come out in a way that the layperson can understand in Yale University. This is superior to Yale here. Far superior. Especially in mathematics. This was the headquarters of mathematics because of Gauss, before GAGUT. So fabrics of technology now become the headquarters of mathematics universally because of this celebration, because of the God order, which is being celebrated here. So you have a duty of celebrating this thing for the rest of your lives.
Yeah, I can see that.
Absolutely. And like, in many ways, like the Yale piece, you needed to be a mathematician to be able to understand this document, clearly. Because the ranking here is extremely sophisticated. You understand? Sophisticated in the sense that, hey, you have to know who is in the running. You have to know who are the ones competing. You understand?
Yeah.
All these 52 works wanted to be #1, but only one can be #1.
Yeah.
Okay? So the decision must have been extraordinary. Now, one of the reasons GAGUT is number one, of course, is because it contains all the totality of mathematics, meaning the solutions to every mathematics problem, as I was going over with you earlier. It has all the solutions to. In other words, when you say you have the totality of mathematics, it means that you have the totality of the solutions to every mathematics problems. Because whatever the problem is, the solution will satisfy, will have a G2j, and it must satisfy the universal constraint of every solution to every problem as a G2j comma j equal to 0. And the totality of the solutions to such any problem would be eta sub n. It's very hard for anyone to get it, to grasp what I'm telling you. Because it's too big, it's too large, it's simply overwhelming. So when they tell you Oyibo has ultimate intelligence, this is the greatest, one of the greatest, especially from the non-black, verification of the ultimate intelligence. Because they recognize it as a grand unified theorem. Can you see that?
Yeah. Grand,
that means everything, all. Theorem unified, that's one. Can you see that? And they celebrated it. They are very painfully proud of it because they know this is going to be forever. They want the reputation of Gauss to go along with that. So they told the truth. There is no chance otherwise that I would, or any black person will be on this list. There's no other black person in the entire list beside GAGUT. Did you know that? Did you all know that?
Right.
You all know that have you seen any black person's name that is on this list so far?
Never.
Now, what else did this do? This also put black people number one, very clearly, right? So the black race is number one. Now, if Trump wins, he understands this. And he can't get away from this because he's German. He knows their headquarters is Göttingen, of the European and German supremacy. So you show this to him and say, hey, that's the black people over there. So according to your rule, the most intelligent race, which is defined by Göttingen here, which is the black people, are supposed to be the presidents of this country. So you are an honorary black person becoming the president, therefore you must carry out the black agenda. Can you all see that logic?
Can you repeat again?
Yes. All right. Both Clinton and Trump, especially Trump, because Trump, you know, didn't happen to go through England. He comes directly from Germany. So he knows about Göttingen as being the supreme headquarters of the European and German supremacy. And characterized by Gauss. Gauss is the bearer of that symbolism of the being the supreme European country or people group. Gauss, because Gauss took over from Newton as the greatest mathematician. So that automatically made Germans the headquarters of European supremacy. And they lived up to that reputation, taking on not only the rest of Europe, but the rest of the world in 2 world wars. And as far as they're concerned, they won that war, or those wars. It takes a lot of guts for one country to take on the rest of the world. German did that, more than once. So it is the confidence from their being the superior group of the Europeans. And it's symbolized by this, Gauss. Gauss symbolizes that superiority for them, because no other European, the closest are the two, okay, Newton and Euler. Euler is also part German. At least, it was a German, Swiss German, So therefore, you understand, of the three greatest, two of them are directly Germans. And only one is Anglo. So you have an Anglo-Saxon group. These are Saxons. Gauss and Euler are Saxons. There's only one Anglo, which, who is Newton in the top three. So this is the story here now. All of a sudden, they all came together, and the black race was re-recognized again as the greatest mathematics race and the most intelligent race. We can't come from a better source than come from the headquarters of the European supremacy. We have a lot of our people crying all over the world and say, gee, we're suffering from European supremacy, not knowing that it's over already since 2005. That's a document. That's important. That's a very important document. I should feel free to make copies of this, as well as this other document that you've been shown, and distribute it amongst our people, and go to the school board and say, hey, this is our story. On this basis, there's no way black kids should have a poor grade in mathematics. You'd be hard pressed to find a German kid having a poor grade in mathematics in any system, both here in America and in Europe. Because the Germans are well respected in mathematics. But all they knew has been done here, clearly by God. They learn all that from us. So, in terms of racial ranking, the black is number one. In terms of America, in terms of countries ranking, the black people made America number one, even though I'm from Africa. I was born in Africa, in Nigeria. You understand? But by living here, America got a little piece of that glory. You understand?
Yeah.
Africa is number one no matter what. So if America is called number one, it's because of the Africans in America. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So do you see any room for any disrespect of the black people in this country or anywhere else?
No.
Because also they get their resources they steal from Africa. So
that's additional stuff. So what does that mean? That means that it is only you that can allow them to disrespect you before they can disrespect you. Are you still going to allow them to disrespect you or what? I'm asking you a question.
Don't have to be.
no.
Absolutely no. You have to say no to disrespect from anybody else. You flash this document on your face. And Brother Sihern is doing some job in that respect. You can even go much higher. Brother Sihern, you're going to be making your visit with UCLA, from there to Berkeley, to Stanford, and to Caltech.
Yeah.
And you're empowered with this, and then so you understand me? There's no place where you go now where you'll be disrespected, unless you're not carrying this with you, unless you're not wearing your GAGUT shirt. And I'm glad that those young babies, they are listening. They're probably getting some of the information.
Yes.
You understand? This is extremely serious. Now, especially our mothers, sisters, wives, and daughters have been doing miracles. You know, like Brother Tupac says. You understand? Brother Tupac said of his mother, he says, "Mama, I appreciate you."
That's right.
You all hear that, sisters?
Yes.
We appreciate you so much. This is our little token appreciation. It's what you're getting here. You understand?
Yeah.
So therefore, since 1990, there is nobody that should be disrespecting our mothers anymore, and ever again.
Agreed.
Yes, that's what this document says. The Germans surrendered. The European supremacists surrendered to the white supremacy by God order. That's what is represented here. So you have the three. As a matter of fact, David Hilbert at number 3 was called the last of the great mathematicians. After producing 69 PhDs in mathematics, you understand? Yeah, you know. And of course, after him, they thought mathematics cannot go further without being shredded into a bunch of theories. And that, even though I wasn't around during that time, when I was old enough to begin to feel that I agonized over it. And sure enough, God brought mathematics back as GAGUT. They never thought, go ahead. Yes. Sorry, what did you say?
That's the best.
Yes, of course, the best. See, in other words, you have to understand that part. They said, well, you know, they're trying to, you understand, they didn't know, they were just stuck. So they came to all manner of conclusions they thought were making sense. They say, for example, mathematics has to be shredded into theory. So you have a number theory. You have any number of topologies and all these other horrors.
Axioms.
Well, axiomatic. You know, so the theories, for you to have a theory, you have to have axioms. So for them, there's no such a thing as a theorem, a real theorem. That's why God responded. Oh. Now, on that basis, you can see how much God loves black people. Okay. They were saying there can't be a theorem. It has to be axiomatic mathematics.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, there cannot be theorematic mathematics because you have to make assumptions to define a theorem. Without assumptions, you can't define a theorem. I had to encounter a very supposedly brilliant Indian mathematician in Nigeria called Professor Singh. And he was so confident he was going to penetrate GAGUT by bringing up that issue. He says, well, this cannot be, this is, you understand, there was an agreement. There cannot be one theorem that represents all mathematics. There can't even be any theorem, you know, because it has to be based on axioms. So it's a real theory that has some little, validity in certain narrow space. And I said, yeah. I said, that has been destroyed. GAGUT is the one theorem that represents every theorem. In 2004 was when I had that engagement. This ranking was not out yet. But after he tried to engage me in a debate and a real battle, intellectual battle for hours. Oh. He left the presentation. He left our presentation. First of all, in the video. Oh, Sai Hearn saw. Did you remember seeing Sai Hearn, Professor Singh in the video?
Yeah, I remember what he said at the end. He said his 40 years is over. It's washed down the drain.
That's right. That's what he said. This is an Indian professor with a very, very well, big reputation in mathematics. After fighting for hours, that's what he said. He's over 42 years of learning and teaching mathematics has been reduced to nothing by GAGUT. That's what Professor Singh said. So you can see it's not one person. These are all independent stuff. So, but that's the nature of the truth. So like I said, Abramov came in because of the commutative algebra, which they thought it was going to lead them close. But they had already agreed mathematics has to be based on axioms. So therefore, when you have axioms, then you don't have one subject. You have all kinds of things, talk about the RAM theories, they talk about any number of things. It makes you sick. Talk about categorization theories. Everything is a theory. It reduces math to a childish level. And that's why God sent, the God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. But one of the good sides is the Germans were intelligent enough for them to say, wow, because that David was ironically part of the axiomatic dynamics. But David did something else. He's a very great mathematician. Hilbert was pursuing invariance. He made a lot of contribution in the subject called invariance. So, and Gauss, one of his forte was divergence. So what God did through GAGUT was to connect invariance with divergence. You understand? So it brings Gauss and Hilbert in unison in terms of unification, because the divergence of an invariant is 0. Because G2j is an invariant called God, the divergence or the change of it is 0. So it unifies Gauss and David Hilbert.
Professor, we have to give you a clap on that right there.
Well, well, praise God.
That's amazing. That's amazing right there. All the calculus right there, and that's just amazing.
Absolutely.
Nobody can do that on the planet.
Absolutely. We praise God. But that is what your life is being recognized as representing right now as a race. And therefore there's nobody that dares disrespect you anymore, let alone kill you. You are too precious to be disrespected right now. This document.
We gotta stop. Gauss, he only had one. He had, what is it, divergence?
Yep, that's right. Divergence.
And then Hilbert
has invariance.
Invariant.
Yep.
But you combine both of them
into one.
So you're more than both of them.
Oh, are you kidding? Well, that's what we're dealing with. So therefore, now what else? So therefore, we have on the country level, on the racial level, and on every level, black people are number 1. That's what is indicated here. And you must be treated as number 1. But the most person that must treat you number 1 must be we ourselves. We must treat ourselves as number 1. And when you conduct this, your demeanor is going to send the necessary message to either the police or somebody else.
Yeah.
They will get it from you. But you have to know this. That's why I'm pumping you with the hard data. Do you all understand?
Yes.
This is
the gold standard.
Exactly. This is what is called the ultimate empowerment. God has the ultimate power, and God is empowering you here. God had made the Germans surrender because they saw reality. He's the God that loves black people and others, but black people more than others. You must celebrate such a God. You must glorify that God.
Yeah. I recognize that knowledge.
Absolutely. You must celebrate. That's why you have to pace yourself. You are in the briefing every month.
Okay.
A couple of attendance of this briefing is not going to give you the essence of it. So I heard as I attended a couple, I saw from what he just said a little while ago, he just added a few things to it.
I'm 10 feet higher. I'm 10 feet higher after every one. Yeah, definitely.
Now, but that is what we're dealing with here. So this is what energizes you, and you need to share with the sisters your journey in terms of how you went from, a state of low power to high power in terms of dealing with your environment and characters on the roads and everywhere else. You understand?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you need to share that with the sisters.
It's without a doubt. It's without a doubt. GAGUT, for me, I feel like I'm in heaven. Now, the professor said, I just feel like I'm in heaven because with GAGUT, I'm able to see things way more clearly. I mean, first of all, I got a definition of God. That right there is amazing. Secondly, I'm able to have something to be able to protect me in the streets.
Yes.
That is amazing. You got to have something that could protect you in the streets.
Yes.
That's almost like a gun.
Yes.
Not almost like a gun, more powerful than a gun.
More powerful than the gun. That's right.
Definitely. So, and then even my health.
Exactly.
My health can be protected because the food that I'm eating cannot always be of the top quality.
Yes.
So with the drinking of the distilled water, right there,
right.
I got an intelligence on more than a doctor. I got an intelligence more than manufacturers. Yeah. So GAGUT got to protect the professor. And I mean, it's just miracles in these briefings. I mean, for the simple fact that the professor is able to show you how addition, how arithmetic is all one thing, addition, how subtraction is nothing but addition, how multiplication is nothing but addition, how division itself is nothing but addition. Nobody has ever said that to me ever in my life.
Yes. Praise God.
And how he can explain that.
Praise God.
So,
praise God.
GAGUT is something, and the briefings are something that you have to review. It's too much information hitting you at one time that it goes over your head. It's like when people read the Bible, they're used to saying, "Oh, when I read it again, I never even knew that it said that." When I come to the same chapter, I didn't even know that it said. That's how GAGUT is. Every time you revisit it, you're going to see new things inside of it, but you're going to be like, but I thought he already said that. No, you're going to be like, is this the same briefing? Because I didn't know he said that.
Absolutely.
That's how this briefing is.
Yes. And like I was saying to Sister Dankwa, I'm so glad he brought in those kids, and I told the Sister Edgel to bring her son, bring those kids. That's very important to say. You understand me? The vibes energizes them. It is unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. You understand? And you put on their backs the GAGUT. Don't be shy about it. Their lives depend on it. And that's what Brother Sai is telling you. You understand? On the surface, you seem as, that sounds militant. No. You're not even militant. Well, if you're a militant, you're in the military.